Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS Lock-In Tournament. We're already 2 days in. We've seen both groups out on stage playing, so a little bit of evidence of how all of our teams have fared so far. And today, we've got 5 more games of action coming your way. But first, we wait in the waiting room.
It is the waiting
It is the waiting room.
It is the waiting
After
room.
all.
Set your expectations. The purpose of this room.
is to wait.
to wait.
That is what will be happening here. on
Jumping
this
into
stage.
anything. We're just sitting down.
Yeah. So our first topic of conversation today is an attempt to settle a bit of a debate here.
Oh,
And I know Jat's excited about this.
Goddamn.
So as we all know, this is or what has been dubbed the 10th year anniversary of the League Championship
You
Series.
said 2 words there.
That's what?
Yeah.
This is,
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Brett here. Brett jumped in on the conversation and goes, "Isn't this the 9th year?"
Yeah.
And then NRJ says 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 makes 10 years of LCS. At the end of this season, there will have been 10 full years of LCS.
Boom!
Jat!
Boom!
I don't
Agreed, Mr.
I don't wanna
NRG
make-
490.
I don't want to make any enemies here within Riot.
Make
Yeah?
enemies.
It is completely the 10th year, which I agree, like the graphic looks great.
Yeah.
LCS 10. It is not the 10th anniversary.
So
That's a different thing.
Explain the argument then.
So, okay. A baby is born.
For starting there, okay.
Their first birthday. Is it their 2nd anniversary?
It depends on when you were, in what country you were born.
Okay.
In terms of how
It-
people track ages. Actually,
True. Yeah.
Get him, Emily!
It's any relationship you're in. If you're dating for a year, you celebrate your 1st anniversary. As you enter the 2nd year of your relationship.
Yeah.
This is not complex.
I never remember
This is
my
very
anniversary.
simple. It's 10 years from the day. LCS started in 2013.
Right.
I was actually
So-
not there. I was there the 2nd.
Okay, but so your argument is
Yeah.
that it is not the 10th anniversary until the conclusion of the year.
It's not even an argument. That's just what an anniversary is.
Well, but
10 years.
calling it the 10th anniversary season of the LCS because it is the 10th year
Yes.
of the LCS.
It is the 10th
Agree or
year.
disagree?
We're,
Yes,
we're
it is.
celebrating
Yeah.
the
Calling it
10th
an
year.
anniversary is wrong.
Well, I've never heard
I
the year
haven't.
anniversary in the States.
I've
It
not
was in
used the
so
word
it was in the
anniversary.
original announcement, like
Yeah.
in big letters.
Okay.
Oh,
They
was
since
it?
removed
Okay.
it because I
And
don't
it's
think it's an
incorrect.
argument.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are right then. But that's why we're celebrating the 10th year while
Which
we're
is great.
experiencing
I
it.
love
Yeah.
the 10th year of the
we go.
LCS.
We're all very
Should be
happy
celebrated.
that we're 10 years
I
deep.
love this.
But today, for example, is not the 10th year anniversary. I agree with you that the end
So-
of the year would be the
so-
point in which you call it the anniversary.
Not even then. It will be the start of next year.
It'd be,
2023.
yeah, it'd be
Well, it'd
like
be
the
the anniversary
first
of the
day
start.
of-
Yeah, exactly,
it'd
of
be the
LCS.
first day.
But
I'll be happy to celebrate the 10th anniversary when it happens.
I'm happy to call it the 10th anniversary season, though.
True.
What is an anniversary?
Uh-oh.
I would just avoid the word anniversary in case people
So
get
what do you
super
then? How do you
pedantic
label it? What are you calling it?
and just be like, we're celebrating 10 years of LCS.
That's great.
Okay.
I love it.
I would not be able to define an anniversary since I'm not in a relationship, guys. I'm putting this out there.
I mean, I
You
don't know.
can't define an anniversary.
No, I am. I'm just but still, yeah, I would agree with you on if you're using the term anniversary, it is not the 10th anniversary, but it is the 10th year, and we're like, celebrating 10 years.
We're
It was like,
fine.
scroll back up
Waiting.
that
All right.
tweet. What was the actual language in the tweet?
It's all mixed up. The guy
That's
was
the, I
like,
think
Ah.
that's why there's so much debate about it,
Yeah.
right? Is like, what are we officially saying? Okay,
Gotta define.
producers want us to move on, and rightfully so.
Yes.
Next up, is Azale's head so smooth and shiny? Damn! I'm not saying it in a bad way, by the way. Love how it looks.
Man, this guy has a head fetish.
Yeah,
Okay.
head envy. Do
This is some head envy, correct?
we have a photo?
Do we
Yeah,
have a
when
photo?
is this
Well, you know
from?
what we
Like
could
to
do?
see a
Does
photo.
can anyone want to go run him down? He's here in
Azale!
the studio.
Azale, anywhere?
I was gonna say, I'll go get him.
All right. Emily's gonna go find him. What do you think goes into having a head so smooth? Is that
Proper upkeep?
well, right. Okay.
Yeah.
So is
Yeah.
there a polish involved?
Probably a good diet.
Oh yeah, healthy
Yeah,
diet,
good
healthy
quality of
scalp,
skin.
healthy diet.
So I've had a completely bald head. You know what I?
So have I.
You have?
Yes.
When?
I will never do it again because I do not look
Yes.
like a kind individual. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
When I have a bald head.
So I shaved my head at the beginning of COVID, like ISO. Like in
Oh, okay.
2020 or something like that. Because I was
Yeah.
like, you know what? I want to know how my head looks bald.
I
Because
really
at some
considered
point
that.
in my age, I'm gonna start balding, and I don't want to be like dad. If my dad's watching, by the way, look, this is a call out. Like, where you're just trying your hardest to keep your hair, and just like LeBron, it's like everyone knows you're balding. It's there. You have that horseshoe hair, and I swear that looks worse. And so like I'm that type of person. If I see an evidence of balding, it's going off. But I want to know how it looks first. It didn't look good.
I was about to ask. I was going to say, what was your verdict? What was your
I do not
assessment
look
of your own
like-
bald head? No?
A nut on my head. That's the one thing I don't want to look like. So I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm gonna be the desperate guy that's trying
You
to
going
get
to
my
go
hair.
toupee?
Yes. Well,
No. The answer was no.
The answer is no.
The answer was
Look,
not yes.
Right now it's no, but I'm sure once the desperation hits, the conversation's gonna come up.
I'm also curious. I just haven't done it yet.
Oh yeah?
Fair
It's
enough.
a little late now.
I was close to doing it at the start of lockdown, but like at the start of lockdown, I was still doing LCS.
Yeah.
So that wasn't a good time. And then I went immediately to TL, where we were like still going
Yeah.
into office.
Yeah.
I know
I've gone the opposite way. In lockdown, I was like, let's see how long we can go, how much length we can
Yeah.
get at the end of the day. We're going to move along
This is a
while we
big
wait for
place.
maybe Azael
Yeah.
to show up or
Yeah,
not.
we can bring it
We'll-
up
We'll
when he
find
comes
out.
back
We'll come
up,
back
yeah.
to it. The next topic of conversation looks like it's revolving around LS, the pickup of LS. So maybe LS is. So this is in a response to the 2-0 that C9 has already put up with two very different looking team compositions. Maybe LS is the solution? This comes from Old Milk. Mass on weekends, baby. Gotta attend church service. Nay, men. What are we thinking here on this one? Is LS the solution? Is it time to attend the church? Should we become religious people?
Look. I care about one church.
Azale can
One
come
on
church
in. Yeah,
only,
yeah,
yeah.
and it's the Church of the Bald Head.
Hello. Oh my God, you're so tall. This is and
Someone
perspective
has-
is gonna make this so much worse. I feel like
Someone
I
had
have to
head
also
envy.
stand up
Yeah.
to make this a little bit.
First, get into the spotlight. Get a close up on the head if we can do that. If
So
it's possible.
my head is not that shiny right now.
Yeah,
I,
it
isn't.
I
You're
shaved.
right.
I shaved it before the dive. I didn't actually shave again.
How frequently do you?
I usually shave my head maybe like once a week.
Yeah. like,
Okay.
they were
Yeah.
asking like how you do it, and I mixed
Yeah,
some stuff
just like
up,
once a
but-
week.
Are you? And is this something that you had to practice and learn yourself? Because I would be too nervous to shave my own head.
It's incredibly easy.
Okay.
Really?
Well, that makes me feel like it is. It's
what goes-
incredibly easy.
I mean, it's just literally like I just have like clippers,
electric
right, with a guard.
clipper.
And you just,
Okay.
What grows back
Fair enough.
faster?
Oh, I don't know if you
your
ever
hair?
saw this tweet, but
There it is.
I'm loving this guy.
I
His
didn't.
affection towards
Is
your
this a
head.
tweet?
Yeah, this is what kickstarted our
Okay.
whole discussion. This
No,
guy
I
is
haven't,
so
I haven't
into it.
seen this. I do get a surprising amount of comments about my head being shiny, especially on the dive. I feel like that's like the most talked about thing in the dive YouTube comments.
Really?
Is how shiny my head is.
Wow.
Yeah. Much more so than like anything
Any
we
of
actually
the
talk
content.
about. They're like, it's either, wow, his head is really shiny today, or like, what the hell's up with the Zale's head? It's not that shiny today.
Oh yeah,
Like,
then people get worried.
yeah, and then I'm like, then I feel pressure. So
Like,
now I
yeah.
had to change my
Right.
shaving regimen so that I shave my head right before the dive because
Oh
I can't let the
Wow.
people down. You know,
Yep.
I have to have a shiny head for the dive. That's the most. That's where you're getting the most like chrome time with,
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
with
yeah.
the head. You know, when I'm casting, you really only see me for a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's
not
less
shiny.
important that the head is shiny for that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair
Thanks.
enough. Well, thank you very much for
No
the answers
problem.
on that. We're
Yeah.
gonna see what we got coming up next.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll get your response to whatever our next topic is right before we let you go.
Oh,
what do we
before I
got?
go. Okay.
Flip me back to whatever's coming up next.
The
I think
LS
it-
thing?
It's the LS thing.
Is it back to the LS thing?
Well, he's
Here we
not
go.
even coaching the team right now. He's what he said.
That's the point, right?
Yeah, that's the only problem.
Well, so
exactly.
then is the answer that LS is not the solution?
Correct. Unless the solution is to stop winning. Like, we don't know if that's the case. You can't set expectations so high while he's not there.
Right. Well,
You got to lose when he's not there so he can come in and save the day.
True.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So,
True.
like, should they keep him in Korea?
Well,
Is
I think
that
they at least want some of their players
Yeah.
that they have
They
purchased.
want the
Yeah.
players, yes.
Yeah,
okay,
at the very
okay.
least.
Fair
But
enough.
I think they probably want LS too. It's kind of a package deal,
Yeah.
you know?
There we
think
go.
so.
Yeah.
I
Alrighty.
like that statement from him. So
Well, again, Zale, I know you got to go get ready to
Yeah,
cast.
we gotta go
yourself.
cast for casting.
Best of luck out there. Have
you.
fun, my friend.
Thank
Thank
you
you
for
very
the
much
shiny head comments.
for the shiny head insight.
So my take is I'm a big fan of getting credit to whoever's right now there as the head coach. So, big credit to Max Waldo.
Max Waldo, baby.
Maybe he's the solution.
Yeah.
He's a part of the church.
When does he hold church service?
There it is.
If you're talking about having like a coaching tree or like that was the whole point of this, right? Is to have an entire support staff that all gets along, that all has the same vision of how you're supposed to play the game.
Exactly.
And he said previously he helped scout Max Waldo
Yeah.
or like he recommended Max to C9. So
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't think much
Which is
will
really
change.
interesting because LS recommended the C9. Max is there for a year.
Yeah.
Then LS comes around
Yeah.
and joins us. So how long has LS really been influencing C9 is the real question.
what I want to see is some more like LCK style drafts.
Yeah, I want to see Josh Hahn play Tryndamere. We were talking
Yeah.
about this.
Yeah.
No, there was such a good
was a
Tryndamere
good
angle.
Tryndamere.
Oh man.
So I think that'll come at some point. I'm just hoping on it. But yeah, like pretty much what Azale said, which is like everything's gonna change once the players literally come back. So or at least come to North America. So like once Berserker, Winsome, and Summit are here, the drafts will change, and I want to see what that looks like, what the comps that they'll be consistently hitting. Because I'm pretty sure it'll look more like the first day comps, which is like slow-paced, scaling focused, I guess, and also just like heavy team fight. I mean, they can play either way, but like I think emphasis on scaling.
Alrighty, well, we wait on bated breath for both LS and the players to arrive here on site to evaluate C9 completely. On to our next topic, and this one is a bit of a hot button issue here. Coming straight from Reddit. Hey, NA, could you take Alfari and Perks back? They're taking up 2 rookie spots at the moment. They're really good, though. You'll love them. And DBash56 responds with no refunds. I'm intrigued by this because right now,
Yeah,
and as we've
Cloud9
seen
player,
today, Alfari, Perks, so far, Vitality struggling in the LEC,
Not a good
sitting at
opening week.
0
No.
and 3. Not a good opening week for them. Flip side is, at least from my perspective, largely the rookies and the young players here in North America have impressed me so far.
Big fan of like Jojo Pion is a great example of that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like, rookies here in North America have been doing great.
So I'm kind of with D-Bash here. No refunds. You keep Perks. You keep Alfari.
And also like, look, right now it's looking bad in Europe,
I
right?
know.
First week, now
Yeah.
would be the time to get your words in.
Right now,
They're not going to end without a win. They'll have-
exactly.
Yeah.
They'll get much better, have a better understanding of how they want to play the game. And also Europe is just going to love that they're going to have Alfari and Perks back just for the longevity they had in Europe.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to propose, in essence, what that Reddit comment was talking about to any of you, though, as if you were a general manager, for example, of a team. You can have Alfari, Perks, and give away 2 of our 4 rookies here who had pretty impressive debuts. Is that something that you actually do?
Especially for spring, no, I'm keeping these players.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the answer I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say also overall, like I think North American orgs should take a look at their own talent and do like a better job of scouting. And I mean, I think we're already seeing it, so I don't want to like, flame people. But I do think that we talked about this all day yesterday in terms of how people view a North American player going in versus a player coming in from another region. A lot of the time, they're a lot more hypercritical on like individual mistakes, and like every player is going to make individual mistakes in a game, right? So it's more about their growth and development and whatever's going on behind the scenes if they think that they have the talent to actually improve. And I think there's a lot more talent to improve in North America than people generally think.
Jad, of all of the rookies that have debuted in lock-in so far here in North America, who has impressed you the most so far?
Like on the screen or just all the...
Of all of
know
them,
you
I
think
mean,
on
we
screen,
we selected
Yeah.
4 of them that just kind of anecdotally, even like in my head, like I remember watching the first 7 minutes of that TL Dignitas game, and we were like,
Yeah.
wow, XU is actually tracking,
True,
Santorin very well, even though they lost the game and he got caught out in a couple moments. Sure, blah 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 blah. Each of these 4 players had moments where we were like, ooh.
Yeah.
But whether it's one of these 4 or someone else.
So I'll say, to me, it is Ayla, but I've been watching him for a while. Like,
Okay,
he's
right.
in his like
Yeah.
4th year of competitive league, so we can call him rookie because people haven't seen him, but he's playing a lot. Jojo is actually 17.
Yeah.
So because of that, like limited amount of time playing in a really competitive environment, I would say Jojo.
Okay.
Same on the Jojo Pion angle. Also, Luger, I've been really excited to see actually perform in the LCS. And kind of, Luger's exactly similar with Ayla, where they were successful in their regions, but now we get to see them perform. So, like, they've had a lot of experience prior, but now, like, North American fans get to watch them play and enjoy their performance and also see what they've worked on while they were in academy.
Yeah, CLG is a tough one, right? Because they had one. The 2 games kind of felt like polar opposites, and obviously that's going to
Yeah.
paint certain people to look worse than others. JoJo, I think, is kind of the.
It is interesting though, because like being young is like such a cheat code for lowering expectations. Like,
Yep.
not to say Jojo did poorly, like
Right.
he did great, but we can look at Luger and be like, these guys have actually played for 4 years. And it was weird because I thought the same about Fudge last year too, which ended up making his improvement feel more impressive because like I cast a Fudge Worlds game in like 2018, I
Right,
think.
when he was
Right,
on
when he was 17 and he was on
Mammoth.
Mammoth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was either 2018 or 2019, but it's like, okay, the guy's been to Worlds, he spent a year in Academy, and they're like, just give him some time, he's gonna learn the landing phase. I'm like, he's been playing for 3 years, but then he still did improve, so it's like, and especially the like 25, 26-year-old players really get bothered by this, and I kind of agree with them. Like, just because you've been playing for a long time doesn't mean you can't learn.
Right.
Right? The fact that they have been playing for a long time often means they can learn because the game changes so much and you've been through so many metas. And that's also why I was trying to look closely is like, how is JoJo gonna actually play the Corky Victor matchup? Because that's an old school matchup rather than something he may have experienced more recently.
Yeah.
So I don't agree. I did it, but I had to like kind of check myself like, hey, JoJo's young, so it was more impressive. But the age doesn't matter that much, actually.
Well, and that point about like versatility or the ability to learn, rather,
Yeah.
I think it kind of keys into another conversation that I know we've had a million times before, but that idea of like, what is the ideal League of Legends player? Because it is a game that evolves and changes so much, do you want a player that is so good at one singular style, but if that style's not in vogue, not in meta, they're going to struggle? Or do you want to pick up the person that is incredibly versatile, but not necessarily number one in any one specific style? You know, like, what in your mind makes the perfect League of Legends player?
That's so fluid, actually, because it
Right?
really depends on your team. Because, like, I'm going to bring up an example that people are either going to love or hate, but Doinby has played a similar way. And I'm not talking about champion pool. I'm just talking about the way he plays the game and the way he sees the game. Pretty much since his debut.
Yeah.
And in 2019 at Worlds, it looked phenomenal, right? And that was the right team to do it. And then there are other times when he looks, you know,
Not so
really poorly. And that doesn't make him a bad player. I think he has a really interesting way of looking at the game and understanding the game. So it matters about the team around him and how the meta shifts. I think what makes the best kind of League of Legends player for me is someone who is willing to learn and adapt really quickly, and also someone who's willing to put in a lot of practice reps. Because to be mechanically good is just an insane amount of effort.
Yeah.
Actually, go ahead, Raz. I know I waved you off a moment ago, so
Yeah,
if you
no
have something to
worries.
follow up there, go
I think
for
like
it.
the question you put always assumes a blocker. What's going to be the blocker? Is it like their inability to learn another meta, or their inability to like have stronger mechanics on something, like being a master at a craft, right? And if they're and if you have that blocker, then definitely like the assumption is that you can't learn that. That's going to be tough no matter what. That's why the fluidity matters. Because like at least with Doinby, last regular season. Because like even though last year at Worlds rough, but in the regular season he actually showed an incredible mechanical propensity on picks like Aurelia.
He had probably his best
Yeah.
individual mechanical season.
Yeah,
last
that
year. He was insane.
when you saw how he laned, it was impressive. But then he kind of fell back to what was like old for him.
Yeah, this could be a really long discussion.
Yeah.
And
It absolutely could
yeah,
be.
but we're waiting, so it's fine because we're in the waiting room. But
Damn right.
I agree with Emily. Like the work ethic is the core to finding your like greatest League of Legends player. But if it's a more like theoretical discussion between jack of all trades, master of none, or master of a trade, trash at everything else,
Right.
I think you're only ever gonna win like a world championship with the master.
With a
of-
master
Yeah.
of something.
You have to.
Yep.
Like you need a way of making an advantage, and the same thing would be true. I'll use just like a football analogy, American football analogy. Like you need a spot to create a mismatch because that opens up other things. And you can only create a mismatch with extraordinary skill somewhere. Because if you just play the whole game standard, you're not going to be creating advantages. So it's so rare that you can find someone that is a master of something that doesn't have big weaknesses elsewhere, just because there's only so much time you can put towards something.
Exactly.
Yeah, the only master I can think of that's an actual exception is Faker, because he's learned so many different
Yeah, exactly.
styles of play throughout
Right.
the years.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that you brought up that point, because I have this discussion with people so many times in terms of looking at Worlds teams and being like,
Yeah.
I can't believe so-and-so won a world championship. Or it's like, is this person the worst player to ever win a world championship?
yeah.
And it's like, that's not how, I mean, you can, I guess, make fun of that person if you want, but like, like, that's not how League of Legends as a game works. That's not how, like, winning a world championship works.
Well, as you said, Jet, we could continue talking about this for a very, very long time.
Is
Couple
it
things.
Gimboon? Is that who they say?
That is one of the names that's brought up. Like, he's not actually a weak side top laner. He's just bad. And it's like, well, I guess that's your opinion.
But it could be both. Like, either player could have won that world championship with what they needed to do on the team. And also, in the world finals, they dove top like twice for him and got kills. So, I don't know.
10 minutes to go until we get into game one, so I do want to get us straight into the show, but a couple of things I want to get out of the way before we do. First and foremost, want to recognize that in that rookie's debut conversation, chat was actually throwing out Takui's name as well, because we didn't have him up there on the board, and so great to recognize his performance at the moment. Also, one final point, I would love to now, Jack, go and redo one of our exercises that we used to do before splits where we power rank all the players, add them up to team.
Oh, yeah. And
so in that conversation of master versus jack of all trades, like, would you take a team that's all 5s over a team that's got 2 1s but 3 10s? We can talk about this and maybe work it out later, but it's an interesting idea of, like, where do you average out and do you really want, you know, the masters of something or the jacks of all trades? From here, we're diving into the kickoff of day 3 of the LCS Lock-In Tournament. We'll catch you back here in just a bit. Welcome back to the LCS and day 3 of the Lock-In Tournament. We're going to dive straight in because we're under 10 minutes to go to that first game of the day. Just a few minutes stand between us and that first game of the day. Let's also first take a look at the standings, because it will remind everyone there are 3 teams that sit at 2-0. 2 of those in Group A, 1 of those in Group B. It's 100 Thieves and Cloud9 on the A side. It's Evil Geniuses on the B side. But still, anyone's game when it comes to this group stage and who can get out, because it's important to remember only 1 team from each group does get eliminated before we go into that bracket stage. Here's the 5 games ahead of us today. It's an 0-2 FlyQuest hunting for their first win against a 2-0 100 Thieves, followed by Team Liquid, CLG, TSM, Cloud9. A couple more matches to close out the day. First up, though, FlyQuest 100 Thieves. Talking about those reigning champs, 100 Thieves. They don't look like they've missed a beat, really, so far with their first 2 games of play here in the Lock-In Tournament.
They looked really solid. And what's also interesting is that we're going to be seeing a 600 Thieves.
There you go.
Yeah,
But
tenacity.
Roster news, Tenacity's coming in. I like that you called out the 6th man, because that is the stance that the org is taking themselves. This is not an academy player promoted onto the LCS roster. This is an LCS roster player who's just getting his opportunity to start today.
Yeah, and I mean, he's made his way up through the entire 100 Thieves system, from their amateur system, 100 Thieves Next, to 100 Thieves Academy, and is now part of their starting lineup along with Someday in the top lane. The thing that's super impressive about Tenacity to me is that he actually had one of the lower counter pick rates for a top laner, and he played a variety of champions. So the way that someone put it to me was that, like, 100 Thieves Academy didn't play through Tenacity, but they have the option, and any team that has him on it will always have that option. He's more known for playing some more like carry-oriented champions, and he ended up having the actual highest damage of any top laner in Summer, but they don't play around him. So he's doing all of that with sometimes less help than his opponents.
And that's the value of him. If you're talking about how that would add value to 100 Thieves, is the fact that the versatility of not having to always play through bot lane, right? Or, you know, there'll be times where they're able to play through Abadaga, and that's great. But then if you have constantly, whenever your team goes up against 100 Thieves, it's like, okay, let's try and play through top lane, get top lane counter pick, see if we can abuse Someday. Whereas with Tenacity, although he still has room to grow, a lot of room to grow, he's a player that when he was in, with the team at Worlds, and he was just grinding through solo queue, he got through like top 4 just playing Fiora and Irelia, and he was just mostly seen as like a carry top laner. And so like being able to be on a team when he was in 100 Thieves Academy, like could play the Orns and top lane weak side picks, but if you wanted to play through Tenacity, you 100% could.
So it's great to have those options, those contingency plans, as you mentioned, if you can't play through bot lane. But right now, I feel like 100 Thieves can absolutely play through the bot lane with Hui and FBI down there, and the meta.
And it's yet to be seen of whether or not playing through bot lane is more or less dominant than would have been in years past. But through 2 games, I feel like this is what 100 Thieves should do, right? This is how they won their title. This is how Golden Guardians played with them, and this is how they, I think, should continue to play. FBI, I don't know why he's like the only player who got Caitlyn, because he'd be, to me, the player you would definitely not want to give the most lane dominated carry to. But I'm just looking for them to continue to do this. And this is just 2 games worth of stats, right? He gets over a third of the team's kills. You can see that's going to be, that'll math out to a 13 KDA, but it's still insane. And the bigger thing is like the forward percentage and the gold difference that is accrued before turret plates. And forward percentage is actually, I think, one of the most useful stats to understand how a game state goes. It's the percentage of the laning phase that you were beyond the halfway point.
Yeah.
And previously, if you were beyond that point, someone could teleport behind you. That can't happen anymore. So I'm actually wondering if that number can't even go up.
Yeah, him individually is incredible, but it's also just the duo of him and Huhi that has been really successful. I mean, in the Caitlyn game on his Lux, he's been consistently hitting multi-man binds. Of course, he was getting picked off a few times, but like that duo has been the strongest in the LCS now for a while. And so that's a team to watch out for. Laning is going to be really important. You mentioned it for bot lane, but especially for top lane. Even if you're on weak side picks, like it's now more important than ever. Like hearing from Blippo in the interview just yesterday, it's like if Tenacity is still playing weak side, but if he's laning better, that's still good to know so you can play through him.
I mean, 1,200 gold at 14 minutes up so far on average. It's either a BF sword, essentially, or a noon quiver. Like, that's a huge item disparity that you have between yourself and the other 80 carry. And as we talk about their opponents today, FlyQuest currently at 0-2. They play their final matches of the group stage today. And so while this one technically isn't a must-win, if they were to drop it, the next one would become that. So they definitely have a little bit of an uphill climb.
Yeah, they would have been happier to have had like extra time to kind of work through the kinks and coordination issues. This team fight's a great example of it, where TP's coming through from a package Corki, where they went for an engage far earlier. Like Orin and Rakan are in there, and then a few miles in the opposite direction is Corki. And I mean, Corki did pass in a longer way, so he would have been there much shorter and would have been able to help in the fight. But these are just one of many examples from FlyQuest of coordination issues.
And it's kind of sad to see from FlyQuest, right? Because if we think about the team before they made that massive academy change last year where they put some of their players in and then just ended up running the entire academy squad, one of the things we talked about in the discrepancies between those teams is that the starting roster didn't seem like they had any synergy, or they'd have similar like mistimed fights.
Yeah.
Whereas the academy team, they played the map worse, but whenever they came to fighting, they all went in, and they were very coordinated.
So that's the fear, is that like they lost to TSM Academy, and later on today they're gonna have to go up against Golden Guardians Academy, and like I think the community, rightfully so, will just hail criticism in their direction.
Yeah.
But it's still important to learn that like this is lock-in tournament.
Yeah.
So this is the time to work through those issues and to come out with proper conclusions before week 1. They need to use this time wisely.
I mean, that's an incredibly important point. That in terms of the overarching season, lock-in tournament is not as relevant in some senses as the regular season games. So hey, dropping games here is all right as long as it's all in service of improvement and getting yourselves to the place you want to be there on week 1, week 2, week 3, and moving forward.
Yep.
Yeah, taking the right conclusions. I want to see more out of Jose Dodo. I wanted to see that last year as well, and you can blame certain things on the environment. I just know when he was a player before he joined even the LCS, I was really high on him, right? And that was before his Worlds performance that he had back in 2020. So I know he's got like insane mechanics. I need to see him put more through onto the Rift.
100% agree. And I think this is kind of like the toughest pool in terms of junglers to deal with that, right?
Yep.
Just if he loses to Closer, that doesn't mean.
No.
Wait until the last game of the day. I want to see him against Iconic, and I want to see him.
Exactly. And I mean, like, this is what's going to make this season exciting, is that you're going to be dealing with Closer, Blabber, Inspired, right? Santorin. Like, the jungle pool is strong.
Pretty correct.
So it's good challenging.
Well, so then we can talk about Closer a little bit, because again, alongside the rest of 100 Thieves, definitely one of, the top in his role. Arguable whether or not he's number 1, 2, or 3, maybe. But again, this meta seems to suit him quite well.
There it is.
It's the
He brought it
Diego,
back.
right? I mean, like,
Okay.
it's what he kind of trounced people with all throughout summer, and he still has it as an option.
They say that, but people try this in the finals, and he just
And he has
performed.
Yeah, another one. They bumped Diana, like we mentioned just
Yeah.
yesterday.
for contracts, but
That
also
was
for
well
him.
made.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
looks
like,
really
Yeah, they did a good job.
it is a very
Yeah.
good looking graphic. Well done. 100
It's
Thieves. I'd expect
amazing.
nothing less though out of 100 Thieves.
You
as
might
an
be able
org.
to sign like a whole
able to
amateur team for the cost of that graphic.
Oh no!
Money spent
Oh,
well.
God.
You'll
100 Thieves next too, or
yeah.
this is really cool.
Mhm. Yeah, their next budgetary meeting is going to be very, very interesting. Do we want more?
They
of
have
these,
in-house. I'm sure they
or
were
are we
just able to
investing in
do
more
it.
Yeah.
talent?
Yeah, no extra cost.
How do you control closer then? Because as you just mentioned, with a buff Diana, and we've already seen the attempt at taking certain champions away from him, that does not feel like the solution. It does not feel like this is a champion select solution to deal with closer. So how do you?
Funny enough, what happened last year that made it hard for closer was when you challenged him early. When you actually pulled your resources into jungle, like level 1, put him behind. Like if you had a really cool level 1 strategy, I mean that's usually the way you go against him. But like a good example was like 100 Thieves versus TSM in last week of regular season. Level 1 invaded him, put him far behind. Closer will take unreasonable risks to try and get back into the game.
Gotcha.
And then they'll put them further behind for that reason. So like historically in the LCS, if you put closer behind, he'll take those risks and then, yeah, double down is what he usually goes for rather than playing safer.
That's actually really interesting. And I imagine we have like some sort of delay on stage, which is why
We do. They're they're
Yeah.
remaking Champion Select, small issue
Okay.
in Champion Select, but they have to remake it, repick.
Okay.
Don't worry, we'll get there as soon as
Good.
possible, but we have a little bit of extra time.
I thought about exactly the same thing you just said.
Yeah.
Because this happens with, it obviously shows up more in scrims, but it happens with Blabber and it happens with Closer.
Yeah.
Where like if you put them behind early, they just start
They start flashing
flipping
for
the
scuttlecrafts.
living
Yep.
S out of the game. They just
I gotta get
go,
back in.
They gotta get back in. But that, and I'm still not sure about this, that could just be the right way to play.
True.
Because especially when they removed catch-up experience, like once you fell a level behind, sometimes your game was just over.
Yeah.
So why wait 20 minutes for the game to be over? Like, let's make it over right away or get back into it. And I mean, this ends with a lot of like 8-minute scrims, and you're just like, why are we playing against this guy? But I actually think they're training something important, right? In a sense of like, we just need to be really good at flipping the way back into the game when things go wrong early. Because
Yeah.
that is obviously the best way to get rid of a jungler. But I totally agree. If he falls behind, he's going to take huge risks.
I mean, just to put extremes to it, right? To kind of work through the argument. Like, I would much rather have a player who falls behind and takes really ridiculous stabs at getting back into it than just accepting they're
Same.
behind and slowly
It fights
losing
against conventional
with
wisdom,
inaction.
though, in like other roles. Like if you're a weak side top lane and you die once, you're just like, okay, just don't
Just
feed
Yeah.
don't
too much.
die.
Yeah.
Right.
But a jungler falls behind and it's like, no, you're going, like you're just gonna flip.
Exactly. And so like that's where it comes into like each game to game we need to be able to like suss out like, okay,
Yeah.
you had another lane that you could easily play through.
Yeah.
Like early on, you're playing for bot lane. Like you have a lot of faith in FBI and Huhi to like play their matchup out. Even though you're behind, you can play a more supportive role. But like you're right. Like in some games you need to do it.
I'm hearing that teams are starting to ready up, so I
Great.
do want to get predictions out onto the table. This is, by record so far, a lopsided matchup, but I'm ready for a surprise. One of you is going to surprise me. I feel it.
It's not gonna be me.
Okay, it's
I'm
not
boring.
going to be Emily.
Look, I'm an environmentalist. I like to save the
See?
trees,
There
the
are reasons.
bees, but I don't know if you can save FlyQuest in this matchup. 100 Thieves, I think.
Just set fire to a forest
Yeah.
there, Raz. Right? Started a brush fire.
He's got a good talent of like going for the
Yeah, I know.
I was trying to think
Yeah,
one
yeah,
like
yeah.
Jose Dodo, like what is
Hey,
life, what is
you
love?
used
But-
to be pretty damn good at that as well. That
Yeah,
with
I
predictions.
could be, but he's done it 2 days in a row now. So I'm gonna go 100.
Now there's no surprise in it.
100
It's
Thieves.
actually, yeah.
Of course.
Across the board, more
Yeah.
faith in the favorite, the preseason favorite, and the defending champions. Predictions are out on the table. There's nothing left for us to say, so we're gonna hand it over to Flowers and to Zale to get into game one of the day. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Dash. Welcome, everybody, back to the LCS Lock-In Tournament. It's day number 3, and we're kicking it off here with some FlyQuest and 100 Thieves. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Zale, and we are just about ready to see if maybe FlyQuest can try to get a little momentum, a little bit of footing here, but damn, it's going to be hard against 100.
It is, man. But they've been struggling a little bit in this group. I think especially the loss to TSM Academy has got to hurt. Yes, this is a brand new FlyQuest roster, so there is some time that they're going to need to gel and maybe get things rolling. But you want to build some confidence moving forward in this tournament, to have something to really work off of when Spring Split starts. 100 Thieves on the other side, they have just been rolling, people.
Yeah.
Absolutely dominant through their first 2 games, have looked incredibly good, picking up where they left off, winning the summer title in the LCS, now dominant through the first couple in lock-in. And it just feels like this is their time. Not only is the team clicking, the meta feels like it was designed for this team. You can no longer get TP'd on bot side. You can play lane dominant 2v2. Someday is kind of on his own island where he is very successful. You can play scaling mids, which Abadaga is extremely consistent on. A lot of the champions that Closer loves are very powerful. I think 100 Thieves has been kind of like spoon-fed an opportunity to dominate in this meta.
And as you're talking about someday, we are going to get to see Tenacity actually swap into that top lane spot here this game. This is a kid who has had nothing but hype around him on social medias and around the conversations I've had with people in real life. I'm excited to see him get a little bit more stage time here this time around. Of course, you know, having to share spots with Someday, getting yourself to the point where you share a spot with that dude already means you're good. So I'm excited to see what sort of use we get out of him here. We're already seeing the tried and true hyperscale and 80 carries of the bottom lane. Jinx and Aphelios. Get used to seeing these, my friends. There's going to be plenty of them. Xin versus Viego there in the jungle. Obviously, FlyQuest, we're not afraid of 100 Thieves' teaser about Closer. They're letting him have the Viego here again. And then we've got that Corki locked in for FlyQuest. So much Corki being played early on here as well.
Absolutely. And Corki has been doing very, very well. 61% win rate across pro on 12.1. And it's played like every damn game. So it is pretty impressive that it has really been that successful. Obviously, there isn't quite parity in the picks, so supports are going to be banned out here by 100 Thieves, taking away Lulu, taking away the Braum. They already banned out the Thresh. They took away the Nautilus. There are other enchanter pairings you can go towards. You can go towards, you know, the Nami, the Karma, things like that. We'll see if they want to go the tank route. Alistar has been fairly popular still these days. But it's going to be 5th pick very likely for Tenacity. You already see the Corki, so Abadaga can take his choice of answers. Victor was banned away. That has been kind of the common trade. If you go towards that Syndra, I always love Syndra as a pairing with Viego because Viego is very much about getting the first kill, right?
Yeah.
And Syndra, you dump the ultimate, you dump the first round of spells, you try to burst someone out, the execute from Viego's ultimate, you know, that can come through, help finish him off, you get that reset, pick up the first soul, and you can kind of be off to the races in a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these team fights where 100 Thieves has dominated teams throughout the last year.
What's it going to be, FlyQuest? What is that 4th pick going to show up as here?
Gwen.
The Lock and the Gwen here for top lane.
So Gwen, very strong scaling champion here. Team fights pretty well, obviously, with the Shroud. I would love to see if Tenacity is willing to throw down the gauntlet and take something like a Jax, which is a really good 1v1 matchup against the Gwen. You can outscale in the 1v1. You can actually totally scrap in the early stages as well.
That's fun to watch.
It is really fun to watch, you know, and that's one of those things that you're kind of posing that question here as FlyQuest, where you are blind picking a carry top. You're saying, all right, Tenacity, this is your first big game out here. You know, are you willing to go aggressive at him? It's going to be Kennen instead, so more about the team fight, less about the 1v1.
Yeah.
You can have a fine laning phase early on, but Gwen will outscale you in that side lane. You expect Kumo to be dominant in the 1v1s. But again, this is about the 5v5. You have a lot of upfront bursts with the Syndra, with potential Kennen flanks. You know, the hard engage coming in from the Nautilus, and obviously FBI there to clean things up. When you look over at FlyQuest side, they do have some engage of their own. They do have some 5v5 of their own. Really good scaling with the Jinx, the Gwen, and that Corki. But I think that they're going to be more successful in kind of the 1-4 style of situation. And if Kumo can actually keep Tenacity glued to that side lane, trying to answer the push of the Gwen, their 4v4 will likely be a lot more successful than if you're bringing in both the Gwen and the Kennen, 2 of those 5v5s.
Right, still letting Corki be able to poke around in those 4v4s. We've seen what these Corki builds do with the Muramana, Luden's Echo, Hydra type poke builds that can chunk carries for 40%. And when you look over on the side of 100 Thieves, there's really not a super tank here. You've got a Viego in the jungle. You've got Kennen in the top lane. Yes, you have Nautilus, but supports don't have a high-end economy. If this Corki gets rolling, all of a sudden you don't really have anybody that can deal with that poke, and it's either dodge or go home.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be very, very difficult. Not all these champions are going to be able to pick up easy forms of sustain. We have been seeing, some of Aphelios's just go second item Bloodthirster. That is becoming a much more common build, simply to deal with the overwhelming amount of poke that has actually been in a lot of these games against champions specifically like Corki. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that sort of a build here from FBI. I think it's a great adaptation. And with some of the, Lord Dominic's changes, making that not as good of a second item rush, people are doing some different pivots, going towards things like BT and pushing that IE towards third.
Alrighty, my friends, we're onto the Rift for the first time. Let's see how they want to play it. 100 Thieves currently sitting on a perfect record, 2-0 in those first couple of games. FlyQuest, the opposite. This is going to be a challenge here for this new FlyQuest roster. Doesn't look like we're going to get a whole lot at level 1. We have the 3-man brush camp here on the side of Fly, just in case Tenacity would walk up and check that, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, he's going to be playing safe. Como not going to be playing Ignite. We do see a lot of Ignite TP Gwen. I would say that's probably the most common as far as competitive play goes. But when you're going into these range matchups, Ghost is so valuable, giving you the ability to actually chase these people down with the constant resets on your E, with a slowdown from the ulti. You can chase down champions like Kennen in that long lane, and it can be very, very effective in that 1v1 as a result. On the other side, Tenacity just going for Airy. You can see Avidaga is going towards Airy as well. This has become more and more common. People just going towards this for the pure lane dominance, right?
It's guaranteed extra damage.
Exactly. Every auto is going to apply it. Anytime that cooldown's up, it's super easy to put it up with a spell or an auto and just constantly try to poke away at these champions that are lower on sustain in the early stages. And especially if you're going towards Scorch, it can be pretty darn good.
Well, up here in this top side, Tenacity and Kumo, you already touched on it a little bit with Tenacity being better in the team fight situation while Kumo wants to own this side lane. Do you think this means we're going to get a lot of attention up here early on, or where do you expect to see these junglers focusing?
I mean, I definitely think you can look up towards that top side, but it's going to have to be kind of an overextension, I think, from either of the junglers to really be able to get chased down. And we could just see, more of that play around mid, try to get prio through mid, allow your mid laner to move out to the side, try to control objectives. We've been seeing so many games go towards dragon stacking, herald stacking, just playing towards these neutrals. And a lot of that starts by winning mid. And when you're playing Viego, Syndra especially, that's a 2v2 where they're going to be looking to scrap constantly, and I think take that lead and move it around the map, whether it's down towards bot side or up towards top. And we can see FBI already was forced to flash.
Yeah.
So had to be, I'm assuming, flashing a Zenith Blade there. Maybe it was an early level 2 or something from Afro, but we didn't get to see it.
And that's one thing that's always important to remember, especially in these metas with these lethal tempo, hyper carry ADs that do not have inbuilt mobility in that kit. Both of our supports, we're not looking at Thresh, we're not looking at Braum, we're not looking at Protectors. Both of these supports, Nautilus and Leona, can do a really good job tanking up for them, but when they don't have flashes, these carries are incredibly vulnerable, especially with the likes of Xin Zhao and Viego being in the game.
Exactly, and when you're asking where would the attention go, potentially it could be down towards that bot side now, trying to pick on FBI, who is missing that flash, but Jose Diodo, spotting closer on that top side scuttle, is moving through mid here. I think just trying to help Tukui really reset the wave because he was getting chipped down a bit. He's out of his charges, but going down on bot side.
Okay, 2v2. Johnson losing half HP. His FBI is now going to be the same. Who he's stepping up to tank, but now has to flash out. 100 Thieves, they spend both support summoner spells in that one. FlyQuest, both combat summoners down with the flashes still available on both champions.
Yeah, really good job by FlyQuest bot lane. That's 3 summoners down on the other side. Yes, the combat sums are down for FlyQuest, but you got both flashes off of 100 Thieves. So if you can actually bounce the wave, call down your jungler, it can be incredibly difficult for FBI and Huhi to just play out this lane properly. And up on that top side, Kumo out of regen here. The wave has been bounced, so it's going to push away from him, and that gets that really, really awkward spot.
Closer not quite getting the stun there with the Spectral Maw. Wanted to go after Jose, recognized that he had the level advantage, but Jose can walk right on out of it. You will see the 100 Thieves bottom lane manage to recall now. They've got that wave shoved up. It'll be Johnson and Afromu clearing out the rest of this before Johnson is able to take a back of his own. The gold between the two teams, very, very close here early. No, there haven't been any kills on the board just yet, but the advantages are a little bit of give and take across any given lane to have this one really be a nice, even early game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very close in these early stages. And one of the things that I've found actually fairly impactful about the TP changes that I've heard less people talking about is the fact that in top lane, in these matchups where you're really trying to actually reset the wave before you base, oftentimes someone could take an early base and TP back in on the minion and then kind of lock you into this frozen wave situation where you haven't purchased yet, you want to reset the wave, and you would kind of get stuck in this awkward spot where you either base, you TP, and you try to crack that freeze, but if the jungler's there, you could die. Now they can't actually do that. They can only TP to their tower, so it's much easier to reset the wave in these spots, and as a result, you know, Kumo can't actually TP and try to hold it on a minion, so the wave bounces. Tenacity actually gets to hold his TP, walk straight back to top. He's only going to miss maybe 1 or 2 melees, not really a big deal whatsoever. And this way, if he does get ganked by Jose Dioto and pushed out again, he'll still have that TP available. Won't really be much of a punish.
Right, he is the only man on the Rift right now that still has the teleport enabled. Everybody else used theirs round about the same time. It will be the FlyQuest solo laners that have theirs up slightly earlier, but Abbedagga finding a nice little bit of damage onto Kui there in mid. The Syndra with the level 6. We've got that burst potential online you were talking about now that has the ability to just zero somebody out on this. And I really want to see that synergy between Closer and Abbedagga, 2 stars who have done so much on this squad, both of them just doing so much heavy lifting to get 100 Thieves that championship that they won last year. I think the sky's kind of the limit for these guys.
Absolutely, and Takoi's going to kind of pay that respect over to Abbedagga. You know, knows that that burst damage can be there, picks up the early no magic mantle, going to be pretty effective in general, knowing that it's double AP solo lanes, which is becoming very, very common these days.
Yeah.
AD jungler, double AP solo lanes really does seem to be the most common go-to here. Jose Dioto hovering on that bottom side, but 100 Thieves should be fully aware because Closer just saw that the Scuttle was killed. So you know he is down there, and Closer, as a result, is hanging around. He's just going to try to cover them. It's a battle over the vision. You know, he is drawn down here less because he wants to fight and knows more because he knows his team is down summoners, right? There's no flashing or marksman, no flashing or support, so you've got to protect them during this window, and you've done a good job of it so far.
Right, and now that flash is almost back up for FBI. It means that the babysitter doesn't have to come over both days on the weekend anymore. You can still just let this lane sort of do whatever it needs to do sometimes.
Kids can just watch TV, they'll babysit
exactly.
themselves.
Just let them watch TV, charge an iPad, they'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Back here in mid lane, Abbedagga setting up shop here in the bottom side river, just checking the brush. He knows his own team is over on the Drake. He's just making sure nobody from FlyQuest is coming down for a collapse there. Looks like Closer should be able to secure this one, no contest. And that'll be first objective of the game here, going the way of 100 Thieves. 7.5 minutes in, still no kills on the table. Who he'll walk forward first. Closer walking over that control ward to clear out some of this vision. The FlyQuest are pretty safely underneath the turret right now.
Yeah, slow and steady. Just chipping away at that vision, but it can make such a difference in these lanes. It's really tough to deal with sometimes, you know, when the other jungler is just showing up, even if they're not finding successful ganks, but they're just clearing out your wards, dropping vision for their team. It puts a lot of implied pressure on the laners. Yeah. You've got to kind of worry about, you know, are they hovering here? Can we overextend? You know, where are they at? Until you get eyes on them, it is pretty nerve-wracking. Jose Dioto up on that top side, does early smite, but there's not going to be a contest, so won't be punished, and they will be able to answer with a Herald of their own.
Right, when you do those early smites like that, you can see that was also what transformed the dagger into the enchanted smite for him. If you know absolutely there's going to be no contest, you can drop that, make sure that that second smite charge is ready to go if they follow up for a fight soon thereafter. So Jose Dioto now having that red smite ready to go, both of our junglers sitting on that state of things. As Abbedagga once again will land a nice little bit of poke here onto his opponent. The package is ready for delivery, and bottom side, the 2v2 is popping off. Johnson flashing away now. FBI looks for a little bit more damage as Afromu stuck in the front line and has to flash out too. FBI and who he flexing those muscles here at bottom.
Yeah, it went FlyQuest way early on, but now that second scrap going so heavily in their favor.
Abbedagga taking a little bit low there, but does a lot of damage right on back. Jose Dioto over the wall. It's flash for flash between the jungler and mid laner here.
Yeah, tried to go for the W flash there to actually connect, and then fly in with his charge right after, but couldn't get it. Abadaga flashing out quickly. And Takoi, just using that first package, it's so easy to set that up for the first Herald take. It spawns at 8 minutes. You grab that, your team starts Herald. You know that you're going to be able to respond. It's very difficult to team fight against a Corki who has that package available. And so 100 Thieves just gave it up, but it means he won't have it up for this next Dragon. So 100 Thieves are going to have the opportunity to continue stacking those, moving towards a potential Soul.
That's one of the things I always think is so important in these Corki games and in these Corki metas is the proper use of the package, not just by Corki, but by his entire team. Everybody's got to be ready to play around this thing because as soon as he uses it and uses it unsuccessfully, it's just a green light for the other side.
Yep, absolutely. And that's why in pro play, people mostly are just using it around objectives because you get that pressure, you grab it, you go straight to the objective, you say, all right, we get this, or you have to fight us when a Corki has package. And both of those are things that people don't really want to have happen. See up on this top side, just the Merc Treads rush for the Gwen. Again, move speed really prioritized in these melee versus range matchups.
Yeah.
And, you know, Kumo doing a pretty good job. He's got to be happy about how this lane is going so far. You know, keeping just about even, only 5-6 minions behind here on Tenacity.
That always feels really good, especially in the matchup against something like Kennen, which is such a traditional lane bully, such a traditional powerful early pick. Mercury Treads and Sorcerer Shoes, as you already said. Looking at the jungle here, neither one of our junglers do have those mythic items completed yet, but they are getting close. Closer, of course, going after the Divine Sunderer. Gore Drinker over there for the side of Jose Dioto, soon to be online here too. Tiers stacked up about halfway for the Corki in mid lane for FlyQuest. We know that once he hits that Muramana, that's when you're really going to start to see those big rocket poke values come in.
I'm going to be interested to see if Takoi actually goes, you know, straight for an early Hex Drinker just to try to survive, you know, and scale up. It does hurt your team fight damage quite a bit to actually make that pit stop instead of going straight towards, you know, getting that tier upgraded, getting your mythic online. But some players do go for it, just kind of the safety to be able to farm without the risk of getting one shot. And I think it's defensible against Kennen and Syndra.
Yeah. Against these double AP lanes like you were talking about earlier, it feels like it's meta. It feels like you're going to get value here. Whether it's in the 1v1 or in a team fight situation, if Kennen goes for a big flash ulti, you're still getting something out of it. So that's, I would expect to see. I don't think you would get all the way up to a Maw or anything like that, but a nice early Hex Drinker would feel pretty nice.
Yeah. And I mean, grabbing the early null is nice because you don't have to commit to Hex Drinker. You can just sit on that to kind of negate any flat pen that Syndra is going to buy early on.
Right.
And then later on in the game, you can do that as a third item. You can go towards Muramana, Ludens, then grab a Hex Drinker just kind of for the survival. Those later stages, the Herald will be dropped. They couldn't find a better opportunity for it, but 2 plates will go down. Some gold in the pockets of Jose as well as Takoi.
Yep, the important thing is you use it, right? Use it or lose it. Don't end up just having the thing expire and have to go on a magical journey all the way through the map to try to get a charge only to die on a minion wave. If you don't know where it's going to be, get the 2 plates, say, all right, cool, it's worth as much as a kill.
You can't do Shelly dirty like that, you know? When you spawn Shelly in base, it's like the walk of shame. It's just embarrassing.
Poor Shelly has to just be like, all right, I guess I'll hike 3,000 miles down to bottom lane.
People are ready for you. They're just going to poke the eye. You don't even get the charge.
She's on the map the whole time. They know where she's going to be.
It's
just disrespectful. Well, we've got FlyQuest down here starting up this Drake in the river, but they do not want to stay committed to that one. They'll have to back away as 100 Thieves brings in the squad. They're ready to take over this one, but Jose Dioto might just try to smite fight it. 50-50. Nope, never mind. He does not want to charge in for the 50-50. Just going to be 100 Thieves securing that one instead. So that's 2 Drakes for the side of 100, and we're going to get an Infernal Soul this time around, so it feels very good for them to keep that momentum going. Johnson trying to run away, but now it's going to be Afro Moose soaking the damage here on the front. 100 Thieves get themselves out. Closer still hanging around here, going back into the jungle as FBI and Huki are safe, and FlyQuest cannot really find a whole lot there.
Yeah, they got Takoi's TP out as well. You know, he TP'd defensively there to the tower. He did pick up his package, so again, they keep grabbing, you know, these packages at these times not around the dragon. The next one should be available for the dragon. Tenacity, though, going aggressive here.
Tenacity really going in. You can hear the ghost get popped from Kumo. He uses his own ulti. Tenacity realizing he doesn't have the burst to go all the way 100-0. He knows better than to stay and fight Gwen in close range in a long fight. So Kumo survives as both of our top laners use those ultis.
Kumo does survive. I've got to say, I feel like Tenacity maybe could have pushed it a little bit more. You know, he did have such a health lead. I agree when Riftmaker is completed, but he doesn't even have the Leeching Leer, right? So he doesn't have that huge amount of sustain just yet. Now he picks it up, but that might have been a situation where he could have pushed a little bit further to try to look for that kill. But happy with what he got. He got the summoner out. It's a trade of ultimates, so just going to back it up. He does have his rocket belt already done, and TP is now unleashed, so you can expect 100 Thieves to want to keep fighting for these objectives, and the pressure is going to be on FlyQuest to be able to respond.
Especially with that TP being down for the Corki in mid lane, but now it's who is caught. Say goodnight. First blood. 14 minutes and 41 seconds into the game goes the way of FlyQuest.
FlyQuest strike first. They're going to be able to grab the Herald as well. The second one for them very likely could knock down tower here as well. And if you can get that first tower gold, that's going to be feeling really, really good. They move bot lane up towards top. He did make the rotation, but he was missing his flash and is punished fairly heavily there.
Yeah. That's one of those ones where you just got to be a little bit more respectful of what your opponents can bring to the table in a situation like that when you don't have everything of your own to work with against them. And now with that Herald secured for FlyQuest here for the second time, that could give them a nice little boost in money if they can take the turret all the way out with it. Remember, 15 minutes in, no plates left to find. But let's see again how he got caught. Nice engage from Afro.
Yep, there it is. Just pretty simple. Jose Dioto wrapping around. Afro goes straight in. They know he doesn't have flash. Tries to buffer the hook, but he doesn't really create a lot of distance, just didn't have the proper angle to get a lot of space with that, and he goes down. FBI, flash was forced during that replay, so again, doing a good job taxing these summoners. We'll see if they can punish that one, because it means FBI will not have his flash for this next fight, for this dragon fight coming up here in 2 minutes, and that is pretty big when you consider that Takoi should have the package available, and there's going to be flash available on Jose. Now, there is the opportunity for them to just pile in onto FBI and potentially take him down.
Yeah, I'm really excited here for this next Drake fight because you know FlyQuest does not want to allow them to have Soul Point this early. It's one of the things, too, about how these Drakes get taken early on. We saw that first Drake went down at about 7.5 minutes into this one. Remember, towards the end of last year, Drake priority felt like it was at an all-time low. Yeah. Players and teams were not focusing on these until 12.5 minutes, sometimes even later into the game. And so now we're back to this greater Dragon prioritization where it feels like the entire Dragon landscape is one whole cycle ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think that the new dragons that were introduced, Soul is super strong for both of them, so I think people are more happy to try to work towards a higher percentage of these Dragon Souls. The games just seem to be going longer. We have a lot of scaling, and when you're playing those kind of comps, Soul is a good win condition. They're going to get a pick here.
Oh, baby, Afro moves already down. Tenacity was there for the follow-up, and FlyQuest is now in retreat. 5v4 here on the map as Closer goes in with a stolen Leona body, and Johnson's the next body to hit the ground. 100 Thieves, 2-0.
We've seen this story before. Closer steals the Leona. He goes in. Reminds me of playoffs. They get the kills.
Johnson respects Closer's Viego, man.
I know, it's one of those things, even when it is not the highest priority pick, it is one of the highest priority picks for Closer because he is so damn good on it. He always is putting pressure on. Credit to Tenacity, though, for starting off that fight. He picks up both the kills in it.
Yep.
It's going to be a very strong Kennen now, just moving into the enemy jungle here, trying to cut out vision, set up for this next dragon fight here that's going to be spawning in 15.
Plus, he's so scary for this Corki and Jinx in particular, especially if he has the flash up and ready to go. He's got Rocket Belt, he's got Sorcerer's Shoes. Yeah, you've got some baseline Mercury treads for at least the Gwen and the Xin Zhao, but this Kennen will be so frightening if he can keep finding these good angles and flanks.
Absolutely, but because they take that fight early, there's no flash, there's no ulti on him for the dragon, so with Herald being dropped mid, we'll have to see if 100 Thieves still want to actually contest. Package being picked up right now by Takoi. He's going to TP out to that bottom wave, just defend that as FBI had fully pushed that in. FBI's got to be a little bit careful, though, because if he gets spotted out by himself.
Oh, Kumo finding Tenacity here in the top side river. Looks like we're just going to get a disengage on that one. Riftmaker now completed for Kumo's Gwen, does give him that incredible sustain in the 1v1s. And there you go, FlyQuest will successfully stop the dragon stacking because of what you talked about, because of those important spells not being up, because of the package being there. FlyQuest have a better situation.
And it's one of those questions where, you know, it's hard to say that getting a couple kills is wrong, but sometimes it can be less valuable than what you could have done with those cooldowns later on. And I think this may be one of those situations because 100 Thieves really was using that to push towards their win condition, to push towards, you know, that soul. And now that has been pushed back a good 5 minutes here, so maybe something that they want to look back on and try to think about adjusting for future. Jose on the invade.
Diodo looking for Abadaga. They're going to find him and lock him down. The blast cone won't save you. Johnson gets his second kill of the game.
Not flashing the ultimate from Leona there. Abadaga gets punished big time. FlyQuest on the invade. Get another kill and are starting to open up a little bit of a gold lead here. Now moving in on that red buff, just trying to walk around as this 3-man squad. Corky's towards mid. They all kind of moved one lane up as Gwen was pushing in top. Corky moved from bot towards mid, and the 3-man squad just crossed map to try to challenge at the red.
Honestly, really well done by FlyQuest. I love seeing that. Just that 3-man unit moving in, invading, making a play. Hey, it might not work, but they're being aggressive. They're looking for things. And then Abadaga, he just thought, oh, I'm right on top of a blast cone. No way they change seat. And he's dead before the sentence can find punctuation. And that's the way FlyQuest have to do it. That's what you want to see from this team, who is still very, very slightly ahead in terms of gold. They've got 1 turret compared to none on the side of 100 Thieves. Of course, the Thieves are looking to change that real quick here in the top side. Tenacity and Closer can do just that, taking out the tier 1 there. Meanwhile, bottom, FlyQuest has Takui set up to take that tier 1 there as well.
Yeah, but I really do, again, favor FlyQuest in this trade. When all the gold is isolated onto your Corky, this really heavily scaling champion, it's much better than this 3-way share that 100 Thieves were able to get up on that top side. Of course, they're still in a pretty good situation. There's great farm on FBI. We know how strong of a team fighter he is, but Johnson is up 600 gold. Corky, is up gold quite a lot, a good 1,000 over Abadaga. And both those carries are going to scale incredibly well, especially the Corky, I think, already getting to this early 2 items. The next fights are going to get a lot harder here for 100 Thieves. Now Ludens is complete on top of the Muramana for Takui. The poke is going to be very, very threatening coming into this next dragon fight.
The thing that I do want to bring up, though, is that next fight is still 2.5 minutes away. The Cannon Flash will be available.
Yeah.
If Corky puts himself in a vulnerable position and Tenacity can find his way back there, there is nothing defensive to save this Corky from being absolutely melted. So that sort of interaction I'll be keeping a close eye on. Leona ulti finds 2. Abadaga going to get jumped on now as Jose Diodo goes in looking for a little bit more. Tenacity here with the ulti, but it's not going to find a whole lot. FlyQuest keeps on going, and 100 Thieves is not long for this world.
They go Baron.
Take down Huhi. They get Abadaga, and Baron's on the menu, my friends.
FlyQuest are going to go straight for it. Tenacity was forced to use his ultimate in the 1v1 as Kumo and him were coming over. They didn't have that for the fight, and he couldn't even take Kumo down. And when Kumo arrived, he shredded through the team. Afro now threatening the flank here on the side, has Hex Flash available, so it's a very difficult approach for 100 Thieves. They just need to make sure they're marking Closer, don't let him in. 100 Thieves know it. This one is gone.
Closer goes into that one. He'll get knocked on his ass faster than Viego did in that pentakill cinematic. He tries to go in after Takui. Takui trying to stand and fight. Closer might not be able to go in for Baron, but he will get a solo kill on the enemy solo laner. And now everybody else left Afro move. You've thrown him to the Wolves, and the Wolves are barking. Closer's going in, and Afro move gets red smited. Run away, buddy. It's not looking great here. Oh, but he does escape back over the wall, and Afro Moo lives to see another day.
That's one tanky cow. He's going to get out of there. Takui, his eyes getting a little bit big. He hit that rocket on Tenacity. He wanted the shutdown there, but it is an overextension, not respecting the fact that the other 100 Thieves members could be in the area. He loses his flash, and he goes down, so that is actually a pretty costly mistake.
Yeah.
Lose the Baron buff, lose your flash, still die. Takui going a very surprising build, though. He actually picks up the easily large rod. So going into a more full-on AP style of build, very commonly from here you would see either the Hex Shrinker or the Ravenous. I've also seen, Death Dance. Sometimes people go into Rapid Fire and do kind of this hybrid build.
Yeah.
But I have not really seen this in Pro just yet. So interesting, full-on for the poke. Tenacity, though, threatening the flank, and he has flash.
Oh, Abadaga's already down, and Tenacity will not be able to find his mark before being exploded. There is no stopwatch to save him, but Jose Diodo will die to the ulti from the FBI after the fact. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far for the side of FlyQuest. Johnson still here, FBI still at 100% HP. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Kumo applies pressure. The Gwen was never there. He's been snipping in top the whole time.
Exactly, that's the real problem, is that was a 5v4 for 100 Thieves, and they come out just barely even. The Dragon is on the table, and 100 Thieves have so much vision in the area, but Kumo's going to run down FBI.
Kumo's just going in, man. He cuts him down, no problem. Closer tries to get the execution onto Johnson, but he'll be killed before he can find it. Johnson gets away, but not all the way. He barely finds him there with a Nautilus ulti kill.
But with Closer going down, that means another Dragon going to go the way of FlyQuest. So again, it's the trade of kills. I mean, look at all the emphasis they put on this. Look at all these wards in this whole area for 100 Thieves, but it's still not theirs because they're getting picked off. They put in so much emphasis on getting that prep. Not going to be able to get any sort of a reward from it, though. Good 8 wards in the area. It's just like crazy how many they have.
Don't show this to your solo queue teammates. They're going to use it as a reason to say wards are useless. Why did I buy all this useless garbage? They still got the thing.
They take up your inventory slots. I could have had another Doran's Blade. What's the point?
Well, here's how Abadaga got caught. Jose didn't hit the W, but he didn't care.
Nope, just goes straight on in. They're able to knock him down, and then in goes Tenacity, but Decoy is able to just pack it straight out, and the stopwatch wasn't able to actually be used there by Tenacity. He just goes down in the hurry, not able to find any of these really successful connections in these last couple team fights. He does still have the stopwatch for a next fight, but I mean, 100 Thieves have lost control of this game. Going up against the big tournament favorite here, they looked rough on their first day. This would be a massive win for them.
And I know it's just first week of lock-in, but I'm willing to call this an upset. Like 100
Absolutely,
Thieves
it's an upset.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is looking so scary in those first couple of games. I mean, remember that first game that they played? It was 100 Thieves versus the TSM Academy squad, where TSM got 1 kill at level 1.
And they got perfect gamed after that.
Yeah, no turrets, no kills after the fact, and then this is the team that beat FlyQuest. So for FlyQuest to then come back and turn this into a rock, paper, scissors trifecta where one beats another one and then loses to the third, that's pretty impressive.
It is. I mean, it's one of those situations where, yeah, 100 Thieves are using Tenacity, but it's 4 out of the 5 of their traditional starters, and Tenacity maybe going to get chased down here by Kumo.
Kumo's ready to go, man. He pops the ghost for the most, and Tenacity is toast! Kumo picks up a killing spree, but Closer's ready to mop him up. Okay, yeah, he's going to buy an extra second here. It's Azonia's.
But he's fast.
He's fast, but he's not fast enough to get away from FBI, so Closer gets the shutdown at 650 gold.
Yeah, going to be able to get that kill, but you can see the time to have fun is over for Kennen in the side lane. This always is going to happen in these matchups against Gwen when you are playing these more early game 1v1 style champions. Kennen is very much about the team fight at this point. Tenacity has not been able to find any of those big ones around the objectives. He did have a good engage over by the enemy blue buff, got a couple kills there, but since then has not been able to really land a good one home, and now Kumo is on 3 completed items. No one is going to be able to answer him in his side lane.
3-item Gwen is a nightmare to deal with unless you are just specifically crafted and a very specific, like, small group of champions that can
If you're
deal
a
with
Jax
that.
with 3 items, then yeah.
Yeah,
but
okay, sure, you can fight him, but that's not a whole lot of what we see here on the side.
Somebody get Kennen a lamppost.
Yeah, somebody get Kennen something, because it is a struggle here in this side lane. That 1v1 did not even look close. You can see it's not even that 3rd item ready to go yet here for the side of Tenacity. Now with his stopwatch broken, he really needs to get that Zonia's up and running, or his team fight presence will be close to nothing.
And I mean, Johnson has the IE complete, right? When you're looking over at the item comparisons here, they are not favorable whatsoever. You know, it's extra items completed across all the carry roles here, you know, on the side of FlyQuest. Their gold lead is really showing itself here, as it's a Shadow Flame coming through for the Corki, so that is the AP option you decided to go for. Additional Spell Pen, you know, using that on top of those Sork boots. There's some MR on the enemy team, not a tremendous amount. I mean, FBI is really going to get lit up by it. You can see that Abadaga is going towards a Banshee's Veil, so he'll have enough. There's some Merc Treads, but I mean, if Kennen or Aphelios get hit by a Corki Rocket, especially a big one, you can expect to see them lose 50% of their health.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of ways out of that one without any magic resistance, but we do still have that 3,500 gold lead. We do have a tied Drake state in this game, with the next Drake spawning here in just over a minute, and it's FlyQuest who have control over this entire area. You can see Aframu stepping forward to put some more vision down. He has Jose right behind him to clear out the enemy vision. They're trying to make sure they're ready for this.
Absolutely. FBI also did decide to go for the Lord Dom second, which is a much weaker 2-item build. When you hit 3, you're going to do a ton of damage to that front line. You will have very high DPS build, but it also means that any sort of lifesteal is pushed way back in your builds. You're more reliant on your runes. You're more reliant on getting Red Gun out to actually survive through some of this poke. But if you don't have Red Gun available and you get hit by a Corki Rocket or two, it's like your team just can't even try to take the fight. So it is one of those really high-risk, high-reward style builds. It doesn't kind of have that safety cushion of going BT second and being able to sustain through a lot of the poke.
And I mean, you still have some vamp from Immortal Shield Bow and from the runes like what you're talking about, but the difference is absolutely there when Corki can chunk half your health in a single ability if it lands. 100 Thieves with control over the top side river here. We are seeing some assist me pings come out from the side of FlyQuest as Jose Deodo is the one to step forward, clear out that vision in the top side river. Tukui has the package. This is what FlyQuest wanted to do. They need to play around this window in order to secure a victory here for the Dragon.
Tenacity's trying to find an angle here.
Tenacity and Closer, they're here on the flank. Tenacity will be found by Wind Becomes Lightning. Remember that Kumo's not here. He has teleport ready to join the fight if needed, but he's pinging onto the inhibitor. He's saying, we can just get this. Keep them there long enough. It's fine. This is not soul for either team. It would just be soul point. Kumo continues marching forward down top as 100 Thieves now recognize the situation and are going to have to respond. Jose Deodo still in the Dragon down here. Johnson, Tukui staying at range, ready to poke, ready to do what they need to keep them out. And
back
out they go. Jose Deodo can just complete the rest of the Drake. Kumo got the tier 3 turret on his own. Those scissors are doing about 1.5 million damage to the damn inhibitor. Tenacity at least has his Zonias to try to stay alive. Kumo looking for any sort of an outplay here, but Closer and Abadaga are ready to go. There's your space to survive. Kumo's going to be taken down, but the rest of FlyQuest has objectives in their sight. Baron's at half HP. Closer and the rest of the Thieves are trying to make their way over. Baron's down to 2K. Closer ready to go over the wall, but he cannot get there in time. And FlyQuest trade Baron and a Drake for just their top laner. Oh, and a tier 3 turret too.
Not bad. FlyQuest are running 100 Thieves around the map right now. Playing that Dragon situation out so incredibly well, not panicking, not opting into an early fight, utilize the poke from Tukui, buy time for Kumo, because if Kennen has to respond, it's always going to be beneficial for you. He is responding to a matchup he can't win 1v1, and he is taking away that AoE teamfight power of this level 16 Kennen from any potential 5v5. So FlyQuest went out on both sides. They give up 1 kill, but they're at soul point. They have Baron, they have a big gold lead, and they are looking great in this game.
And it's exactly what you were talking about in Champ Select when you were like, I wonder if he'll pick a Jax. I wonder if he wants to go for a 1v1 carry style on this. And when they didn't, now you're opting into different ways that you want to play the game. And right now, it's 100 Thieves having to play FlyQuest's game.
Absolutely. I mean, FlyQuest 4v4 is so much better than their 5v5, I really do feel. So it's so beneficial when you can play 1-4, pull the Kennen to the side lane, and just poke away with this Corki. Because the only engage that you then really have is the Nautilus, and Nautilus's engage is pretty obvious. As long as you have some sort of eyes on him and you don't face check the Nautilus, Corki is just going to be able to fish with rockets over and over and over. You hit one good rocket, 100 Thieves just has to leave. They have to give up on the fight, and that's exactly what we saw. They're now more than 5,000 gold ahead, nearly 6K. They're going to be playing the 1-4 constantly. You can look for the engage here, but what it'll cost them.
Tenacity tries to survive. Kumo is about to 1v2. He cuts down the enemy top. Meanwhile, FBI and Abadaga have died in the bottom lane. Ladies and gentlemen, FlyQuest just did it. They took 100 Thieves and handed them the L. Closer's trying to get away, and Kumo's just sniffing that thing saying, come here, buddy. Come over here. FlyQuest will get their first win of the lock-in tournament here and take out 100 Thieves.
King Kumo, the 1v2 to seal the deal there against Closer, and Tenacity up in the top lane. What a game on the Gwen from him. But just what a step up as a whole for FlyQuest. They look so much better in this game than in the previous two. They were well coordinated with how they actually wanted to play out the game. It was very good side lane play from Kumo. Good individual moments from a lot of these players. Afro and Johnson pressuring FBI and Hui early, forcing out the flashes from them, kept them on the back foot. and then just setting up around those dragons incredibly well. 100 Thieves, that's all they really had going for them was these early 2 dragons, but FlyQuest had really good dragon setups. They drew Tenacity to the side lane. They never allowed them to actually find those flanking engages, and they just kind of peeled them apart.
And I want to go back to what you talked about earlier, because I think it was a really good point, mentioning the flash cannon ulti that happened before the 3rd Drake fight that made it so 100 Thieves wasn't ready to put themselves at soul point. Because if you're at soul point for the rest of the game after that, if you got that 3rd Drake, now you can force 5v5s. Now it's FlyQuest who might have to play your game. That moment felt pretty transformative to me.
I agree. I do think it was a really big deal, and it's weird, and that's kind of the complexity of the game. You can go for a play, say, all right, we're going to go top, we're going to fight. You do that, you win the fight, everything works.
2 kills, nothing.
But it can still be the wrong decision because those resources can sometimes be more valuable when used at a different time, right? And had they been able to have flash ulti and all those cooldowns that they spent fighting topside for the 3rd dragon, you win that fight there, you get the 3rd dragon, you get the kills there, maybe it's a different game, and you can just play heavily for the soul, which could have given them some turnaround. But I've also got to say, you could really see why Syndra is becoming less popular. Didn't feel like Abbedaggo was able to do anything in this game. Corki's just simply never in range of you. Victor and Corki are reigning supreme because of their zone control, because of the range, and I think we kind of saw that showcased.
Yeah, it feels like if you're going to give over the Corki, you have to be ready to pick the Victor before the next bans come in, because if they can take it off the table, it's
tough.
Night and day in terms of the presence the champions have. But now for more on that FlyQuest win, we're joining everybody over at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. FlyQuest picking up their first victory of the 2022 season and handing 100 Thieves their very first loss of the lock-in tournament. And I'll just remind all 3 of you. I gave all 3 of you an option to back the environment. You said you were a fan.
You almost did it, Raz. You were almost there.
The Bees FlyQuest LCS team.
Could have done it. You could have done it all in one fell swoop, and yet it didn't come together. They were talking a little bit about the mid lane meta and the prevalence of Corki Victor, or at least the dominance of those champions up against the Syndra. Let's dive into the draft discussion here, Jet.
I like the fact that they picked a 1-2-3, especially with the payout that they got afterwards. It also, and I think it's even more so, like, when they already had Jinx, and then that's not the draft. There's a Renekton somewhere in there that is confusing me.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. That was an Aphelios, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I'm going to say that basically they wanted...
Moonlighting as a Renekton.
Yeah, moonlighting as a Renekton. Yeah, it either forced 100 Thieves to complete their bot lane or not match the mid. And they decided to complete their bot lane and then weren't able to capitalize on anything because they also then didn't... the draft is gone, so I can't read it. I think they didn't ban Leona afterwards.
I think another thing that I want to kind of talk about is the jungle matchup, because they touched upon this in cast, but obviously the Viego for closer, he's insane on it. We already talked about that.
Yeah.
But when it came to the fact that the Gwen was so far ahead and no one was able to match her in side lanes, the 4 for FlyQuest was actually stronger because you have the Xin and then you have the massive follow-up damage from both Corki and Jinx and Leona to bring all that CC together.
That's what made this game really difficult for 100 Thieves. I mean, a lot of props to FlyQuest for keeping this game really even for how long as it did, because once you opened up the map, suddenly Kennen now has a huge amount of difficulty keeping the Gwen in check. And so Kumo was a huge, basically, stopwatch, I guess, because it always felt like the 100 Thieves were on a timer. There was an objective, well, Gwen's going to be there first, or you have to deal with, her pushing turret on the side lane. So it felt like this was definitely a hard game for Tenacity. You got the first 2 kills off a great team fight from 100 Thieves, and then the rest of the game was difficult.
It was difficult because FlyQuest seemed to kind of unlock maybe another gear for themselves.
Yeah.
I know we talked a little bit about what impressed us when the Academy squad came in during summer. Hey, even if macro-wise they're not playing as well, they're at least playing together. And there are a couple moments within this where it really felt like FlyQuest was at least all on the same page.
Yeah, and I mean, these team fights ended up going really well for FlyQuest just because their team composition is so insanely easy to play. That's kind of a really unfortunate, Kennen miss. And then obviously the Aphelios ult comes in. These fights were very, very back and forth.
Yeah, and they're kind of linked to each other. The first replay was really interesting because, like, even though 100 Thieves had the river warded, like, Kumo is still going to be there first. That was like a difficult part. Leona with a great ultimate to keep Syndra locked, by the way, taking 2 turret shots. So like that was just hard for 100 Thieves to deal with, and then it got Baron, you're gonna have to deal with that.
And one other thing I really want to call out for FlyQuest is that they got the push in the 2v2 early, and it did force Closer to kind of pay a lot more attention to that bot side. So even though Tenacity, I thought he was doing fine in the Kennen matchup, he actually had the Gwen pushed up quite a bit. And 100 Thieves had a lot of lane priority early that they didn't make the most out of. So because FlyQuest were actually able to get the first 2 Rift Heralds, it ended up mattering a lot when they ended up contesting for Drake as well. So they not only stopped the dragon stacking, but they were able to shove that, I believe it was second Herald, into mid, knock it down, and then after that, they controlled the map really, really well.
Well, FlyQuest surprising us all, I think, with this victory to kick off the day and making this group very, very interesting when it comes to moving towards that knockout stage. We are going to join the Tigers, who's standing by with Takui in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Dash. For the first time here on the LCS, we get to see the face of FlyQuest's mid laner, Takui. Thank you so much for stopping by here. I first want to know, what was it like coming to NA? Welcome to North America.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been really great to be in NA. I'm in the city since like 2 weeks, and I really enjoy it. The weather is really good, the food is good, the people are nice, so I'm just enjoying the city.
What has it been like getting to know your new teammates in this shortened 2-week span? I know that FlyQuest does have experience bringing in players from other regions, like they did with Jose Deodo, and making you feel like you're at home.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what the staff did for us and for me. Like, I know the first day I came in, I had already everything ready. I had like toothbrush, toothpaste, I had like shower gel, everything. And I could already go in my room and play solo queue. So that was really great. And also I really like our coach, and I know he really wants to make a good atmosphere where everyone is friends and get to know each other. And that's really nice.
Keeping both the play and the teeth clean here for the LCS. When it comes to FlyQuest's performance so far, you were able to pick up the victory against the reigning champions within the LCS. You still had some standout moments in the previous games as well. How do you think you and the team were able to pull off this win in such a tough matchup?
I think 2 days ago we were not playing that great, and today we just went with the flow kinda. We had like a good draft, I think. Like the only thing was to not get abused in early game, and we managed to do that well. So after that, the game was not easy, but it was in our favor, you know.
Yeah, it felt like you were all kind of warming into it and really getting to show out here in this one. I know that in your announcement video for FlyQuest, you actually called out that you were very excited to play against all of the LCS legends that are within this league. Is there anyone in particular or a team in particular that you are wanting to face off against most?
Today I was really happy to face Abedage, because I was playing against them and like screaming him in U when he was in U and I was in U. And I would be also excited to face Broxen. I think it's just a legend, and I really want to face him.
Plenty of opportunities to do so. I do want to know, what have your fans over in French, or fans in France, there we go, what do they have to say about supporting you with your transition into this league?
I'm really happy with all the support I get from the French fans. I know a lot of them are watching actually this game, because it's still the evening, because like it should be like 10 in the evening right now in France. So a lot of people are watching, definitely, and I'm really happy to have all this support, and I hope they will keep supporting me, because that means a lot for me.
Support is always a great thing to have.
Yeah.
Welcome once again to the LCS, my friend.
Thank you very much.
First game under the books here for LCS Lock-In today. We are going to kick it to a break, but on the other side, CLG taken to the Rift. See you there.
Welcome back, everybody, to State Farm Neighborhood Tactics. And before TL takes on CLG in our next match, I wanted to look at a really pivotal fight that happened in TL's very close game they had against EG, and specifically focus on the setup. So maybe you can remember this is 30 seconds before a potential Ocean Soul fight, and I want to pull your attention towards the state of the game and specifically what's happening with the waves. So right now, I would say TL is in a pretty good setup position because you can look at the waves they already have. Bwipo's pushed bot wave all the way up. He's going to have a reset, but he can easily get back with Sion. Bjergsen's already reset and been out on the map. You can see the mid wave is right here, and they've even crashed the top wave. So they have 3 waves of position in order to be able to take and defend River to prevent EG from being able to enter in a good way. But that's not necessarily what happens, and I'll show you why as we can continue to roll the clip. It's partially Bjergsen trying to get a little bit more vision, but watch how quickly EG can react to this moment. So if you just pay attention to the minimap as the clip is rolling, Bjergsen is thinking about clearing this control ward, but as soon as he's spot on it, look at the pings, all from EG. Not only do we see a question mark ping of what is this Victor doing here or why is he there, they also say, holy crap, we can take River. Because if you think about them, if they don't have vision on anyone else on TL, they can't move into this spot, especially when they have no waves anywhere else on the map to get vision. But they see the Victor, so they immediately ping and they go. Let's continue to roll the clip. Pretty straightforward. They're starting to charge up Meganar. They have just picked up the package as well, so they're pretty strong. And TL can't hold this spot because they don't have Bjergsen. And at this point, it kind of becomes a different battle since they've given up the entry to River. This is something that we can call eye contact. So even though there's not amazing vision, both teams generally have eye contact of each other. So it's a straight up fight. But generally, because we have a Meganar coming up and a package, I think EG would have a slight 5v5 advantage. So TL has to fall back even though they didn't have the waves. And this is where Vulcan finds a really good opportunity to get behind him in this spot. But think about how crazy that is considering where the waves were 30 seconds ago, that he can actually get behind Team Liquid. So let's continue to roll this clip. As TL is pulling back into the Dragon, they must contest this even though now their position is non-ideal, and someone needs to mark the Rakan. Unfortunate thing has happened. About 5 seconds ago, it looks like the blue trinket didn't make it into the brush. Even if it did, it still wouldn't be an ideal position because they'd have to pull someone pretty far away to at least prevent the Rakan from getting the angle. They're a little suspicious that he's there as well, but I'll tell you, like 9 times out of 10, with this position, EG is winning this fight because of the setup. So the rest of the fight doesn't matter that much, but it was the wave position and this ward not necessarily marking Vulcan correctly. So we can roll out the rest of the fight. Bjergsen senses something is there, so he does end up shooting his laser out. But that's when the engage happens. Meganar flies in, package flies in, Rakan flies in. TL doesn't really stand a chance in the rest of this fight. But the reason I wanted to point this out kind of before the Team Liquid game was their setup had been good 30 seconds before the Dragon was going to spawn. They just weren't completely synced on the rest of the steps. And EG did a very good job of punishing them, getting the Ocean Soul. Didn't immediately close the game, but that gave them enough of a lead that they were able to eventually get a victory. And I think TL is not going to make that mistake again, but also every Dragon situation is going to be a little bit different. So it's just going to come with more familiarity with each other.
Super cool breakdown. I'm always intrigued by how information is both gained, but then interpreted and utilized within a professional game.
Yeah.
And on both sides there, you can, as you pointed out, you
I
can
like
see
the
how.
pinks.
Yeah, there's,
There you go.
Yeah.
Right, there was so much good done by Team Liquid.
Yes.
Right, there was so much good, but that idea that one little thing, one little piece of information, seeing a singular champion on the map and going, okay, well, now we know we have a 5v4 with everyone else at the worst.
Yeah.
Gives us the permission to come in and start face-checking those brushes and gain control of the river.
And for what it's worth, if they didn't see Bjergsen, there's still a chance they could just take the river anyway because they had Package and Meganar coming up, so
Yeah.
they'd probably be able to brute force, but they would have had to be a lot more cautious. Maybe that buys enough time for Felios to start the Dragon, sneak it, and they can get out of there. Maybe Vulcan doesn't get behind. So there's a lot of different things that could have happened depending on that vision.
And that's the beauty of lock-in tournament. Things like these are issues where you can talk about the negatives, but like reinforce the positives. Like, oh, we had the vision there. Like
Yeah.
we've secured it. We would have had this dragon like ordinarily. So like let's think about the positives so it's repeatable. And then like for the criticisms there, like when it is week 1, when it is time for the bracket stage for this tournament, that we can iron that out.
Well, yeah, so we'll look to see what Team Liquid can bring into their game today against CLG, but I do want to talk about that CLG squad for a brief moment. To your point about what lock-in tournament serves as, for every team, it can be a different thing, right? And it does seem to me, at least so far, Emily, that CLG is using it as an opportunity to experiment pretty wildly in draft. Between the two that we've seen already, these are starkly different compositions.
So one thing I've really enjoyed about CLG's drafts actually is the Lulu first pick. I know that's probably going to sound weird to a lot of people, but she is so strong right now. She opens up so much in what you can do in terms of your overall team composition. Talking to some people after yesterday, I actually did come around on the Cogs slightly. I'm probably still more of a Jhin favorer than maybe some other people. I'm not saying they should have gone that here, but as overall like 80 carry mix, I believe they could have gone Aphelios here as well, and that might have been the stronger option, but Cog probably isn't as bad as I said yesterday. And I know Raz was making some really good points off camera yesterday about Palafox and how they use them in both of these drafts.
Well, here's the thing, right? Because that's why, Palafox being put up there. It's like, in the CLG draft that they had versus Immortals, I like that a lot more. I mean, obviously they came out with the win, but objectively speaking, it felt like the team comp made a lot more sense in this game. At least the matchup that he had there with Vex.
He like counterpacked himself
with
the
Akali.
with the Akali.
And the funniest thing is that it's kind of topical because like earlier in the LEC, this was like a similar matchup where the Victor like pounded the Akali. And if you don't get that help, if you don't have the jungle help or the support help, you're stuck in that lane and you can't do anything about it. And in that specific game that they had versus Evil Geniuses, Jojo Pyun ran wild with that advantage, and Palafox suffered. And then here's the thing, Palafox in the previous split also had certain matchups that he would try and force, like a Yone matchup that he had like in this summer split that actually like was difficult versus Lucian. And so like I think I preferred the earlier draft. If you can find ways that you still value the laning phase, then I think that CLG would do much better later on.
We'll have to see. For Team Liquid, it looks like we just want them to clean things up. We want to see continued cleanliness from them and reduce those little tiny mistakes. For CLG, they're going to continue to experiment and see if they can hone in on what exactly they feel is their best strategy to win. CLG, Team Liquid coming up next. Casters, take it away.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy to have you here for game number 2. Apologies for a little bit of a delay. We were having a couple of client issues, but a big thank you to everybody on the analyst desk for being able to entertain us in the meantime, because I would have just read Skarner lore.
That's true. Well, that actually would have been pretty entertaining. Last time it was good. You did that with Kobe one time.
Yeah, but you see, here's the problem. Last time we read 2 paragraphs of Skarner lore, which means there's only 1 paragraph of Skarner lore left. So we don't really have a lot of
That's 2 more paragraphs than I thought there were. So
well, hey, we got through it anyway. Let's see how this draft is going to look here. It's a whole lot of blue on the stage with Team Liquid sitting at 1-1, CLG sitting at 1-1. I think most people, though, despite those scores being even, would say Team Liquid is pretty heavily favored.
Absolutely. You have to favor them. Yes, they don't have their entire intended starting roster. You know, they have Hansama and Core kind of swapping back and forth. Obviously, Hansama playing with Ayla. We had Yon playing alongside Core JJ. Because Core JJ hasn't been able to get his green card yet, so he still counts as an import, of course, so they can't run their full intended starting lineup. But that being said, still high expectations for that team. It is really a super team. They dumped a huge amount of money into it to pick up a massive array of stars. You know, the return of Bjergsen, bringing in Bwipo, bringing over Hans. Expectations
4 up
are
in a
sky
row.
high. Yep.
Right there. 4 banners back to back to back to back. Team Liquid just got to stop getting trolled by that government paperwork, and then they'll be good to go. But let's see what our picks are going to look like here in this one, as we do have Akali, Lulu,
Don't
Lee
believe
Sin,
this.
Twisted Fate, Caitlyn, and Xin Zhao all banned away. Yeah, the Hover Kaisa feels like a bit of a bait. Yeah,
I just think it's first pick Thresh. Both
right.
both Ayla and Core look great on the pick. It does feel incredibly high priority. Thresh pairs really well with the Aphelios and the Jinx, and Caitlyn is already banned out, so it's like you kind of already have your bot lane set if you grab this.
Yep.
Now, CLG obviously made the decision to leave this up, so I'm hoping that they have an answer that they are going to be happy to play in, and they're not just fully ceding lane control, because that's not something you want to do against Hansama. If you let him get out of lane for free, he is very good in the mid and late game stages. Can definitely be a threat, but CLG's bot lane was looking pretty good themselves. They are going towards the Ezreal, so it does feel like they are going to cede lane at least somewhat. Luger, I think, has been very impressive in the first couple games. A lot of excitement around this guy. You know, we've been kind of having those talks around these players who have won MVP in some of the smaller regions coming over to the LCS. They are extremely talented and obviously have the ability to really rise up and be very, very successful here. Luger is in that box, and Jenkins grabbing an early Gwen, it looks like.
Yeah, this Gwen pick coming out nice and early here. A lot of times we'll see solo laners put off towards later on in the draft.
Yeah.
Jungle picks, AD carry picks often feel safer to draft earlier, but no, they want Jenkins on that Gwen here as Jinx is locked in for the side of TL. Jinx Thresh, man, feels good.
It's interesting because it does kind of put a little bit of pressure on you. So, you know, do you grab your jungle here or do you actually answer the Gwen pick, right? You know, you kind of have those two choices, and either way, CLG will be able to get some sort of an edge, presumably. When you are playing with the Ezreal, I think that the support pairing is kind of a little bit less important. You can go aggressive with something like a Karma if you want to try to contest the lane, but likely you're going to be pushed in either way. So, yeah, they may go towards a roaming support. This would be really interesting. If you go towards Akshan, that would be pretty exciting. We're not going to get a Lucian solo lane, so now I think he's just trolling us.
Right.
So we'll just wait and see what does get locked in. But it is Viego, so you know they are going to be able to ban out some of these picks that could be difficult for Gwen to deal with.
Yeah, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't like Viego for Team Liquid because it doesn't feel like a Santorin-style champion to me.
Yeah.
Santorin always feels like he doesn't require a lot of resources. He's an excellent enabler for everybody else on the team, but Viego's not a team player. He was the main character of the entire last year. The dude has to be center stage, and it just doesn't feel like it works as well with the way Team Liquid plays the game when they're at their best.
I agree, but at the same time, if there's a moment to experiment, it is lock-in, right? You know, if you feel, hey, Santorin already has total mastery of Trundle, of these types of picks, which I think he does, then get the extra reps in on some of these other picks, because if you really pigeonhole yourself this early on, when it comes time for playoffs, it gets very easy to target these players and to create advantages in drafts. So you want to stay flexible. On the other side, CLG does go Yuumi, so strong pairing for the bot lane, but also an incredibly strong pairing with Gwen. Gwen plus Yuumi ulting over top is threatening, and they are banning out some of these dangerous top lane picks. Whippo is a bit of a mad lad with what he's willing to play,
He'll play all kinds
which
of stuff,
I
man.
love.
It's
like,
great.
His Scion build was super cool yesterday, and you know, Urgot going to be getting banned out. We saw him do Hullbreaker Redemption, you know, Scion, which was I think actually made a lot of sense. And
Whippo's a fun player to watch.
He is so fun. I just think that the way he thinks about the game is very unique among pro players. Most pro players, their strategy is more about emulation and perfection. You know, they see something done, they say, okay, Corki is the best champion. I'm going to play Corki 7,000 times, and I'm going to play Corki perfectly, right? And Butbo, I think, kind of thinks about the game a little bit differently and kind of marches to the beat of his own drum sometimes, where he'll have his own take on what the correct build is or what the correct way to actually play the game is. And it can make him really, really fun to watch because, you know, I always think back to All-Stars when he was the 1v1 champion.
Yep.
And I remember getting to talk to him about some of his thought process for these matchups, and it was just like Gigabrain. It was really, really cool to think about how he looked at the game.
Everybody else is playing checkers, and he's playing four-dimensional, full-contact Scrabble. The man just knows.
Full-contact Scrabble sounds kind of fun, though.
Oh, yeah, man. It's a gladiatorial sport.
What happens if you knock the pieces off the board?
Changes every game. Just there's no
That's
rules.
just it. That's
it's
just
a wasteland.
fine. Yeah.
That's part of it.
Okay.
Anyway, we got Talon banned out. We got Mundo banned out. CLG only got one more second to make that pick in the jungle here, and Hecarim for contract.
Hecarim,
another champion that's good with Yuumi.
Exactly. A really, really strong pairing there. Now you kind of have some dive buddies here. You're setting up a little bit of a comp that can kind of go in. The answers will be interesting on the TL side. What do they want to pick in the top side? Singe is actually a pretty good matchup in solo queue at the very least into the Gwen, and that is kind of a Whippo special, so it'd be interesting to see if you wanted to go that sort of a route. I do think some of the range matchups that can scale alongside her can also work really well. Kayle is actually quite effective into the Gwen, but not a common thing. I wouldn't be surprised to see tank from TL. They've been drafting for pretty much for 5v5 almost exclusively in all their games, so you could go something like the Scion, you could go Ornn, you could do that sort of approach if Whippo doesn't want to go for more of a 1v1 counter.
Do you like the Corki here for Bjergsen? I never dislike seeing that champion in the current state of the meta. He's just so overwhelmingly powerful and has so many good situations to pick him. But Graves up in the top lane for Whippo.
So he is going to go for a more aggressive approach. We have seen a little bit of Graves top recently. Broken Blade, if you've been watching any of the LAC, has been playing pretty much exclusive marksman up in the top side. Graves really can shove in early, can be a bully. Works well, I think, alongside the Viego. You push in very heavily, you try to play for top lane prio, move towards Heralds, take objectives, really try to snowball through that, because again, Graves will struggle in the later stages. Similarly to Kennen, I don't think it's as bad as what kind of Kennen deals with. Kennen really falls off in the 1v1. But if you get some heal cut, you get the Rift Maker, you're going to start winning 1v1s against Graves as this Gwen. So Bwipo's going to have to be successful early. And I will say that TL is really light on engage for the style that they play. TL generally plays very heavily about 5v5, about setting up around objectives, scale up, show up to objective, start the fight, go for it. Really, you're now relying on complete vision denial and hooks, right? You have triple marksman,
fresh, man.
you have Viego. It's really all on Ayla here to be able to actually create the action, whereas on the other side, there's such easy go buttons. Strap Yuumi to the horse and let him go wild.
Giddy up.
Yep.
That's how they're going to do it.
Ride him, cowboy.
I do like Team Liquid, putting that faith in Ayla, though. A lot of people would look at this roster and say, well, damn it, if there's one piece of the puzzle you don't want missing, it's Core JJ.
Yeah.
But they're saying, hey, it's fine. The man studied under Core JJ.
Core J Jr. right here.
Yeah, exactly. He's the apprentice, and they're putting their faith in him to get it done. So I'm curious how well he can keep it going. We saw the highlight Thresh play yesterday where he was able to make some crazy stuff happen. So I'm looking forward to some more of it. Meanwhile, over here on the side of CLG, again, the Ezreal Yuumi, as you were talking about earlier, you don't pick Ezreal to win your lane usually. Sometimes you can, but Yumi's not exactly a powerful laner either.
Yeah.
So just sort of expecting these guys to scale up a bit.
Yeah, it scales really, really well. I do like the scaling on CLG's side, I think much more. Yes, there's Corki Jinx on one side, but I just think it's much easier to play out the game as CLG. If it goes to the later stages and we're at parity, Gwen runs down a side lane, is winning 1v1s there. You have really good hard engage and backline access without a tremendous amount of peel. Yes, Thresh can try to kind of sully things up and make it difficult to reach backline, but it's very easy for lasers and Victor ult and Ezreal ult to come over top with a Hecarim ulting in with Yuumi attached and to knock down these marksmen, because at the end of the day, it's triple marksmen, and they are going to be very vulnerable here on that TL side.
I feel like I've literally never seen this skin before, because ever since it came out...
Astro Corki?
Yeah, because ever since it came out, the only skin that I see for Corki is the dog one.
Yeah,
everybody loves the dog.
The butt wiggling is pretty high tier.
Yeah.
But as far as like the actual effects,
this one
is way
slick.
cooler. Like look at the the rocket pack on the back.
Yeah,
that's an S tier skin.
This one's badass, but it's not a dog. That's the problem.
It doesn't have a butt that wiggles. And when you really look at that as that is the most important category when you're comparing skins is, does the skin have a dog butt that wiggles? And that's why it's really difficult to compete with some of those skins.
One of the first skins I ever bought in this game was a butterfly Kog'Maw because he tries to jump, and I just found it so
But does it have a
inspiring.
dog butt that wiggles?
No, that's the thing.
There
he
you
has
go.
a butterfly butt. You can spam his butt wiggle at other people.
Okay.
But there's not a whole lot of just general butt wiggling going on there.
Yeah,
Bjergsen is trying to wiggle his way back to the turret with 200 HP left. Palafox getting the better of him here in that trade. Of course, CLG didn't have the Victor band away from him this time, so they don't have to play the Syndra or something like that into the Corki. They get to have the other S-tier mid laner here in that Victor. So, and yes, all of you inevitably spamming in Twitch chat, that is Victor from Arcane, as Team Liquid tries to just keep control here in the bottom side as well.
Don't encourage them. They'll start spamming too much. The laptops will get hot.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Their mom's going to tell them to calm down. But Bjergsen's still just trying to maintain
Bjergsen's
that
getting
distance
pounded.
here. Yeah, he's not having a fun time in this 1v1.
I mean, he's already used all his corrupting potion charges. He has to base. Like, that's horrible. He got a really good level 1 trade, which I feel like unironically baited them into a false sense of security. Like, he started Gatling Gun level 1, which is super standard, but he got basically the entire Gatling Gun hit onto Palafox and kind of got a level lead. But you're going against an airy Victor. This is built for that lane.
Whoa. Contracts will at least be able to grab his Gromp. It is a 3v3 here. Remember that Yumi's attached to Hecarim at this point. But Team Liquid just going to go ahead and back on out after CLG are able to successfully defend their jungle.
Yeah, so not the best buy for Bjergsen. He at least gets a tier. You know, he's not on full poor duty, but wow, we didn't actually notice this before. Bwipo is dirty farming here. He can get chased down. He's got no mana. That's a ghosted Gwen.
Bwipo just gets back over the wall though, but Jenkins is ready to chase. He's still very fast here. Bwipo still having flash to get further away if he needs to, and yes, he will. But that, remember, Ghost is a significantly lower cooldown than flashes.
The one thing that goes in Bwipo's favor, though, is Jenkins gave up the wave to the tower to actually go for this chase. So if you can't punish the summoners being down, Bwipo is ahead gold. He even takes away the topside scuttle. So it is double scuttle for TL. Santorin got bot. Whippo gets top, and
oh, nice flash play right into the chompers coming out from Ayla. But Luger and Poom do a great job fighting back, and they actually win out in that trade.
Yeah, that was huge. Poom detached to tank the hook actually there. So if you don't do that, Luger just dies because he can get ignited, he can get finished off. Instead, you block the hook on the Yuumi. Ezreal comes out of that play and starts firing back, able to get a lot of damage down, but just seeing how Whippo plays these lanes, I think it's just so interesting. There's not a lot of players that would be proxy farming on Graves at level 3, right?
Yeah, it's not a usual dynamic.
But this is just one of those things where he's like, nah, man, I figured it out. This is actually how you play the matchup. You just proxy farm him, you make him farm at the tower, you make him make these tough choices of, is he going to come and try to chase me down? Is he actually going to answer the wave? And now that Whippo's obviously down a summoner without that flash, he is going to play it a little bit more carefully.
Right.
Knowing the contracts is clearing up towards top side. And I also think it made sense that they were invading bot side at the same time as he was doing this top, right? So they're kind of getting eyes on Hecarim, so he knew he wasn't just going to get ran down.
And speaking of Hecarim, worth pointing out here that on his first back, Contracts did pick up a tier. So we are going to see either Fimbulwinter or Muramana come out here on this Hecarim.
Yeah.
This is something I've been doing a lot with Skarner in my own games. The easy stackability of the tier as well as the power of both of those items, whether you're trying to do 1v9 solo queue builds or be the tank for your team, it's very effective. And I expect to see Contracts have a really nice power spike whenever that gets completed. We'll keep an eye on exactly how he's going to be building this champion. Hecarim, historically, you know, you can see sometimes the tank builds. You can see those solo queue torpedo builds sometimes as well. But down here in bottom side, Contracts will be looking for Hansama and Ayla. They'll go after the support first. They're going in all the way. The Thresh has no way home. First blood over to CLG.
The horse, of course. Contracts down to that bot side, punishing Ayla here, and they get those sums out. They get the kill. Going to be feeling really good about getting that early gank here. When you are playing a scaling jungler like Hecarim and you get a pre-6 kill, it feels so damn good. Plus, it's going to relieve a lot of the pressure in this 2v2. Palafox, though, in a little bit of trouble.
Bjergsen leading the way, Santorin right next to him, but there's no Viego ulti here, remember that, but the flash stun might just be enough. Palafox continuing to walk his way out of this one. Santorin still on the chase. Whippo tries to get the ulti, but it's too short, but it won't matter. Palafox is cut down, and Santorin ties up the game.
Great job by there from Santorin, getting the kill mid. Palafox didn't have the reaction time to get that flash. It was the W flash coming in from Santorin. And once that came through, he's just able to chase him down. So a great kill there in the mid lane. Tip for tap, both junglers getting a kill. But you can see CLG is extending out to a pretty decent gold lead here. 750 ahead. Going to be feeling really good about that.
Well, CLG will shove that wave up here. Bottom side, Ayla just has to farm up whatever he can while his AD carry works his way back towards the lane. Might be able to interrupt the back here. Yep, Lantern's going to see that one, so at least they'll delay CLG a little bit. Luger, of course, getting some poke in return as Ayla barely steps out of the range there of that second one. But hey, man, if you're CLG, you're happy about how the game's been being played thus far. Let's take another look, though, at how Palafox got caught out here.
Yeah, Palafox just trying to run up towards that top side, but his jungler is on bot side, so he's just kiting it out. The gravity field was good. You know, if that actually gets the stun on Santorin, you're out scot-free, but Santorin timing it well, flashing over top of the W there to get the stun, and then Whippo, the ulti, just short.
Oof.
Just the smoke kind of just puffing out, you know, the damage stops.
The explosion happened close to you, but not close enough. And then bottom side here, Poom just ends up very, very low. Hansama going in, looking for it.
Feels bad.
And then Poom just goes right back over to Luger. And, oh, Hansama, he tries to get out, but the last auto is already in the air, man. There's no more projectile popping in League of Legends. That went away in, what, Season 1, Season 2?
Yeah.
That wasn't there for very long.
Yeah, Poom just had the heal available, and Hans got kind of baited. He got heal baited, honestly. Flash is in there for the last auto, and Poom had enough mana to get that heal off. The cooldown came back up, barely survived. You spend your flash, you go down, and now Hecarim is 6. That is a scary time to be Jinx on the map.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the things that I'm thinking about, too, looking at this composition. If TL find themselves falling further and further behind, 2 powerful enemy divers, both with Ghost, creates a very frightening scenario for an immobile carry, as Contrax has made his way bottom yet again. However, he walks right on top of the control ward there, so he'll clear that one out, but won't really get the gank angle, and Team Liquid takes the opportunity to secure the objective across the map. They're going after the Rift Herald. There hasn't been an early Drake taken ahead of this point. Contract's going to move over now and just go ahead and pick that one up for his team, recognizing, hey, Team Liquid was reinforced from the top side. Let's get this instead. And here's another replay of some action in the bot lane.
Yep, just shifting aggressively there, and just the very edge connects, does force out that cleanse. So, getting the summoner down, we'll see if they can actually repeat and punish that cleanse being down, but that's why you bring it. It looked like he had just gotten out of range, but there's that little lollipop on the end of a lot of these skill shots that can reach out and grab you.
For those of you who don't know what lollipop means, by the way, he's talking about how despite the fact that the projectile looks like it's just a line towards the end, the hit detector will expand slightly, which is all those clips that you've seen before where you pause it and it seems like it jumps to the side real quick.
Exactly.
That's the lollipop.
When you've ever been hooked behind a minion, there's essentially a little circle at the end of the hitbox, and if your champion is inside that circle, even if the projectile doesn't actually hit you, it essentially locks to you. Yeah, and that happens with Nautilus, where you see people get hooked behind a pillar. That happens with Thresh, with Blitz, with a lot of those style of hook champions, and Thresh will get you, and you have to kind of give the respect. It's dangerous playing on the edge there, but Jenkins here up on the top side. 3 PL members are up there.
On some of the bait, just stepping up. If you're Jenkins, you got to know something's funky.
Jinx isn't up there by herself.
Jinx does not walk 3 feet away from you and your Gwen. That just doesn't happen. He actually teleports all the way out. He's just like, you know what? I'm going bot lane. I got to respond to Bwipo. I ain't dealing with it.
Damage.
But Bwipo just dunks on him as soon as he arrives.
Yeah, don't mess with Graves in front of those towers because he gets the instant Q bounce. Ooh, oh, really
nice
good.
Use of W there.
Yeah, going into the zone, being able to actually immune that W and the ult. He could have straight up died. But it's definitely dangerous. That's one of the most difficult parts about actually farming against Graves when you are playing these melee matchups. When you move up for those ranged minions and you're standing between the tower and the minion, he can get the instant detonation with the Graves Q at the end of the line, hit it against the tower, the instant snap, you get an auto, and you can put a tremendous amount of burst because he is going for Eclipse, so going at least for some lethality. We'll see if he goes for more of a tanky style build from here, or if it's going to be straight in Collector and really looking to just kind of zero out some of these champs.
Ayla stepping back out of the way there from some of that poke, emerging from Luger and Poom, who, despite the fact that they're playing the early Ezreal Yuumi lane, not particularly imposing of any sort of threat or danger there, they're still pretty close in terms of farm with Ayla and Hans Sama. As Contrax and Santorin get into a 1v1 here in the river, Contrax wanted that devastating charge damage on Viego, but not quite able to secure it. However, he does have more allies closer, which means Santorin can't take any more.
Yep, don't want to overextend too much, and they know that the Herald is there, so Palafox is going to have to be a little bit careful. Vision control definitely in the favor. Palafox just kind of walked up.
Yeah, Palafox, you didn't want to be there, buddy. Has to flash away just to stay alive. Now, there is only 1 minute left here on this Rift Herald timer for Santorin. He's going to need to use it or lose it here very soon. Contrax continuing to try to contest.
You do not want to be there, Contrax. What are you doing?
Contrax, this is not a good look, buddy. You don't have all the help immediately this time, but they do have enough to take Ayla low. Hans Sama's forced to use both summoner spells to escape as well, so it might have looked dicey there for the horse, but they at least make an exit out of it.
They do, but CLG getting a little bit fast and loose. You know, the flash having to be used by Palafox, you saw Viego was right there in the river fighting over that exact area. You need to be playing towards the bottom side of the map. If you're playing on the other side and Viego comes out of that brush with the Shroud, you just back it up. It's so easy to avoid. So a bit of a careless loss of the summoner there from Palafox, and then Contract's getting a little bit risky, ends up being okay. Jenkins here just continuing to farm up. It is more lethality from Bwipo, so I'm assuming he is just going to go Collector second. And I do think we're going to see, you know, the Muramana build here from Contracts just go into that chem tank. You have the speed up with that. You have the Ghost for all this move speed. Yumi's going to give you the speed up as well. And then you just use that Muramana for that additional damage, you know, proccing off your Qs, your autos, you know, all these abilities. You can actually get quite a bit of damage using that kind of as your only damage item and then just going mostly pure tank from there.
Yep, Contracts got that Turbo Kim tank ready to go. I love having a go button on those types of champions, right? You know that you've got to commit to this engage.
Yeah.
You might as well send it all the way to the moon. Rift Herald is summoned up there in the bottom lane in time. That is going to secure first turret of the game for the side of Team Liquid. 1-2 with the kills favoring CLG, but the gold is in TL's favor. Jenkins will move down here to clear this out. Our second Drake of the game is spawning in about 30 seconds. CLG, of course, have contracts nearby. Luger and Poom pushing up the mid lane. There's a little bit of vision here in this South River from both sides. You can see control wards there in the mid lane side brush, in the pixel brush. But now that Scryer's Bloom is going to come out, see both of those, as well as the normal ward over the wall. Whippo can clear that one away, and Team Liquid are ready to step up the test now.
Really interested to see if Luger is going to be going for the Crown of the Shattered Queen as well as in goes Whippo.
Holy moly, nice sidestep there from Luger, but now he's got a flash. He's got to get all the way away, but he can't do it. Super Mega Death Rocket out of pocket. There it is. Boom, trying to get out as Bjergsen tries to go in. Santorin moving towards the bottom side of the river here as Poom dies to Bjerg, and Team Liquid pick up a couple of kills for no response from CLG. Contracts wants it now, and they know Hansama's got no summoner spells to get away, but that horse is in all alone, and CLG falls to pieces in front of Team Liquid.
CLG just take the fight, but your entire bot lane is dead. They're engaging, and it's basically a 3v5 at that point. Very risky stuff from them, and they get punished. They're going to lose the dragon here as well. The gold lead just exploded for TL. They're even going to get the top lane tower. Bjergsen getting so much gold off this exchange. The wheels just kind of fell off for CLG right there.
The wheels fell off, the damn car exploded. The wheels are in the air. What on earth? That was not a good look for CLG. Yeah, there's your goal.
Look how close it was.
Holy cow. It just immediately boomed.
Yeah, that was just not it, man. That was not the kind of play that they were looking for. I mean, credit to Whippo for starting that off. Such an aggressive initial move on Luger really did get them a lot because they had the package. So there's the package follow-up. Hansama's ultimate for that follow-up as well. But, you know, this is the initial play. Whippo just goes straight in, flash, Q, gets the auto, ulti over the wall, nice sidestep from Luger, flashes out when the package does come through. The exhaust is there also, but Hansama to clean him up, and there's just no escaping with this chase down here from Bjergsen, so they get a couple kills. This, I think, was more of an outplay by TL, but this is really questionable. The re-engage from CLG, I think, was much more of a misplay than an outplay because they chose that fight. Contracts is the one going in. Your bot lane is dead. Sure, you see Bjergsen top, but even with him up on the top side, that's a 3v4 at best, and you're missing most of your damage.
Contract's gonna find Whippo here in the jungle. Whippo not too afraid of it, just dashes back over the wall, but Contract's ready to follow here with a blast cone. True shot barrage, Gwen ulti. Lots of resources being thrown at Whippo, but he's already shot the horse! Took him out behind the shed. It's a 1-for-1 and a 1v4.
Off to the glue factory for Contracts, but up on the top side, TL getting something back. Whippo just playing like an absolute madman on this Graves. You gotta love it. I questioned the amount of engage they had, their ability to actually start fights, but he's just making stuff happen just by scrapping people. He's ready to go here.
I'm loving it. I'm loving seeing it. I like to see some high-tempo League of Legends. 4,500 gold lead for the side of Team Liquid. The Drakes are 1-1. CLG doesn't have a win condition in that anymore. And going back to what you were talking about, yeah, the first half of the last play was a celebration of TL being better.
Yeah.
The second half of the last play is a condemnation of CLG being worse.
Exactly, and that's one of those things where you just can't afford to make those kind of mistakes against a team like TL for years. They have paid their bills by being so solid in the later stages of the game through team fighting. You can't just give them leads like that. You cannot gift them those sort of plays, and unfortunately CLG did just that. Now they're in a tough spot. They're going to have to dig their way out of it. I mean, I think the pressure really was on TL to create a lead because I think that team composition-wise, CLG has a much easier comp to actually play out.
Yeah.
But now that you're down 4K+, well, the item leads are going to be there. And TL maybe just kites you back and runs you over with this triple marksman comp.
And it always feels especially bad for me, I think, for Hecarim in particular, when your team overall is very behind. Yeah. Because so much of Hecarim's survivability is that drain tanking off of everybody around you's damage. And when the whole team can't provide that extra gas in the tank for you, it feels like you're so much squishier. even if you have tanky items like a Kim Tae.
Absolutely. I mean, you just start to get outpaced too, right? They're picking up all these extra kills. Your opponents have additional damage, so you ult in, and it's often just to die from that point. You can see Contrax is falling behind in experience. He's falling behind in gold. The flash forced out there by Luger, who was kind of playing with fire, trying to steal away some of those Krugs, and now TL gonna be able to drop the Herald here on the top side. Luger gets hit by another rocket. It's back to base for him. The walls are closing in on CLG.
It feels so bad. Team Liquid just choking them out of the map right now. Nearly 6,000 gold up. Bjergsen continuing that push. Are we going to get to see another Rift Herald charge here? Okay,
Yes,
eyeballs open, but yup, the charge is going to happen. And that's 80% of that Tier 3 turret's HP. Yes, these are the ones that can regenerate, but this means if somebody gets caught out, if TL have even a moment to push up, that can disintegrate.
Absolutely. It's going to be very, very tough. Bjergsen going, what is the less standard build these days? Looks like he's just going to go for Shield Bow second. It's not going to be the Luden's play. This is just more auto attack based. If you think you're just going to be hitting frontliners, that you're not going to have access for the poke, I think it can be a smart build. I also think if you're playing a team that has a lot of sustain, maybe he's saying, hey, Yumi's just going to heal through a lot of my poke anyway, so rather just kind of maximize your DPS through your consistent damage output with the auto attacks. So bit of a different take, but items coming through. It is also actually Collector second here for Hansama. So that is a very kind of bursty style build. The Zap is going to hurt a lot more. He has the Gale Force here too. The upfront damage is going to be very high from this TL team. If you can hit a Q ult from Bwipo, if you can have the ult coming across from Hansama, you have that damage following up from Bjergsen. That is really big. But at the very least, CLG get an objective bounty back on that bottom side and some more gold in their pockets.
Unfortunately for them, it's another Drake in the pockets of Team Liquid here. Just as we get past 20 minutes, that third Drake of the game is live, and just as quickly as it spawns, it's gone as Team Liquid secures their second Drake of the game. We now also have Baron on the table, but it doesn't look like anybody's got their eyes on that one too incredibly soon. Palafox shoves out the top lane, just gets that collided into the enemy turret as Bjergsen, half a second too late.
Yeah, that is one of those cases where he hit him before he went back, but there's that split second right at the end of the recall where you can no longer get interrupted. Like, you're going
like
no matter what happens.
the last quarter second, I think, 0.25.
Yep, so Palafox reaches that timing. Bjergsen just a little bit slow on the engage there. And Contracts, I mean, this is tough, man. It sucks when you're playing jungle in these situations, and every time you try to go out to a camp, there's not a lot you have access to. Every time he goes up there, the Krugs are being farmed away. The Raptors are being taken. He is not getting a lot of gold at this point. He has this tier, but he's never going to be able to upgrade it into anything. And now TL do pull the trigger on the Baron here. They're trying to get the TP at the very least out from Jenkins. I think they will back off if the TP comes through.
Team Liquid have plenty of damage for it with this triple marksman composition, but now CLG have made it there in time. Yes, it cost them Jenkins' teleport, so at least TL was able to get themselves that sort of a resource advantage, but they had to pull away from the Baron. CLG happy to have stopped that one, but the map is slipping away from them, Isaac.
It is.
You can see the current state of things, TL versus CLG in terms of vision and whatnot. It feels like CLG is trapped on their side of the river. They don't dare look anywhere past.
Absolutely, and I think all TL wanted there, I mean, sure, they'd love the Baron if CLG was asleep at the wheel, but really all they wanted was the TP from Jenkins, because, at this stage of the game, TL wants to use this Baron as this kind of way to create activity. They don't want to allow Jenkins just be locked in a side lane against the Graves, because that is going to be beneficial to CLG. If Jenkins can find a 1v1 on Bwipo, if he can continue to actually pressure towers and pick up objective bounties, that buys time and that buys additional gold for them to actually scale and really try to pull back into this game. So now, what is Jenkins doing at this point? He doesn't even have anywhere to farm, because TL have full control over this top side, and he can't go bot because he has no TP.
Luger tries to get away here as Santorin comes in. They won't find the execution on the enemy AD carry, but they will find an angle here on the Jenkins. Bwipo keeps on pushing forward. Oh, he goes in and he gets his man. Bwipo with the kill.
Man, Bwipo has just been on fire with these aggressive plays here, flashing on in. Palafox is down to bot side. He's got a TP if they think they can even contest. At best, it'll be the 4v5. He will TP now, and they'll try to poke and prod, but look at how fast it dies. There's 3 marksmen on that thing.
And your AD carry has no summoner spells. This is incredibly risky. Let's see if they can do it.
He whiffed the ult.
Yeah,
Palafox put it on nothing.
Chaos Storm's in there. He gets a couple of ticks out, but not a whole lot. Baron's still at 3k. Bwipo's going to be healed there in order to be kept alive. Contract's looking for an angle in. Bwipo's going to stand and fight. 2 for nothing. It's looking so easy for Team Liquid.
Contracts had so much hesitation there. He had the ultimate available that entire time. You know Bwipo has no flash because he just flashed on your Ezreal mid lane. He just wasn't confident to go for it. I don't know if he was waiting for Poom to have a heal cooldown or what it was, but by the time he finally went for it, he just got blasted out of the air. Gets nothing. At the very least, they do stop the Baron, but again, CLG struggling on when to go for these fights, struggling on when to actually, really try to engage. Here it is one more time. The initial drop of the Chaos Storm just looked like it was straight up on nothing, and we'll see if that was the case. Yeah, just the first tick's on nothing. He does get some damage out, and the lasers do push them back. Bwipo obviously tanking the Baron, plus getting hit by this next laser, meant that they're able to actually really push forward. And this is where I feel like Contract should just be ulting in and just pick up that one kill. Ult in on top of Bwipo. The devastating charge, the E that's going to come in after, will help you to clean that up, but you hesitate that much in front of a Collector Graves, he's going to pop you, and that's exactly what he did.
Oh, yeah. Well, Hansama's trying to get away now. He has that Lantern from Ayla to keep him safe there. And this is what I was talking about in the previous game about these hyper carries
bounty
and having defensive supports with them. It just enables you to play so many more different ways when you know you have a way out. Santorin's here onto the side, so is
TP flank.
TP's coming in. Bjergsen is ready to join up with the rest of the
package.
fight. He's got the package ready for delivery, and Luger has no summoner spells to get home this time. Bjergsen goes in for the big engage, and he finds another. It's a double kill over to Hans as CLG's remaining players head for safety, and Team Liquid heads for Bear.
TL has really been showcasing the killer instinct in this game. They have found fight after fight after fight. No matter what comp they are running, they've just been going for it here, finding angles, whether it's Bwipo flashing in, whether it's the package from Bjergsen coming across. TL have been able to start fights when they need to, and now with the Baron in their back pocket, with 3 marksmen, the siege ability they have is so damn good.
And yes, they give away the Drake, but they don't really care. This game is currently on pace to be over before a soul ever becomes a possibility. It's not that big of a deal. They're breaking that tier 3 turret. There's what we talked about, the importance of Shelly early on. Getting that third charge, making sure they're able to knock that over. Team Liquid are in a great spot now. They are going back, they're shopping, everybody's ready, and now CLG really have to dig in to find this defense.
I mean, you can just start to see how big of a difference the gold is making. You're looking at these inventories. It just is not even close at this point. It's all an extra full item pretty much on top for every member here. Bwipo looking pretty wide up in that top lane. He's got 3.5, working towards the IE. When he picks up the IE with this much lethality, plus you hit that 60% crit and you have that bonus damage, 1 crit plus Q ball is just your full health as pretty much any squishy target.
At this point, you're not playing a shotgun character in an RPG. You're playing one in an FPS, and it's click, click, boom, 1-tap kill. Team Liquid pushing on this tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. They still got Baron for almost another 2 minutes as CLG just have to concede everything outside those base walls. Team Liquid continue their push. Bwipo's the man on the side here in the 1-4 split to get maximum Baron value. Hansama just continuing to volley those rockets in, clear out entire waves. Bjergsen will keep the poke going. No, it's not the Luden's build, but it's still got plenty of damage here, also with rapid fire cannon allowing the auto attacks themselves to be more useful in the poke pattern as Team Liquid takes down the second tier 3 turret of the game. Now they're gonna go for the third. They're not even after the in-hit themselves, they're just breaking all these walls. Contracts finally goes in, but it's with not a damn person near him. 5v4 for Team Liquid now. Third tier 3 turret gone. All inhibitors exposed. Team Liquid are doing whatever they damn well please.
Yeah, just not a good game here from Contracts going in on that ulti, but they are so far behind. Didn't have the coordination. No one's going in with him. He just dies off incredibly fast there. CLG being run over. 10K down. And they've gotten 4 objective bounties, and they're still 10K down. All the outer towers were objective bounties, and the dragon was an objective bounty. So really, this would be another couple thousand gold ahead that TL would be up. They are completely stomping CLG in this game after what was a very even early stage to the game.
And honestly, it just feels like all that's left is for TL to walk it in at this point. I mean, you took out 2 of the inhibs. The last one's open.
Yep.
Just walk it down top. Make sure that everybody's ready to go when you decide to go for that final team fight. And with a 5-digit gold lead, I don't see a world where CLG can do anything about it, barring a major error from TL.
Yeah, I mean, even if you find that perfect engage at this point, you're just kind of too far behind. You know, luxury items start coming through. Unless TL are stacked as 5 and all get hit by Hecarim Fear or something ridiculous.
Hecarim Fear, Yuumi ult, Victor ult, all at once.
It's like, pretty much at this point, even if you insta-kill one of the marksmen, the other 2 are so fed that Contract's going in is just instant death for him, right? You know, even if you get a kill, when you go in, you are going to die so fast. He's so far down as far as experience goes. I mean, you're 4 levels down on the Graves. You're 4 levels down on this Corki. And that is TL doing an incredible job of just choking him out on this top side. This whole top side jungle has been really all theirs. This entire area has been all TL. He couldn't even enter that side of the map to get those external camps, you know, things like the Raptors or the Krugs. So it's been harder and harder for him.
Infinity Edges now completed on all 3 of those marksmen for TL. Bjergsen picked his up a moment ago. Bwipo now just completing his 2. That means nobody's burst can be disrespected even a little. Bwipo gonna try to apply the pressure here. Just goes right in after Jenkins. Nearly kills him, but close ain't enough. Contracts tries to go after Santorin now as well. Top lane inhibitor falls. That's all 3 inhibs gone. Team Liquid backing away a little bit now. Jenkins might be pushing his luck. Boom now going to be knocked to the side. Hans is unstoppable. Team Liquid looked like they might have been backing away for a moment, but why do that when you can do this? TL 5-0. I would say in the final fight, but that was more of a beatdown. They'll take CLG out 30 minutes into the game, 18-4. Team Liquid's looking good.
Really strong game here from TL, crushing CLG, leaving no doubt after that early game. And that's the kind of way you want to see them play this style of composition, right? They had so much confidence to be able to go in with this triple marksman comp. Ayla is really the only true engage, but they just made stuff happen because they created the advantages. Bwipo played with no fear whatsoever, constantly dashing in, flashing on people. Anytime he saw someone from CLG take a step too far one way or the other, he was on them. Just non-stop. Bjergsen had the confidence to follow up with that package. They had the long-range follow-up from Hansama with the ultimates as well. And that was a really confident game from Team Liquid.
It felt like a comms diff to me. Like you're talking about that mid lane play where we said Team Liquid did good early and then CLG did poorly late. It was Bwipo just saying, all right, flash auto, let's go after him. And everybody was there to follow up, while the entire time it felt like we were criticizing CLG for not having the courage to go in or the coordination to go in or whatever it might have been. They weren't on the same page and it looked like it. Team Liquid pull out the win, and we're breaking it down now with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. Team Liquid gets the better of CLG this time around, but I'm kind of at a loss on how to evaluate this one, Raz. They were just talking a little bit about how, well, yeah, TL looks confident, CLG maybe miscommunication, or maybe that was the difference maker. The composition didn't hate it. Felt like they had an idea with the Yuumi and the Hecarim, and then it all fell to pieces.
You know, it's funny, like, specifically Hecarim, and I'm assuming Yuumi as well, better than Immortals. Immortals is not the player, right? But then CLG find the opportunity and they lock it in. So, like, there's a lot that's happening behind closed doors for sure that, like, people think that Hecarim is a snowballing champion for sure. So, like, and once you get to that stage where you're skilled up, Ezreal, Yuumi, Hecarim, it feels strong, didn't get to that point.
Yeah, there were also a lot of jungle bans, right? Xin, Olaf, Talon, Lee Sin. I understand what CLG wanted to do.
Yeah. Okay.
And I don't think this game was necessarily decided in draft, but I think it was a contributor to some of the things that we ended up seeing. Like, just blinding Ezreal as essentially CLG's first pick into a Thresh already, like, that is just going to be so hard to create pressure in that lane, no matter what. So then it's Jenkins or Palafox are going to have to create some type of pressure, especially when you have a farming jungler like Hecarim. But I just didn't feel like they actually played the early game pretty well considering they didn't have tools to create with this team comp.
Yeah, and I mean, you could talk about whether, obviously, the victor goes into Corki well. You could talk about whether you might have wanted a LeBlanc there anyway. The big thing for me was Whippo in the top. I think the Graves pick was insanely good. He was already dirty farming by, like, about 2.5 minutes in. He, like, crashes the wave in, is already dirty farming, essentially forces Jenkins to chase after him. Jenkins loses a wave up there. He had such good control of the top side, and Graves is a strong champion I'd like to see more people pick.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that still got, it was like a slight advantage that Team Liquid as a team got before this point. And then CLG just, it was a catastrophic slew of plays.
This
Chucked it away.
I have to imagine in some sense what Captain Flash was talking about when it feels like a communication/coordination issue for CLG looking to make things happen.
And after that moment, contract did not look the same.
Yeah.
Like he was just hesitating on absolutely everything because he knew that one was bad.
Yeah. And so, yeah, go on.
Oh, no, I was going to say, and with a team composition like this, like with the Yuumi Hecarim, where you do want to be going in, you want to be super coordinated on those dives, it's actually way more important than something like the composition on the left, where you can kind of just run at them and poop damage, as we said last
There we
time.
go. This time.
I'm the only one who hasn't said that now.
It's to steal a phrase from Raz.
No,
Exactly.
Emily! It was her phrase.
It's a Raz classic
Damn
right
it.
there. The damage coming out of that Graves that we saw, I know we talked about it already, also a different build coming out of him. And we already started waxing and waning a little bit on that discussion of, okay, what is the optimal build for Graves? Is it more of that Eclipse lethality, higher pressure, more burst damage, or what we've seen more around the world with the shield bows, BTs, kind of drain tank?
Yeah,
almost.
I think you can look around all of TL's builds, and I know I'm personally going to be tracking this just because there's different ways of looking at itemization. I think most people itemize through feel. And like, for instance, like a Luden's Corki, I'm going to talk about the Bjergsen build, and then I'll get to the Bippa one. A Luden's Corki has a lower win rate than like a Shield Bow, eventually IE Corki. But that could be for solo queue, that could be because there's more brawls. And like, anecdotally watching it, I still like the Luden's Corki because sometimes you just need the poke.
Yeah.
But like, the Eclipse build is a higher win rate Graves build than the Shield Bow Bloodthirster build. And then the IE Corki build is also a higher win rate than the Luden's build. So I'm going to be looking at all their champs and seeing if they're if they're win rate slaves.
All right, well, we'll keep
which is not a bad thing.
We'll keep tracking, but also maybe we can get an answer straight from the source here as we toss it over to the Tigers, who's standing by with Whippo for the Verizon post-game interview.
Yeah, Whippo is here. You saw on the damage charts the impact he had in the game. Team Liquid top laner showing up for the Verizon post-game interview. Welcome to North America. What has your time been like transitioning to the LCS?
Oh, it's been pretty good so far. I mean, there's still something very important missing for me, but that's on the way. And other than that, I've done my best to make things work, but I still have a lot more to give.
Well, we're also excited to see that journey of what you bring to this league here. And I know in some content you did with TL and Bud Light alongside the team manager in Ben and Core JJ, you talked about the fact that you really wanted to be on a team where you could feel like you could talk to everyone. Can you tell me a bit more about what drew you to this particular squad of individuals?
Well, when I got approached and I was told what the lineup was going to be, I was immediately piqued. My interest was piqued very early on, and after some conversations with everyone involved, everything has been smooth sailing since then, really.
And have you discovered anything about how that dynamic is going to work when people like you and Bjergsen and Core JJ, in the capacity he's in, all have these leadership characteristics that can maybe gel, but also are on a similar field?
I would say that we need a little bit more time so that we can all be on the same page. I think that obviously we all have our own opinions and we have very strong ones at that. So we will have to spend more time with each other in order to really align with each other on how to play the game. But so far, I think the conclusions we come to are generally speaking very positive, and we're always in a good spot.
So getting on the same page definitely seems to be a goal. And I'm sure that Team Liquid loves to aim for also winning lock-in for a second time. Is there anything else in particular that you're wanting to gain from this tournament in preparation of the official start of LCS Spring?
I'd just like to set the bar for the rest of the split. I don't want people to look at me and judge me by my last split of top lane back in spring last year, nor by my jungle performance, because, well, I'm a top laner again now. So basically, just set the bar for the rest of the split and then aim for higher than that. That's what I want to get out of this lock-in, is just have a very solid performance and then aim higher than that.
Hey, you've talked in a few interviews about transitioning back to this original role. What progress do you feel that you've made in the recent weeks since talking about it originally?
Well, it's been exciting. There's a lot of champions I didn't lane against so much, like Gwen, for example. Funnily enough, I played against her today, but it's not a champion I had that much experience playing against, because when I was, out and about in the top lane, she wasn't that popular. Hello. Why? Sorry about that. My cat is saying hello.
Like cats, some of us.
All right. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's been pretty good. I've been enjoying myself. It's been all right.
Yeah.
It's been all right. I have a good time in the top lane. I feel like I belong there.
Good vibes, feeling like you're at home on the Rift, and we hope to make you feel like you're at home here in the LCS, and you're pretty kitty right there too. Whippo, thank you so much for joining me for this interview.
Thank you very much.
More LCS to come, my friends. We say goodbye to the furry friend, but say hello to more gameplay on the other side of this break. See you there.
A lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS. Our next game of the day, which sports TSM versus an undefeated Cloud9. A quick refresher to everybody as we take a look at the TSM side, that it is their academy roster slotting up into the LCS for the lock-in tournament. And so I would say 1-1 on day one is a very solid start for them, but they'll look to improve one better here against a team that sits above them in the standings.
Exactly. I mean, as you kind of mentioned, you should be happy about this success because they played through mid. They did a great job. For me, the focus was on Hyper. Hyper on his Lee Sin. That was, you know, even going into the first game, we were like, oh, I'm looking for the Lee Sin pick because he's so damn good at it. Hearing from this interview, he was also like, yeah.
I knew I'll play at that game.
So he gets the pick that he wants and performs on it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other big thing for TSM Academy is I thought, so Hyper and Takeover work really well together. We had talked previously about Viper in the top lane and what his kind of stable pool of carries allows for them to do. And I want to point out the Corki rotation top because I also thought that was a really smart adaptation from TSM Academy roster that ended up working out super well for them.
Yeah, we talk about Viper's champion pool quite a bit. I love this tweet.
It's amazing. After seeing his interview with that too, it's just like perfect.
Yeah, but like
I love this kid.
It's amazing. Well, we talk about Viper's champion pool quite a lot, and the fact that he plays like Vayne, Corki, like he plays a lot of AD carries top lane, but it does help you a lot when it comes to the draft, right? Because you never really know where these picks are going. So. That's going to make it actually a really fun matchup going into Cloud9 because Cloud9's shown two kind of different faces in their draft, and then TSM as a squad, you know, you never really know what Viper is going to pick, so it makes the counter pick. Or at least if they're on blue side, it makes that fun. If they're on red side, it makes that even more powerful.
Yeah, I do wonder, like, I know Cloud9 is approaching lock-in for practice, but if you were not approaching this for practice right now, I wonder just because Fudge, like, is a top laner, if you pick Corki, they're going to pick Jace into it because he'll play at mid. If you just follow him around, right, and have more dynamic lane swapping, and one thing that I'm mainly focusing on for Cloud9 is just the development of Fudge and Blabber, because those are the two announced LCS starters that are being able to build up their synergy right now. And so far, Fudge has actually done pretty well, especially in the very early laning phase, which he said was going to be his focus and getting a good foothold in the game. And he's carried it on pretty well from there.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about the matchup, so the fact that the meta right now around mid lane is, or at least, you know, playing Victor in the first game and just being able to play champions that you just grind them in solo queue. And also, I've heard, like, we've heard publicly that he has multiple mid lane solo queue accounts just being able to grind multiple different matchups. So, like, it feels like he's ready. The Jace game is a bit of a cheat because you can play that in top lane, so he gets that.
Right. I mean, he's putting in work. He's putting in work. You know who else is, though? Sven in the 80
Yes.
Right? And that's something we have to talk about. He had the Penta on day one of the lock-in tournament. First time we've had that here in the LCS. But beyond that, this kind of generates or restarts the conversation of the Cloud9 philosophy of better player plays. And is he going to start making a name for himself as a contender there?
Yeah, and then like how much time do you give the new South Korean players that are coming in?
Right.
Exactly. And just because he got the pentakill here, and then I heard on cast that he'd had like 6 LCS pentakills.
Yep.
It got us thinking like who has the most pentakills, and Emily was able to find a big list. This list did surprise me a little bit. I thought maybe 7 was going to be the highest.
I want to point out that this is only major regions, by the way, that we pulled.
Yes.
There are a few minor region players that are higher than Doublelift, but yeah, Doublelift, Reckless, SMLZ, which kind of surprised me a bit.
Yeah.
And then Sven tied there alongside Pilot with 7.
Exactly. And so, like, it's funny because when you're going through this list, like, Celebrity was out there with
Yeah.
11 pentakills, but
Right.
a lot of that comes to a product of, like, just very aggressive regions that have constant team fighting.
Yeah, Faker has 1.
Crazy.
Only 1.
Yeah, and he was so close to that
Three-time
second
world
one.
champ.
He almost had it the other time.
I know,
Yeah.
he's so close to doubling his career pentakills.
My goodness, my goodness.
I do put my spells on my
I would have been so mad if I was him in that game, honestly. Like, so So mad.
Well, we'll see if we can get another one here in this game today. Notably, a fair number of 80 carries on that list, which I think makes sense, especially when you get to late game team fighting, that they'll clean it up. But Sven did it on a Ziggs of all things on day one. So let's see what the teams want to go for. The Lulu is the first champ to hit the ban table, followed by TF for Cloud9.
For every single game, TSM Academy have banned Lulu, Karma, and Caitlyn in that order. I'm not expecting them to deviate from that.
I actually think we should see more Karma as the split goes on, just because I think it works really well. You know, theoretically as a flex, we're already seeing pretty aggressive junglers like Xin Zhao. You could see the resurgence of Olaf later on. Caitlyn being banned, that was the pick that I was looking for as a first pick. Now you're just looking at Jinx as the standing AD carry that you would want at first pick.
I mean, arguably, you could have called for Karma in the last game, too.
Yeah,
She's
true.
still up
Exactly.
with the Israel.
Yeah, true. I really like Karma Ezreal lanes for like the laning phase. They push it
Yeah.
so well.
So Thresh will be the ban, which does leave up that Jinx that you were talking about. We'll see if they lunge for the AD carry or if they go elsewhere. Viego, they want their jungler.
Okay. So that kind of probably just means that Instinct is willing to play both sides of that in the Aphelios matchup. He seems really comfortable on Aphelios in that pick, so want to see what Cloud9 does. They've shown two different faces here, and I like this one, Emily.
They're going the Jhin. Okay, so this is what I wanted to see if C9 were going to go with maybe something I'd seen a little bit more in the LCK. LCK absolutely loves Jhins. More specifically, they really like the Jhin Yuumi. So I'm curious to see if now that's what they ended up coming out with. But now Instinct has his choice of Jinx or Aphelios.
I'm interested to see if there's going to be a Leona lock-in on 3 for C9, just because already they have like pretty heavy scrap and engage with Jhin and Xin Zhao. So I want to see what that third pick looks like, but you know, see what the response is once TSM finishes their 3.
A lot of flexibility. I think the Jhin, especially when you have this many support bans, right? Caitlyn, Karma, Lulu, Thresh, is kind of a pick where I'm expecting Sven to win lane almost just by nature of having the Jhin. So, especially against Rel.
Wow.
Rel, interesting.
Actually really surprised with the Rel blind.
This is the first Rel we had this weekend, right?
Very punishable, just in general. So like, honestly, it's a good idea from Cloud9 to go with a mid line, ban mid laners so they can get the best look there, and then just have a powerful counter in support. I mean, you can go towards Leona, you'd be fine with that. Rakan's pretty decent, but like, I would also even say, you know, Brahms and a possibility.
So I suspect we will see a Corki ban then in here somewhere, yeah?
I hope so.
Better.
It's like, it would be weird not to. Right. It would like if they don't ban Corki, it's because Fudge.
Well, unless you're gonna,
or Fudge just feels like he can take the matchup because I mean Victor does push Corki early, but he's already off. Yay.
And also just remember, like, knowing that it's a flex there for Viper as well is a good takeaway.
Yeah, they're
so the Yuumi disappears in reference to the Jhin and that combo that you were talking about there.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, it's a solid ban from TSM saying like, okay, we know that this might be one of the lanes that you want to play because of how it's been played worldwide.
Yeah, what almost always happens when a team doesn't match a role like this, so since Rel is locked in, is they're likely asking Isles, like, how many do you have? And he's like, I got 3. Like, you just need to have more than 2, and then even if they headshot both bans, you're going to be generally comfortable.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to what Takeover wants to pick here when he gets the opportunity in
Syndra, blind.
Syndra.
Well, not blind, rather, since they know the Victor's there, but it'll be Syndra, I have to imagine.
That's something you can go for. Just something that I think that would be strong working alongside Viego. I mean, for both teams, it seems like the heavy focus is going to be around mid lane. It's always been the case for TSM Academy in the previous day. So I want to see if Cloud9 wants to challenge that. They still have a counterpick top lane here.
I was gonna say, because I have more curiosity around top lane.
Probably Leona and then counterpicking top.
Because what does Viper take blind here?
It's a tough one. Man.
Chase.
Yeah, I was the first
and
one.
And then Malphite, and then Gloss.
I mean, I suppose he could follow in Whippo's footsteps too and go with the Graves, right? If they can find enough. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is they already have AD jungle, so it's kind of nice to be able to go AP, and we don't even know if that Akali's going.
Please.
Yes!
Oh, they took it!
Darshan.
They took it! Oh, man.
Well, Darshan's gonna at least know this matchup. Like, Darshan, just for lore there, is the Tryndamere enthusiast. Like, before Tryndamere was popular, he's always the type of person to be like, trying to push it because he knows the matchups for it. So interested to see what he locks in.
Is he just going to play Scion again with a lot of armor?
It's possible.
Okay, Gragas.
Okay.
Engage, a little bit of a tank option.
Exactly.
All right, how do we feel about the compositions as they've been completed?
I like C9's comp.
Yeah, same.
C9's comp has a healthy amount of engage, good amount of disengage with Victor and Gragas. I think it works really well against Akali and Tryndamere. So I think TSM's going to struggle a lot trying to fight even fights versus C9 on objectives.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough.
Does TSM's, I mean, TSM, obviously, Tryndamere likes to split.
Oh,
Yeah.
there, yeah.
Ooh.
So we did kind of talk about swapping for a lane matchup. It was more in regards to, who was going to take, if Fudge was going to take something more top lane oriented in mid, but.
All right. All
yeah,
right.
I think C9 wins.
We're past that 20-second mark. The teams are done messing with us. The comps are locked in. We get to see our Tryndamere up there in the top lane with Viper piloting it. We'll see if it's enough to take down the well-rounded composition of Cloud9 as we toss it over to Flowers and Azale.
All right, everybody, let's go. Game number 3 of the day. A classic matchup here in the LCS with TSM going up against Cloud9, of course. This is not the official LCS TSM roster. For those of y'all that haven't been tuning in too much the past couple of days, it is TSM running their Academy squad up here against Cloud9, who also don't have their full roster, to be fair. So I'm interested in seeing just how this one shakes out. A couple of very aggro champions picked for the solo lanes here for TSM.
Oh, yeah.
The Akali, the Tryndamere. Now, most of what I've seen in recent times of Akali into Victor, Akali gets lawnmowered.
Yeah. It has not looked good. It's definitely been tough, especially with you see Fudge is going towards the Airy, like really kind of indexing for lane. A lot of people are going Airy Scorch, and it becomes very, very difficult for Akali to actually, you can't contest the push.
Yep.
And then it's very difficult to all in past the minions. And even if you manage to hit an E, Victor generally just kind of drops the gravity field at his feet and says, okay, take it. And so it's definitely tough. But we'll see if Takeover can make anything happen.
Yep.
Had a pretty good game alongside Hyper when he was playing LeBlanc. That's kind of really what he's known for. I'm also glad that Viper is taking some swings up in the top lane. You guys are underdogs. You know you're underdogs. You're an Academy team playing against LCS squads, right? So we brought out the Vayne against 100 Thieves. Now bringing out the Tryndamere. It's a bit of a different look here. Tryndamere is actually quite strong with the lethal tempo. If you can get that stacked up, it is really, really threatening. Gale Force seems to be the name of the game generally these days for the Tryndamere top, but there's a lot of kind of other options you can go as far as what you want to build alongside that. A lot of people do really like Navori Quick Blades. I've been seeing Essence Reaver get pretty popular as well. A lot of people are really liking that item, so just kind of run straight at him. Level 1, pray for a crit. That's the Tryndamere special, but with Gragas going Grasp, I mean, I think he's for sure going to go tank, but I actually expected him to go Phase Rush. Because that's generally what I've seen Gragas' play into these types of matchups, where it's like he spins on you, you just proc your phase rush and you walk away. Because never in a million years, unless the Gragas is so far ahead, are you actually going to chase down this Tryndamere and kill him, right? So it's more just about being able to stay alive, wave clear, and have more of an effect in team fights.
And that's something that I find interesting about Keystones, because you do have some of these Keystones, like Airy and like Grasp, that supplement your already existing pattern. It's just, hey, I'm going to play the same way, but now I deal more damage. But Phase Rush feels like it entirely changes the way that the trades can go because of the fact that you can do a quick burst and disengage, as opposed to just, hey, I do a quick burst and now it's 5% stronger, right?
Absolutely. And I mean, maybe Darshan's read is, hey, I'm actually just going to smack this guy in lane. And if you think you can just straight up beat him in lane in the early stages, not allow him to get to that point where he's kind of running you over in a 1v1, then that's great. Maybe that Grasp is going to allow him to do that. But Viper just making an early roam here, gets the push, wants to go see if he can find anything in that topside jungle. Doesn't find anything, but at the very least, they know Blaver is going to be clearing towards bot side, so Viper is just kind of chilling up on the top side. And you do want to maintain the push. When you're playing double combat sums, it's actually really important. If you're getting shoved in and you're forced to base, you lose so much. You really have to be lane dominant when you're playing this sort of a style. Otherwise, you just fall too far behind in the experience. It's really tough to play. And already, Takeover's having a tough time, but he's trying to tax Fudge's mana, right? He's hoping that Fudge's blue bar runs out before his green bar runs out.
Right. It's the same way that when people look at like mages being played in bottom lane, it's like the AD carry's not playing the health contest with the enemy mage, he's playing the mana contest, right? Run the guy out of spells, all of a sudden he's not really that much of a big deal anymore. And it looks like Takeover has whittled through most of that mana bar on the side of Fudge. Darshan's taken low there by the crit from Viper. Those Trin crits, man, early on, those things, not just early on, the whole damn game, they're so scary, but especially during the laning phase when you have no actual crit items and it just comes from the Fury, and you're like, oh man.
It's a big deal. I mean, it can completely be game-changing. A lot of these Trin 1-tricks that you'll play against, you know, they are willing to go straight at you at level 1 because they know if they get a crit, man, they can absolutely change the course of that lane.
For sure.
You know, 1 crit, he hit him for like 150 there, right? That's an entire potion that's just gone now because of that 1 crit. So definitely is a pretty big deal, but Darshan giving as good as he takes. You know, and the Gragas passive will keep you pretty healthy. I don't expect him to be able to die this early on, but Blabber moving up here to the top side, at the very least, will give coverage for reset.
Isles goes in after Instinct here in the bottom lane. They'll get the cleanse at the TSM AD carry. Ben takes honestly a pretty good chunk of damage back afterwards. Ursan's coming around from the side. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of follow-up here, but yeah, good trade there from Instinct in the 1v2.
Zven has a huge amount of sustain, though. Just popped his first potion, but he was sitting on 3 biscuits, using another potion there, so he's not going to be pushed out anytime soon. They have been kind of whittling down those resources there from Instinct. Takeover was getting bullied, kind of, but really couldn't get pushed over the edge to where Fudge still had mana and he was too low. So he does get a reset. Very even here with Fudge in the early stages, but Fudge got kind of that dream buy that you really want from Mage. See, if you can make it to Lost Chapter, your laning problems with mana kind of just go away.
And as you can see on your screen right here, we're kind of witnessing why this matchup can be problematic for Akali. Every time she comes up to try to farm, even using the 5-point strike, it's Victor lasers Q1, Q2 over and over. Both junglers here in the bottom lane now. Instinct getting jumped on here. Blabber goes in for the win, becomes lightning, and the third hit is not there yet, but it's first blood Cloud9. Ursan's trying to get out. The follow-up is enough to force the flash, and C9 finds their advantage here bottom side.
Both junglers showed up, but Blabber making the bigger difference there as Instinct gets chased down. The W slow from Blabber was just barely enough to close the gap, and maybe they'll take out. Look at it all in.
Okay, Takeover's after it. Chaos Storm placed down. Takeover back into the Shroud, trying to get away from this one now. But this is the problem too. Once Akali commits everything, once both these ultimates are down, Akali now is stuck in that world where it's so hard to try to go in again because of the gravity well. Because once you take that E, there's not really a good way out without your ult.
Yeah, it's very dangerous, and every laser that hits him is going to mean he has got to be very, very careful. Everyone is hovering. Viper is here, Hyper is here, Blabber is here. They're all crowding around, knowing when there's blood in the water mid lane, you gotta defend your guy. You gotta try to look for those kills, keep them in a good spot. Fudge goes for a little pull, so he's just kind of doing a little mini freeze. I expect him to push out though, because he's gonna want to reset as well. So Isles is just gonna come in, has the Targon charges saved up, help him clear this out really quickly, and then Fudge will just be able to get a reset of his own.
And honestly, I do want to give Takeover some praise here in the first 7 minutes of the game, despite the fact that we've talked about how this matchup can be so difficult for the Akali and how he wasn't able to find a kill with his all in there. If he picks up all 4 of these minions, he's going to be 1 farm off of the victor the entire time. So he's been doing a really nice job farming up here in this lane, making sure he can survive early to try to get to that late game Akali one-shot fantasy.
Yep, and he had a smart setup. You know, is Resolve secondary, very likely playing second win. He starts with the Doran shield, so not getting too greedy, just trying to survive. I have seen some different looks. A lot of people do like this build. Have seen some just like triple rejuve bead, trying to be able to sustain through it in that way. The people who go Dark Seal, I generally see just get pounded in the early game. You know, you have to go for the more defensive options, but has done a good job so far.
Wow,
and we'll see what they can get done.
Nice and comfortable out there with that first blood money, making sure that he'll be off to a nice start here on the Xin. Meanwhile, it's TSM going for the Rift Herald pretty much as soon as it spawns. They want to be able to use this to get that influx of gold, knock down some of those plates. I'm curious where they're going to end up dropping it because it does not look like Cloud9 has any intention of contesting this at all. Blabber is on the bottom side of the map, so maybe they want to make a play around here. Maybe they want to make a play around the Drake instead. Akali also heading down towards this. Blabber's going to find Takeover there in the jungle. Hits him with the wind, becomes lightning. The sweeper means he knows where the TSM mid laner is. Takeover, oh, that was cheeky, but it does cost your ult.
Yeah, I mean, You just don't win that 1v1 against the Zen. If he's up on top of you with challenging smite, his ulti available, he's gonna die. So as soon as the W actually connects, he basically knew he had to ult just to escape. So having a little fun with it. Sven in trouble though.
He'll get away. He'll just walk that one off. Doesn't even cost him a summoner spell, but does lose half HP. Instinct with way too many chakrams for Sven to want to stick around and fight that at all. But Cloud9 will have control over this bottom side river, which means Cloud9 will have the first Drake of the game. That one goes down at 9 minutes, so not incredibly early, but still early enough to allow them to try to stack towards that. It will be the Chemtech Drake coming out second, so we're not going to get one of those new souls or new rifts here this game. Cloud9 is up about 1,000 gold over the TSM Academy squad. Up here in top lane, Viper's got a small CS lead, but Darshan's doing just fine dealing with it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And his itemization is going to be comically easy this game. The only magic damage is Akali. Akali does not want to hit a 4,000 HP Gragas.
No,
so
she has no interest in such things.
You do not need to build any MR. Your Mythic is going to have enough on it to deal with the Akali. If you ever have to fight him, you just stack HP, you stack armor, and it is going to be really, really effective. You know how many auto attackers there are? You have Viego, you have Viper playing the Tryndamere, and also the Aphelios. So early tabbies, full-on Thornmail, Frozen Heart, Randuids, etc. are going to be incredibly strong this game. Darshan is going to be very, very difficult for this TSM team to deal with as the game gets later in team fights.
And you can see that mid lane wave has been shoved up again as Fudge will now take his opportunity to get back. We're seeing these guys just pretty much always be syncing up these recalls like this. 10.5 minutes into the game as teleports will be coming back online soon for Takeover and Darshan. We're getting to a pretty important part of the game here where they can use those teleports for a play now if they want to, but also if they choose to hold it, those teleports will become unleashed just about when second Drake of the game spawns, which could open up some big playmaking windows.
And you've got to remember, C9 does have double TP. It is just the one teleport on Takeover on the TSM side. And when you're playing against Tryndamere, as everyone who has played against Tryndamere knows, you've got to be sure that you're going to get a lot when you TP away from that lane.
Yes.
Because he is going to farm your plates, he's going to take your towers, and it can be really, really punishing. If you have a failed TP down towards bottom side, and TSM is able to disengage, well, Viper can really punish you up on that top side. So we'll have to see Darshan and his communication really be on point when he wants to join the team.
Back here in mid, it's Fudge clearing out the waves as the rest of the team hovers around this bot side river. They have the bottom lane shoved up already, so it meant that Sven and Isles were unlocked to walk around here, set down some vision, clear out some vision from their opponents. Hyper just trying to grab this chicken camp here. They have the control ward in the brush that at least Cloud9 won't be able to move up further and control that. As Fudge will group back up here with the rest of his team. He'll maintain priority over that mid lane. Crown of the Shattered Queen completed now too. Feels really good up against a champion like Akali.
Absolutely. There's a lot of going to be upfront burst here. And I mean, even if he has that available and Yurson goes for a flash engage, the follow-up damage in those initial seconds is so much lower. It really can make you difficult to burst down. Like seeing what Viper was doing as well on that top side. When they saw Blabber on bot side going for the invade, he just moved up and stole his Krugs, right? He's going to take it away. Anytime Blabber looks for a bot side invade, Tryndamere can easily farm that up and just kind of sustain through it. When the wave is stacked like this, though, and you're Viper, you know Blabber can be up on the top side. You want to play a little bit safe and make sure you have that Fury.
Ooh. Flash for flash there as Isles and Yurson both try to make and break a play. Sven with a nice root, at least forcing that to happen as Hyper shows up. Just going to go ahead and drop the Herald. Yes, they're not looking to get much more than 2 plates out of this, but they will get that guaranteed plate money. There comes your charge. Herald's down to 200 HP. Say goodnight. Instinct losing about half his HP there. Isles threw out the Zenith Blade, but with Hyper still hanging around, he's probably glad he didn't land it.
Yeah, Hyper though spending a lot of time down there, so they will actually lose the whole topside jungle. And there's potential to try to pressure Viper maybe off the tower or something like that. Of course, a full-on dive is very, very risky against Tryndamere with the ult available. So you're probably not going to look for that, but they at least want to try to take away as many resources as they can, not feeling comfortable to actually go for that Gromp, but
I mean, there was a lot of people missing. If he sticks around to try to commit to that Gromp and gives away a free kill for it, all of a sudden you're feeling really bad about what was otherwise a nice sequence of securing the buff and managing to get something out of Hyper's presence there in the bottom lane. Anyway, it's still a 1,500 gold lead for the side of Cloud9. Darshan a little bit behind compared to Viper in farm, but as the tank, that's okay. It's not like he has to be leading all the gold charts to have that effect that he's looking for here in the team fights. Has the Bomby Cinder, already has that Randuin's Omen component. I don't even remember the name of the thing. Warden's Mail or something. You almost never talk about it, as Darshan and Viper trading back and forth here a little bit. Even with Viper having a couple of those big swings, Darshan is a tanky boy.
You know, I wonder if Viper, like, if he actually wants to commit to the 1v1, he might need to go Kraken Slayer this game. Even though most Tryndamere really do love Gale Force, you know, having the additional mobility is so nice. It might just be one of those angles where it's like, you just can't kill the guy. You need max DPS, you need the attack speed, you need the true damage, because Darshan is just going to be a brick wall, right? And it's going to make it very difficult to actually punch through.
Well, Blabber is going in with Isles, and they're looking for Yurison, and they've already found him. The Xinjiao ulti so effective at stopping TSM from being able to fight back. Takeover now trying to go after Fudge. The 1v1 here currently favors the Cloud9 mid laner. Takeover stepping forward, uses the ulti there to get himself back out. Throws down the Shroud to get some energy back. Continue fighting forward here. Fudge still has Chaos Storm. Takeover knows it and can't go any further forward as Cloud9 secure their second Drake of the game. And it's Hex Tech Rift here in this.
Yep, gonna be one of those new ones. We do have the Hex Gates activated now. Gonna allow these guys a little bit more movement on the map. And I think especially one of the reasons I really like this when you're playing from ahead is you get access to some of these gates. Using this as kind of a defensive gate, as a retreat mechanism, you know, if you're moving into the enemy jungle here as Blabber, you can kind of just retreat back to this gate and go back to your side of the map. Otherwise, it just generally works as kind of like almost Rek'Sai's old ultimate.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit of a farm
I go
farm.
back faster.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of getting out to those initial camps. You can use them when you're coming out of base. Something that everyone should be doing because it does save you a couple seconds, but generally, I've found it pretty difficult to use the more forward position ones unless you're ahead.
I'm not going to lie to you, man. The other night when we were playing and we got the Hex Tech map, I completely forgot about the ones in the base entirely. I was just running my goofy butt all the way out there. Like
Scorpions don't believe in that sort of Hex Tech technology.
Exactly. I have a moral exemption from Hex Tech gates. I just can't use them.
Feel better with your little creepy crawly legs on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. I got my feet firmly planted as TSM are having themselves a pretty decent showing here up against the Cloud9 squad. Yes, it's a 0-2 score, but the game's not getting away from them in a crazy way. They're still only 600 gold behind. Viper's still feeling fine up here in this top side 1v1. You can see he hasn't shopped in a while, it looks like.
He must have a lot of gold.
Yeah, he's got the Noon Quiver and the Greaves, and he's had him for a good minute here, as Hyper and Yurison are also both up in the top lane now, and it looks like Darshan's going to be kept away from that turret, or will he?
This is a hard dive,
right
man.
back underneath of it. They're going after it. Darshan's the focus. Yurison's going to tank the turret aggro for now. Darshan with a nice body slam into a flash. He gets away. TSM could not get the kill.
I mean, your Tryndamere hasn't shopped, and you only have physical damage against an armor-stacking Gragas who has shopped. At the very least, they're going to be able to get this tower. Very, very likely. They push it back. They do get his flash off him. They deny some minions. It's going to be Frozen Heart Rush here for Darshan. So going towards the CDR, he has the Frozen Heart, he has the CDR boots, has the tier as well. So he's going to be working towards that Fimbulwinter eventually. Likely going to grab his Chem Tank first, then go Fimbulwinter as third. But it's a really solid build here from Darshan that's going to keep him relevant in this side lane for a long time, unless TSM wants to keep overloading the side and pressuring Darshan off towers with multiple members.
Instinct goes for the ulti there on Aphelios. They'll find a root on both Isles and Blabber, but if they really want this fight, Takeover's coming around from the side. He'll look for Sven. He finds the E, but a teleport's about to show up. They're ready to bring Darshan into the fight now as well, as Takeover continues looking for the AD carry, but cannot get it. Fudge grabs the kill, 3-0 for Cloud9.
Takeover is taken down, and Cloud9 looking strong in this one. It is going to be Gale Force, and it looks like it's a PD second here. Potentially, I guess it could be, you know, Executioners going in for some heal cut. But Viper, you know, building towards that side lane. This is less about the 1v1, though, with the Gale Force. Gale Force not bad in the 1v1 by any means, but I think it's going to be difficult to actually really cut through this Gragas unless you can find a very extended lane and utilize that mobility. But what it does give you is when you're team fighting, you pretty much need flashes as the Tryndamere to be able to really go backline. But you can use the flash to actually get on someone like the Victor or the Jhin. They flash, you utilize the Gale Force plus your slow, the Mocking Shout, to actually really follow and then finish them off.
Plus, of course, once you get later in the game, if this ends up at that 4 or 5 item point where Tryndamere has those items you were talking about, like getting the Essence Reaver, getting himself that Nabori Quick Blade especially, it's just spin, Sheen crit, spin, Sheen crit, spin, Sheen crit. There's a lot of mobility as long as you can just get 1 or 2 auto attacks in there with it. As Darshan, again, is just back on contain the Tryndamere duty. Yes, he'll continue falling a little bit further behind in terms of farm, but as long as Tryndamere can't just walk up and take turrets at his leisure, Darshan's doing his job.
Absolutely. Gale Force, nice use there. He had already used a spin and had the body slam hit. Maybe Cloud9 catches up. Obviously, he doesn't have vision. You know, there's not really much going here for them on that side. So it does become difficult when you have no wards and this whole area is Tryndamere and you're supposed to be pushing up there. It's very, very tough. So we're going to have to see if TSM can kind of get over on that side of the map, get a little bit of deep vision so that Viper can have a little bit more freedom to try to push aggressively. Otherwise, I just don't see them getting much value out of this Tryndamere. I mean, if Tryndamere is just going to trade farm with Gragas back and forth, while Cloud9 take Dragons, you are just going to passively lose out on the game.
Well, we do have Takeover and Fudge moving their duel up here into the top side as Fudge defends the tier 2. Cloud9 still looking to get the damage they need to take out this tier 1 in mid lane. Blabber trying to steal away some chickens, but Viper's down here. Cloud9 disengaging this one. Mocking Blow is going to find the slowdown onto the Cloud9 retreating players. Fudge has joined up in the fight now as well, as both he and Takeover have teleported back into this part of the map. It's Cloud9 with control over the river. It's Cloud9 with control over the third Drake, and it's Cloud9 now on sole point 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of nervous for TSM. It just doesn't feel like they're comfortable advancing the game state. You know, they're kind of locked in this pattern where you're just trading farm in the side lanes, you're trading farm in the mid lane, and you're slowly giving more and more of a lead over to Cloud9. The gold has been kept close, but this will be a very early Dragon Soul. You know, we're looking at a 25-minute Hextech Soul. That is a really, really powerful ability. Essentially the static Shiv proc, but the fact that it also has a slow is so nice for champions like Victor and Jhin, who already have the ability for that chase down. It makes it really, really tough to play out the game against them.
So I guess the question that I would have on my mind, hold on, never mind. Blabber trying to get away here. Gets back over to the Krugs. And now it's Cloud9 ready to follow this one up. Oh, Hyper's already down. Nice shot from Sven. Viper goes back into the fight. He's ready to go here with the Endless Raid. He'll get the shutdown on Blabber, but it's already a 2-for-1 going over to the side of Cloud9. Sven keeping this war machine running here with that Sven damage with that Jhin. Fudge takes out Instinct, 3 for 1 here on the side of Cloud9, and one of the remaining champions alive for TSM is a no-ult Tryndamere.
Yeah, and they could go Bear, and they're not going to go just yet. You can see the assist pings from TSM over to it, but they have a pink in the pit, so they know that it's not going to happen. TSM trying to make an aggressive move, perhaps feeling the game slipping away a little bit. Try to make a play around that red buff, but they get punished big time. It's very difficult to fight against Victor and Jhin in those corridors where they have a lot of safety to free fire, and Blabber just took so long to actually get knocked down here. Hyper is coming in, Takeover is there, but Blabber does a really good job buying time, gets over the wall, uses his smite straight back to full health, and then the root from Sven, the stun comes in on top, and Sven, that last shot of the ultimate was beautiful, anticipating where he was heading. In goes Yurson, in goes Takeover, in goes Viper, but Viper's ultimate has to be used so early on because of the burst coming through from Fudge and Sven that really sent in retreat very quickly. And then Fudge just flash chase here onto Instinct, takes him down as well. Darshan can't find the angle and didn't quite have his flash to follow through. But it's more of a lead here for Cloud9. Time is ticking very, very quickly as the Mortal Reminder comes up for Viper, so he's got a second item, but Fimbulwinter's done for Gragas. He's going to be working towards another tank item here, and
he doesn't even have his Mythic yet. As soon as he gets the Mythic, it immediately gets the +2 other completed item bonus.
Yep. And those two items, Frozen Heart Fimbulwinter plus CDR Boots, is so nice. You just have so much cooldown reduction. You no longer have any mana problems because both of them are very, very mana heavy.
Yep.
So it's so tough to ever push Gragas out of a lane once he gets there.
Might as well be resourceless.
Exactly. You just keep making use of that passive, utilizing the heal with your W over and over and over after every single trade. And Darshan has just done a really good job being stalwart, not giving up much of anything in that side lane.
Plus, Darshan's Demolish Rune has actually come in super handy. It's been what knocked down both the mid lane and top lane tier 1s before TSM was able to get there to defend him. He just has what he needs to accomplish his job and his role here in this game. Obviously, you can see a lot of people happy to have Darshan being back, being the big man in the top lane here. And Cloud9 are feeling good. 3,000 gold lead, 3 Drakes to nothing, 90 seconds until that Hextech Soul comes up, that slowing chain lightning, the individual Drakes themselves giving ability haste and attack speed, which is pretty much universally desired.
Absolutely. I mean, it's useful across the board for sure. At least one of them, if not both of them, on pretty much every champion is going to be really handy. So definitely feeling good about this situation if you are on the side of Cloud9. And for TSM, I just feel like they've waited too long. You know, I think if you're going to play Tryndamere and you're going to play Akali, you need to at some point try to overload the side lane for a little bit more. We did see them do that the one time. They pushed Darshan off, they got his flash, they take down a tower. We need to see more of that side of play. If you're just going to have Viper farming permanently against Darshan, I don't think you ever get enough out of this Tryndamere pick. And you know, they haven't really committed the resources to push Darshan off of towers and put Viper in such an advantage that he can then take a 1v1.
And one thing I want to point out here is we're watching Cloud9 just move through and clear out this vision. Notice the way that Blabber clears wards on Xin Zhao. It's exactly the way you should be doing it. He hits the ward either once for a normal ward or twice for a control, then uses the Q to prime the first 2 hits to kill it. So if anyone comes up to try to contest him clearing that vision, he's got the knock-up instantly ready to go. That sort of little small decision-making can really be the difference between being set up to escape and set up to get caught.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really smart stuff. And you'll see a lot of the really good Xin players prep that stun, and then they flash in, they have the instant knock-up on carries, right? And that's how they'll team fight a lot of times. With C9 onto this Dragon, Isles is just zoning him out. They're going in.
Okay, oh no! It's already disaster for TSM. They lose Yurson. Flash is up, ulti's up, none of it matters. Darshan is not afraid of anything. He goes for an ulti, but Hyper is unstoppable and immovable when he goes for his own, so he'll at least be able to get away from Darshan's follow-up. But Cloud9 takes themselves that soul. Cloud9 is now bringing in Fudge as the backup to stop Takeover from getting away. It's hard for him to stay in the smoke, but he'll buy an extra moment. Now the boy ain't got no way out, or does he? Nope, Isles is right there with the enemy mid laner dead for 45 seconds with a Hextech Soul in your pocket. Baron's the play.
Get the soul, get the kills, get the Baron. TSM had nothing to say about it. They finally show up for that Dragon, but they just had no way to actually take the fight. Yurson dies before he uses a single spell, pretty much, and Darshan cannot be touched. I mean, look at him. He's dancing on him.
He's dancing as Tryndamere crits him for 5% of his HP. Viper immediately forced into the Endless Rage. The ulti has to be used to flee, but Instinct has no such luck. He'll be cut down next. Yurson's going right back into the black and white screen. Hyper's gonna join him here. Darshan can't die, damn it. Triple kill over to Fudge.
Shake that belly, big man. Darshan is having fun today. He knows he cannot be killed. Base back to full. He's gonna TP in, and Cloud9 looking to try to close this one out, or at the very least, take a couple inhibs.
I mean, Viper's pushing mid because he's a no-ult Tryndamere. He knows as soon as he goes into this fight, he will just die in the blink of an eye. He's trying to find anything elsewhere that might work as everybody on Cloud9 takes the Hex Gate back out into the jungle. It's time to regroup and prepare for what I'm expecting to be the end of this game.
Yep, it's looking really, really tough here. Here's the contest, if you even want to call it a contest, on the Baron. They know this game is pretty screwed if they give it the Baron, so in they go. Darshan, though, you just cannot hurt this man. Look at him. He's dancing. His belly's shaking. He's having a great time. They fully commit to him, but he flashes back out. The ultimate has to be popped immediately for Viper, but he's nowhere close to actually getting onto those backline targets that he really needs to get to. And the chase just continues. Darshan able to tank this up forever, taking some more time, doing another dance. Darshan is loving being back in the LCS, and it's been great to see him. One of the biggest veterans from the scene, one of the nicest guys you will meet, and it's great to see him performing at a high level here on the LCS stage.
I love seeing good performances from players. The only thing that makes it better is when they're hypey about their own play too. I love the attitude. I love the bravado. I love seeing it. And Cloud9 is just taking a stroll through the TSM base. TSM's probably got about one shot left in them. I don't know if they'll be able to kill even a single man on Cloud9, but it's about time to do or die. Nexus turrets now under pressure. Cannon minions applying the poke damage to those. Cloud9's gonna step up and take out the first one, and now they're ready to go for the fight. Hyper is already gone. Viper jumps into the back. He's looking for Sven, who flashes away. Viper needs a little bit more to grab him, but he can't quite get there. The gun to the face! And Sven stays going. Darshan finally dropped. He was the only man to fall over here in this fight on Cloud9's side, and only Takeover and Instinct are left standing for TSM. Instinct's trying to clear out the top wave. Sven's finally gonna die there to Takeover. Isles and Blabber still ready to go to try to deal with a mid laner. He's coming right back out, trying to stop whatever he can, but Isles leads the charge. 50 damage auto attacks at a time, the Nexus falls, and Cloud9 defeats TSM.
Calm, controlled game there from Cloud9, playing to their win conditions. Complete domination around that Dragon Pit. TSM never really got anything going here. They brought some unique picks, they brought some aggressive looks, but they could never find the openings there. You know, they bring in the Tryndamere, they bring in the Akali, but we never really saw the kind of proactivity and the aggressive play around those picks that you needed to get them snowballing, right?
Yeah.
You kind of just ended up with Tryndamere farming against Gragas, Akali farming against the Victor, and Cloud9 taking every single dragon. And that's just not a winning combination from TSM. I like them taking the swings, though. I like that they're bringing out some unique picks, because you're probably not going to beat, you know, an LCS caliber squad if you are an academy team if you just go full standard. So I do think it's cool that they took some different looks, but I would have liked to see more moves, you know, from Yurson, from Hyper up towards that top side, try to really put Darshan down, and then give you an avenue where you actually can split push, because that was the only time they really made anything happen, was that one dive. They didn't even kill Darshan, but at least they took the tower. Because beyond that, I mean, we didn't even see the Rel engage practically ever, it felt like.
Yeah, there were a couple of different problems, and although Akali was able to farm well against Victor, and although Tryndamere did maintain a few waves of advantage in terms of farming EXP over the Gragas, that's not enough to carry the game.
Yeah.
You can be winning, but not winning hard enough, and now because the rest of the map has fallen apart, because Cloud9, as you pointed out the first time when both junglers ganked bottom, it was Cloud9 who had a more impactful presence with their jungler. It meant that TSM had to find something somewhere, and it just felt like we never actually got that something that we were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough, right? You know, Cloud9 played a pretty simple strategy, a pretty bulletproof strategy. They're going to draft a better 5v5 comp. They're going to show up for every objective, and you got to do something about it, right? And and TSM just wasn't able to. You know, they as you said, were farming pretty well. It was less about the gold advantage. It's just about, like, what's your win condition with that comp? If you're going to be forced into 5v5, they don't really have much of one. As we saw Darshan having some fun. He was not
the man
really
was enjoying himself.
He was not under threat of dying. Not
having
really
a good old time
at all. And Victor is just much easier to team fight on than the Akali is, especially when you're fighting as Akali. You're not only against the Victor, but also against Leona, who can lock you down and burst you out. It's very, very tough. You know, at least we got to see Viper almost kill off Sven, and that was kind of the idea of how you team fight. You know, you flash E, you Gale Force to catch up after he flashes, but he couldn't quite finish the kill.
Not quite there. Cloud9 keep their perfect record alive, though, and now it's time to join LaTigris and Blabber for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. Blabber joining us once again on the broadcast. The C9 jungler showing out in that game. In fact, it is a 3-0 thus far for Cloud9. How do you feel that you were all performing so far during this lock-in tournament?
I definitely think we've been playing okay, like decently well. I don't think we've really been tested. Like, I wouldn't say the three teams that we played were necessarily the strongest teams in the LCS, especially because two of them are their academy teams. So I'm glad we were able to do well and win those games, though.
In that context, are there any teams in particular, regardless of what group they're in, that you are looking forward to playing most in terms of a challenge in your idea?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we're not like the strongest right now, even though we've been winning. I do think that us against 100 next week, even though they lost today, will be a better test, I guess. And I think EG and TL both are looking pretty strong.
Yeah, and obviously you have your eyes on the opponents, but you are a jungler that have always had your eyes on yourself and your improvement. Fudge had mentioned in the roster announcement how you're very open to new ideas and working on particular things. What has your focus been as an all-star jungler that is still striving for success?
I guess my focus is just you always have to be able to adapt. I think like you can't be stuck in like one state of mind that this is always the best because the game changes. It always changes. Actually, this year, jungle actually didn't get totally changed in the new season, so I was like low-key thankful for that because it gets changed like every year. But yeah, just working hard and trying to improve.
I know you're talking about adaptation in game state, but how is that adaptation affected by the roster changing around you, whether it be the swaps or even playing with different players at this point in time?
Yeah, I mean, for me right now, the experience is just playing with a new team. Like, it's not like I spent a whole year scrimming with the intended starting roster of Summit Berserker and Winsome/Isles. But to me, like, I'm just playing with new players. Like, I haven't played with them before. I haven't played with Darshan or Isles before either, and I'm just trying my best to make it work with what we have.
Make it work, bring it all together, especially for the next game that you have within the group stage. I believe you're facing off against 100 Thieves, who did just suffer a loss to FlyQuest, who you beat on your first day. What are your thoughts on that upcoming game?
Yeah, I was very surprised 100 lost. I definitely think they're probably better than what they showed today, so I think our match with them will definitely be harder than our other matches.
Should definitely be a fire one for us to tune into. Blabber, thank you so much for stopping by for the interview.
Thank you very much.
For more on this C9 victory, let's head on over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. Straight from Blabber himself, fairly aligned with a lot of the preseason expectations when it came to strength of teams within the groups. Saying 100 Thieves, Team Liquid EG are the expected teams, to be sitting alongside them. But it is in fact Cloud9 that is at 3-0 and leading their group, Group A, with 100 dropping it earlier. And they've looked good. This was another very solid game out of Cloud9, as Azael put it. Like they're sitting pretty, and this isn't even their full roster.
Yeah, and it's looking better and better. Much like what Blabber said, they are going up against Academy rosters, which kind of sucks if you just want to be challenged, right, in this tournament. And I'm sure they will in the next week when they go up against 100 Thieves. But like, I think they're just playing a better game. The vision control has been more consistent.
With the stats that we have up on the screen, I want to hand things off to Jap because Fudge transitioned to mid lane.
Yeah. So this is backstory. This was actually in preparation for like a sponsor segment, the Samsung Fast 5?
Yeah.
Where you do the
Which is still coming, end of the day.
Fudge is currently rank 1, 2, and 3. And I think Blabber would be like rank 4, but the next closest mid laner there is Palafox with his mythic completion 2 minutes and 6 seconds later.
How is that even possible?
So one, I looked into it because it like jumped off the page to me. He has taken futures market every single game. And then Mythic is it's like the first thing he buys. So he'll do a starter item, which will be like a corrupting potion. I didn't check if like the really fast one was when he started with a monocrystal or something.
Yeah, right.
But I don't think he's necessarily doing anything crazy. But what I like is he's clearly doing something planned. And so he's not just trying to roll swap to mid lane and play off instinct. And it's taking some of the things he did top lane to mid lane. I don't know if this is just a Fudge thing. I think it's definitely more of a team thing. There's Max Waldo, there's Vagar, who's another one of their coaches. People meme about you go wave F, wave X, and you do this. There's got to be a little bit of this with mid lane, knowing that waves 1, 2, and 3 should go this way. This will be my first timing. When I hit this goal, that's when I get my mythic. And he's just looked from the eye test way more on top of that part of mid lane than anyone else is right now, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, and I mean, I think when you're looking at him transitioning over, the ability to rely on a coaching staff that he does trust. And also, I know that he has excellent communication with these guys already, having kind of been part of that initial C9 scouting package.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the value of having a lot of positional coaches on your team. So that's just like a major point for everybody, LCS teams, is that especially if you're making this change, being able to have someone that's working with you in solo queue, or just in scrims as well, where a lot of these choices are intentional. Just taking a look at this game, I mean, it was a stomp. Great ultimate there from Sven, just finding it straight through the team to be able to get that pick. But this game was just so hard from the perspective of TSM Academy, and a lot of it was just based off of like, you can't punch through a lot of these players. This fight was just poorly picked because of the corridor they were fighting through.
Well, they weren't even 5, they were 5v4 in that
Yeah.
fight. C9 was. Darshan wasn't even there. He TP's in later, right? I think the big thing I really liked, just to go back to, to go back to C9's composition, how we talked about it, and in what kind of setups I like the Jhin, it's when you can have CC to try to help set up how much range he gives you in these fights. And we're going to see a fight coming up later on at Drake, where I also want to give Darshan credit for, I know on Cast they talked about the lane aspect of it, but I thought Darshan did an excellent job of also being able to track the Tryndamere through their head, but you have to keep track of where he's going to be able to flank, especially with both Akali and Tryndamere. They can easily flank the Jhin if you don't have such vision control like what you talked about before, Raz.
Yeah, I thought the vision this game was perfect, and to your point, like Darshan did a great job of being able to trace where the Tryndamere was. There was a dragon fight where he was, like, he had the option to flank, so I'm sure he was interested in that, but the moment he saw Tryndamere, he's like, I'm just gonna mess with you. Like, it's just you and me. And then on side lane, it was always gonna be difficult, especially with the build that he has. He was a really smart build, going in Frozen Heart on that one first. And then, like, of course, delaying the Mythic, which is smart if you're going onto a tank Mythic item. So good job over there for Darshan, and as a team, this is their cleanest game.
I gotta be honest, I just never saw a way for TSM's comp to win that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Like, at least anecdotally so far, we've seen people trying to break out of control metas with like melees mid Akali or a carry top laner, but it's generally been the underdog trying it. So even if the underdog was playing meta, they'd still probably lose those games. But I agree with you. These comps have not looked good. 4 melee champions into the Victor Leona didn't seem like it was gonna work.
Yeah, and like, the Gragas was a great pick. So like, even when we were going through the draft, I was like, well, you know, there's the possibility of like playing through sides if everything is even early on. But in team fights, it was always going to be difficult. If you find that window, the idea is if you can find that window in lane as the Akali, but you get, he got shut down once again here. Yeah. I think Fudge played around that very well. But you also have Leona and your jungler that's going to be there, Xin Zhao, helping.
Right. There's always a world and a circumstance or an environment in which a team composition can win.
Yes.
Right? It's just a matter of getting to those circumstances. And I think that's...
It's hard, Dad.
Where I looked at the TSM comp here and I was like, okay, I can see a scenario where they win. I just don't know how they get themselves into that scenario. That's neither here nor there. It's Cloud9 looking good here at 3-0. Only matchup they have left is that 100 Thieves matchup. So, if, again, as Blabber himself says, doesn't really feel like they've been tested. Yep. So we wait on bated breath. Next Friday is when that one will
reschedule it to today.
No, I won't do it. Actually, I don't even think I have that power.
Good.
I wish I did. I'm going to petition for that kind of power going into the next year. For now, though, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's EG taking on Immortals. We'll see you soon.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold.
Here comes the big play. Oh, that's perfect timing. You can see this one coming. They get what they need. They got the mid. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they going to give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where the question is, how many analysts does it take to properly operate
I don't want to touch
Telestrator?
this thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it.
We don't have an answer.
I didn't do anything.
We're geared up for our next matchup. It's EG versus Immortals, but what we wanted to do was hit you with an LCS Classic. We're almost through our first weekend of play, so we're going to look at some overreactions, as have been provided by the LCS community themselves. So first up, we have Fudge and Jojo Pion are the best mid laners in North America. Verdict on that. Overreaction?
Yeah, but maybe.
Is it though? You just showed a bunch of statistics about how Fudge is getting
For
to
like
his mythic 2 minutes
This,
faster.
like, tiny
He's
baby
3-0.
I mean, some of the best middles in NA aren't even playing right now.
Also true. Okay, so you think it is an overreaction?
You know what?
But they're on, like, if they continue to...
Maybe, yeah.
Of the time this tweet was made by Koyori, yes. Not an overreaction. I mean, not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
For the time in which this was made.
Okay.
Once we start the actual split and we actually...
There you
see
go. Raz
the mid
says
laners.
1-2 All-Pro, end of the split.
Oh
It'll
my
be Jojo
God.
Pion and,
I'm outta here.
And Fudge. Next up, we've got Tyler, who says, maybe I'm overreacting, or maybe I'm just excited for the future great match from EG and TL.
no.
I absolutely adore this. I love this so much because I am so excited by a number of the young players that we have in the league and how we are starting to see some of those big shoes get filled of veterans who, you know, they put in their time. They put in hundreds of games, but have, you know, since retired. I know Bjergsen's back, but filling in those shoes is not easy.
I think it is an overreaction because of the small sample size.
Okay.
But I do think of the two here, obviously, I'm actually tracking Danny a little bit more in terms of like his sophomore season, so to speak. And I really liked what I saw from both him and Vulcan yesterday in terms of their leaning.
Yeah, I mean, people will look at Bjergsen and Doublelift together for their accomplishments, right? I mean, they're obviously the GOATs of NA, but the accomplishment and the journey in which they finally got to play together was a big thing. Look, they started together. We'll look back on this year, mark it in your calendar, year 2022. That's when the new age of Bjergsen and Doublelift.
That's when it goes the other way.
There we go.
All comes full circle. I think we got another one ahead of us. Let's see what we got here. It's Evil Geniuses themselves. Jack, what are you doing?
What have you done?
Can you please clear screen?
What?
Okay.
There's a keyboard?
Absolute disaster.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
actually, it's going out to program, I think, properly. So Evil Geniuses tweeted out, POV Immortals just saw they play us today in the LCS lock-in tournament. It's the cat crying. Do you think this is how Immortals feels right now? Are you scared of Evil Geniuses and what they've shown us so far?
I mean, I'd be scared of Evil Geniuses, but I also think for Immortals, I'm not happy with how my first day went. I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted by
You just turned it off.
In terms of Immortals, though, like this is their day to have a turnaround, like we saw from FlyQuest earlier today.
This is a live enactment of Immortals trying to take down Evil Genius. The Evil Geniuses is the Telestrator. Jat is Immortals, and Immortals is struggling.
No matter how many times you reiterate and try and change the draft, it all turns out the same. It feels like a disaster. But the main point is...
Oh, they need caps. That's the answer.
They do need caps.
They need caps.
But my main thing is that, no, they're excited to play against them because they need a challenge. They need a challenge. No hope.
No hope. All right, well, apparently that's what we think. There's no hope for Immortals. We'll have to see, though, if they can prove us wrong as we hand it over to Pastry Time and Mark Z to get us in the game.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. At least we're prepared, Mark, to cast his last
I'm disappointed. As soon as they did that, I was like, you're not in presenter mode. There's like a little guy behind the podium. You need to press that button. Unless there was a reason they didn't want to be in presenter mode, but I think that was the issue that they're bumping into there.
So I guess they asked the question, how many analysts does it take to fix Telestrator? Apparently it's more than 4.
Or just me. I
just
should have ran
Mark.
in there. I should have ran down. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I could have done the intro on my end. You could run back. It would have been fine.
All right, well, we have two teams to talk about
We
who
do.
hopefully are more prepared than...
Definitely more prepared than those 4.
Yeah, so Immortals are a team that does want to bounce back. They are a team that maybe looked a little unprepared yesterday, going 0-2, and not even against what people expected to be pre-tournament toughest teams in their group. They're playing EG today. One of their two losses were against CLG and Dignitas, which I think came as a surprise for a team that has a fair amount of veterans on it, and I'm hoping that they have a little bit more to show today.
Yeah, it's definitely the struggle right now for AMT, but again, Lock-In is a lot about, finding your feet as a team. This is definitely a team where I think people are expecting them to hit a high level at some point. I think first 3 days of Lock-In, maybe you don't have to necessarily hit that ceiling right away. But definitely going to be a tough matchup here because EG right out the gate seem to be just going up and up. Already we thought this team would be good. I think they're even better than we thought they'd be this early on, and that's only going to get harder here for IMT as the bans are almost done. Karma, Thresh, Corki, Renekton, Caitlyn, and Xin.
I was about to see if they're going to leave up the Caitlyn because yesterday, Dignitas left up the Caitlyn TF trade. Power Evil took it, and it is a playstyle that we have not usually associated with PoE, and so the fact that they took the TF right away was a bit of a surprise. It feels like teams might not respect the TF in Immortals' hands currently, and so here, Immortals themselves leave it up, they ban the Caitlyn away, and yeah, EG take the Jinx and saying, hey, yeah, go ahead, have one of the highest priority champions on the patch. We're not scared of it in your hands.
Yeah, I mean, 3 for 3 for Danny now on this champion. He himself has been pretty vocal about how powerful he thinks the champion is, so I don't know. We'll see how it works out for AMT.
I mean, AD carry is one of those positions where you can kind of just like slam the same couple champions. It's
what
he did last year with Tristana. He has a small effective champion pool, but I don't think it's an issue for Danny. And if you're going to keep getting Jinx, who is by far the second best champion on the patch in most people's minds for that position, yeah, keep grabbing it.
Yep, definitely something they're happy to keep doing here, but IMT have the response ready. Xin means J4 seems to be the next jungler in line, at least in a similar kind of role. And then Aphelios has definitely been kind of the next AD after Caitlyn and Jinx, so Wild Turtle is happy to have that here.
Yeah, and we were talking about yesterday, the exact order after Jinx seems a little bit up in the air here in North America. Preference for Aphelios. Globally, it is still a little bit more up in the air. We saw some Ezreal attempted, hasn't quite looked great in North America yet. As well as, well, some other picks that can come in. Like Kog'Maw was not it. Didn't seem like the first time around.
No, definitely in like the same area as like Jinx and Aphelios. It's kind of more like later game snipe scaling champions. You can get aggressive in the 2v2 in certain matchups. So.
And I've liked the Jhin so far as one of the other backup ones that they put in there.
Yep. Jojo, of course, showing off the Teemo. One day he's going to mess this up and have to play it, but instead he'll play Twisted Fate today.
Yeah, we were expecting it after Immortals kind of passed over it themselves. Are you going to let them ban it in the second phase? They take it here. If Immortals do want to try and counterpick with some of the popular counterpicks that we talked about when it came through the first time, if it's the Sylas, this would be the chance to grab it. But again, that's not exactly Power of Evil's expected champion, so the kind of counters that are good into TF are also not the things that you expect him to grab up, so it might just be this Victor.
Yep, and that is the selection here for PoE. Going to try and keep the TF contained under the tower as much as possible. Can cancel an ulti if he gets his ult out early enough, but not the easiest thing, and you have to think Jojo's going to find the ability to roam, so definitely a lot of attention on Jojo to make plays in the early to mid game here on Twisted Fate. It is a high priority pick for a reason, so curious to see how he performs, and it's been fun actually watching Jojo on so many different meta picks. Like I thought he might stick to a couple champions because the mid lane pool feels a bit narrow right now, but he's been happy to kind of play them all. I mean, he's getting them all, to be fair.
Yeah, putting on a bit of a clinic for people who are not familiar with him, showing he has a bit of versatility in his wheelhouse. Evil Geniuses as a whole have looked incredible thus far in Lock-In. It's only been a day. This is their third game that they're playing. But it's been a whole team effort. People have popped off at different points. I say the most consistent member has been Vulcan.
Yep.
Peter Dunn was shouting him out on Twitter. He definitely has been popping off. But, everyone knows Vulcan's good. That's not a hot storyline. It's like, yeah, you're maybe the MVP of the team right now. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, he's not the grandpa of the team, not Impact, but, he's not quite, a fresh Zume. He does have a lot of experience, has a lot of international caps, so we'll see what happens here. Lulu and Jace banned away. Revenge consistently getting, his big 1v1 champions that we know he wants out of the way. I'm curious if Gwen is going to be on the menu, although with Victor in the mid, it might be damage portfolio not super after, but Revenge will take it if he thinks he can win the 1v1, as a Vulcan champ is going to hit the bin once more with Nautilus banned away.
Yeah, this is not too much of a surprise. Lulu pairs quite well with Jinx, as well as Nautilus being able to get the hook root into the Chompers thrown out. You can get a pretty gnarly chain CC combo in there, so 2 of Jinx's better supports gone. The Jace, like you called out, as potential top ban. It's interesting, the Leona, just to get rid of one of the final top tier supports, people will be pushed a little further down their pool, but on the Gwen top lane pick, you still have the GP up, which I think both of them are comfortable playing, and so neither team really wants to ban it. They go, are you going to pick Gwen or are you not? Impact's Gwen yesterday was also just incredible. I think he ended up with like 8 kills, 9 kills.
Oh yeah.
You were joking about a triple-double. He almost got a double-double. He was pretty close.
Definitely a great game there for Impact. Again, kind of a quiet one given that with all the new faces on the EG roster and how much excitement there is, but Impact certainly putting on a clinic, carrying in that game. It is Bard instead of anything else, though.
Here we go.
I thought the door was open for a Kong with Leona being banned, and I like that pick for Destiny, but Vulcan really starting to flex the muscles now.
Yeah, here we go. Vulcan said, all right, my Nautilus wasn't sexy enough for you. Here's the Bard. Get your eyes on me. This is actually a good pick here, too, as well, given that the backline focus for Immortals currently looking like a kind of front-to-back team fight, team comp. They're both immobile, so it's so easy potentially to snipe out the Victor, snipe out the Aphelios, and then have the rest of your team kind of jump on top of them. You can port on top. Lee Sin can find some angles to kick in at as well. It's a lot of setup for EG, not a ton of damage right now. So with that lock-in of the Graves, they're bringing a little bit more, but it is very physical heavy. But Revenge is not necessarily the guy to slam a tank in the top lane.
Yeah, I'm excited here. I mean, this is different for Impact, right? Gwen and now Graves after Wipo showed it off earlier today.
Oh, he will do it.
Unfortunately, but it is going to be Sion there for Revenge.
It's too much value not to take a tank right now. Like, tanks have been buffed with a bunch of the items that came in. You see triple physical threats. Like, it's just a TF. You don't even need to really build MR. It's too good not to take the Sion here. Though, you can expect him to be getting bossed around. A lot of times that you take the tank into the range physical threat, you don't have a good time in lane phase. It's absolutely a team fight focused counter pick. Revenge probably going to fall down a little bit in the early laning phase.
Yep, I think already the first one that springs to mind is, of course, Weak Side Specialist Fake God. Absolutely, just taking it in the 1v1 on Malphite and then carrying with initiations throughout the game. Revenge going to have to look for a similar play pattern here, but Sion is ultra disruptive in team fights and so annoying when he's tanky enough to kind of ignore these carries, especially like you said, with so much physical damage on EG's side.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this is a really interesting strategy for EG. It's very proactive. I think they should have 3 pushing lanes. The Jinx Bard with a little bit of the range advantage and slightly more AoE with how the chimes work and the Q and stuff. Like, you should be able to get the shove there. Mid lane, Victor might be able to keep you even, but he's not going to roam as well. And then top lane, you're going to have the shove with the Graves. So they will have a lot of agency in the early game, the map mobility for Inspired's Lee Sin as well to try and make some plays happen, because come late game team fight, it's definitely in Immortals' favor.
All right, well, team's going to spread out onto the Rift here, and the first thing I actually see is Vulcan moving in towards Destiny. He's going to throw the Q. Very nice positioning for Destiny, actually, but they're just going to trade some blows here, and everyone's going to walk away. Although Wild Turtle is going to get some poke, but again, Destiny not getting too aggressive. The thing I was going to say, though, is there are quite a few unsealed spellbooks in here.
Yeah.
Definitely standard for TF and tanks, but not so much on Victor.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see it, I guess. Wanting to potentially follow Jojo Pune around the map a little bit more. Maybe the best utility that you can grab. Cool. We'll see how he's able to use it over the course of this game.
Can definitely help with your jungler as well. Like, Victor doesn't really set up for ganks at all, but having Ignite makes a big difference in any sort of 2v2 or 2v1 play you're making. It's actually one of the reasons it is so good in TF, I feel like, because you naturally set up very well for your jungler, so maybe Inspired and Jojo can get together in the early stages of the game, but this is looking like an invade on my screen.
Yeah. Inspired working his way in there. They walked around the ward, so they'll be coming in from the top, and Pincer moving here on Revenge.
I really like this play. No TF, but not going to need it. Impact just does so much damage early on with that quick draw. Just getting resets, and they're going to flip it here for the red, it looks like. EG being so annoying.
Yeah, leaving Impact on zoning duty with the fact that you built those true grit stacks against double physical. You have the range advantage. They just have no way to deal with him.
Look at him go, he's 1v2ing! Although Vision is going to be an issue, Revenge does finally get a stun. The Red's going to reset Vital here. PoE roaming up, but that might be enough damage. Revenge falls to Flash Impact. He's going to get in there. The buff goes to Xerxes, but First Blood goes to Impact. Although I think it's going to get transferred over. Successful transfer, Mark. Power of Evil picks it up.
Alrighty, 2 kills going down. Flash is traded on both top laners. They're both going to TP top. The person who comes out the worst in this is actually probably Inspired, not getting his buff, having to run back across the map to get it. Still level 1 right now, while Xerxes gets to continue on his clear and continue on unperturbed. Power of Evil as well, decently happy with that. He gets a free kill. You know, if you're talking about who you want to get these kills, Sion's fine to be like, hey, I gave an assist to my mid laner.
Yeah, Inspired getting the blue late, as he said. And it was not the transfer, although it was the transfer of kills, I suppose, to PoE. So Xerxes not only gets the buff in the flip, but gets away with it here, so watch how this happens. It looks so good for EG in this 2v2.
I even like the idea for Inspired here to go kind of like, screw the buff, I'm going to go kill the top laner. Because here, you see him walk past and he goes, no, I'm killing Revenge. This was the nice idea. The flash followed by Impact. PoE just a little bit faster on the rotation means that he's able to drop some damage on Impact and clean that kill up. I don't hate it. I mean, it's just aggressive playmaking, you know? I respect it. Tried to get the kill, a little bit short on damage to kill him before he could flash over the wall. Good job by Revenge, kind of baiting that last little bit out.
Jojo already is flashing IMT Flare in his mid lane, by the way. I guess that's what happens when you have good hands as a young player. You can not only CS the wave and move around, but throw emotes in every single little weave there as Danny gets knocked up. But Destiny, he's going to get rooted straight into the Chompers. Ignite is down! Danny almost going to pick up that 2v2 kill, but Xerxes on the hunt. Level 3, 2 buffs. Wild Toad are going to get slowed down. Vulcan going to pick up the package on the floor and is going to be okay.
Yeah, I was a little worried there about Inspired maybe not being in range, but was not set too far behind. Could have collapsed on that play, so I like the restraint by Xerxes, not like Flash EQing in and forcing Vulcan's Flash and getting into a dicey situation there. Destiny, bit of a mistake on taking that Rakani. You can get chomped out of those, and that's exactly what happened there. Ends up losing his Flash, but Danny as well, down a Flash, Ignite down on Vulcan, so actually end up a little bit ahead on the Summoners.
Yeah, curious to see if Jungle Attention perhaps will go down there, but looks like Vulcan on the roam to the mid section of the map, Inspired here as well. As we've said, TF can set up very well for these kind of ganks, but Jojo lost a pretty fat trade there, so not feeling too healthy. Inspired stole a minion, and then he's going to let Jojo reset, but looks like Teleport's going to get used here.
Yeah, 3-man showing up in the mid. No one wants to come out underpowered while contesting the wave, but Vulcan's going to go back down bot lane. Xerxes is going to grab that Scuttle Crab. Going to reset now, and I wonder what PoE is going to do here. Is he going to try and shove the wave and get his own recall off? He's going to greed it out to have it available for 6. Not quite sure.
Have you met PoE? He's definitely staying for the wave.
He's staying for the wave, but the question is what is he going to do with his teleport now afterwards?
He'll use it eventually.
You think he's going to greet it in
Oh,
wave?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If he doesn't have lost chapter money, he's waiting. Although he did get that kill, so he has quite a lot of gold to spend. So perhaps he'll just take it, but again, has to finish these off first. Jojo with the early cooldown boots here is going to do as much damage as he can, but again, you don't want to burn or trade too much because you don't have TP anymore. Top lane, Impact and Revenge battling it out, but already Revenge actually feeling pretty comfy here. Just with this Doran shield, the 2 longswords, not enough for Impact to get too much damage done despite the first blood money.
Yeah, I mean, Sion's wave clear is actually fairly respectable. Of tank top lanes, your E shouting a creep through the wave, a fully charged Q if you're able to get it off. You can keep the minion wave off your turret decently well. The mana will get eventually depleted, which is kind of the situation you see him in now. With no mana, Revenge doesn't have a way to keep that off the turret, but Graves is also this champion where as you get more items, the wave clear becomes easier and easier because it's mostly your auto shoving it, and so there will come a point where Revenge will struggle to keep that off the turret.
Yep, PoE is back, lost chapter finished, feeling good, recharged the potion there as well. Vulcan and Inspired are hanging out.
Saw the ward go down over the wall by the Aphelios to try and see if the invade was on those Gromps, but they spotted that as well.
It's the best ward in the game, by the way, if anyone's wondering.
Wall stun.
Oh, very nice. Xerxes stunned up. Jojo Pune, in we go. Stun not there. Gold card not at the ready. Destiny going to get stunned up, but Xerxes flashes out of there.
Yeah, like you said, the gold card a little slow potentially. The flash away by Xerxes EQ to get out. Now he's got 4-man over the Gromp.
Going to be all right, though. PoE level 6, actually kind of threatening total here as well with the gravity gun, but everyone from EG are going to get to walk away. Oh, Power of Evil. This could be a problem. Does have flash, flashes in, doesn't use it yet. Gravity field there, but that's too much damage. Ulti over the top's not enough, and Inspired picks one up.
Man, EG are just relentless hunters in the bot side jungle of Immortals right now. Camping that brush, getting the chunk on Xerxes, and then when you have PoE move to try and help, this mobility of the team that we're talking about, you have obviously the teleport from the TF, but then also just the mobility that Lee Sin has, Bard portaling through walls and stuff. It's so easy that, you know, Victor's, even with his flash up, can get caught out in the jungle just like that.
And you said it, Mark, like, this is a team comp where EG have to be proactive and Inspired. Like, he is not winning the farm battle, right? He lost the early exchange at the red buff for the invade. He's down on CS. Xerxes had a great bit of pathing to be very efficient while still being relevant in a couple situations to cover, but it just doesn't matter if you stay around for kills and you get them.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can keep this going. I mean, what we've seen thus far in lock-in out of them, hold on here.
Gonna be all right. Just some trading back. Destiny maybe not so lucky. Oh, Wild Turtle's getting involved. The Chakram out after the ulti, but not enough damage.
Yeah, a bit of a miscalculation there. They knew Danny had no flash, so I kind of understand wanting to punish it, but after you throw your ult out with some Chakram autos, like, you're still only a level 6 Doran, or a longsword.
Berserker groups.
Yeah, like, it's not gonna finish him off from full health, so a little overeager there by Turtle. Just blows
the 25 Chakrams, Gale Force.
It's still pre-8 minutes there, buddy.
All right, well, Turtle does burn the flash, unfortunately for him. Danny actually looking good in the CS numbers there, and Vulcan has been pretty proactive around the map, although Destiny has been trying to cover as well, but Bard always going to win a lot of those exchanges. Nice little slow but no latch means no stun, but Destiny not back in time to punish.
Yeah, like we said, the bot lane should just be kind of a free lane for the Bard Jinx combination, having the push in their favor, and then Vulcan has made a couple moves out of the laning phase. But other than that first kill in the bot river, I mean, I know there was the 1-for-1 hit top at level 1, but Vulcan has showed up mid for a couple times for some pressure, doing a good job of getting out. Not quite 6 yet. That's when you really start wowing people with your Bard.
Yeah, gotta have the full kit on display. Instead, it looks like quite a lot of back and forth here for this Rift Herald. Both Revenge and Impact have been in this section of the river near the Herald for a little while. Revenge actually getting the lane pushing back, despite still being down in CS, but can't be too unhappy with the way the matchup's going, given the expectations from the draft. And of course, Vulcan staying proactive and Inspired's actually got more than enough coverage here to take this dragon.
Yeah, finally looking towards the dragon. Mountain Dragon, not a ton of help for EG's team comp. Would help Immortals quite a bit, but gonna take this one away. You'll see a lot of wards were up in the top river for the spawn of Rift Herald to see if anyone was going to rotate extra men up there. Both teams opted not to. We'll see when EG turns their focus there. With the pushing top lane and all that extra mobility, they're going to get first movers advantage kind of on that objective. But right now, I think they're more focused on denying Immortals options.
Ooh, very nice here from Inspire. Gets the buff, but have to get away. It's a 4v2 right now in the river. 4v3. Vulcan's in there. No level 6 though, but the damage is good out of Danny. They turn it back around. Vulcan takes out Xerxes, and it's another trade there as PoE does get one back, but he's going to be left for dead. Who grabs the kill? Danny needs one more rocket, please. Pay attention to the enemies on the screen as the turret is off. Vulcan looking to make the plays. The portal there is also available, but Wild Turtle's going to be safe for now. Does get rooted, but not enough damage.
Yeah, Vulcan's mind moving a little too quick for the rest of his team. Turned the turret off, took the portal through, and then looked over his shoulder. Wait, you're still dealing with power of evil? What the hell? So unfortunately not finding that last kill, but such a great reaction by Evil Geniuses, baiting Immortals to chase down that river while still having the ability to move in.
Now watch again here in the rocket, flip the switch. Replay looked real nice for IMT at the start.
Yeah, but Vulcan was just camping that brush. Plus they have the shove in bot lane, so Danny's able to get involved. Plus his rocket, you know, can hit from pretty far away, gets excited, able to collapse in so quickly. And so unfortunate for Jojo Pune to give his life up, but I think he's more than happy to feed his team 3 extra kills there.
Definitely going to be worth there, as you said. A little too early there for Vulcan, but I love the attempts here as the Gravity Field stun's going to find Jojo as Vulcan gets PoE on the back end of his Q, but everything will dissipate there in mid as EG stay proactive. Now they're looking for the top side. Inspired, by the way, Goddrinker already done. The man is taking over the early game with these 2 kills he's gotten.
Yeah, Inspired's going to have free reign, be able to run wherever he wants. You see the Graves turning online, like we talked about. A couple more levels, a couple more damage items, and suddenly Sion can't keep the wave off his turret. And with all the extra pressure they have, he can perma push while they take Rift Herald. They don't need to bring him down. 2,500 gold advantage, and it's about to get a lot worse once they decide to drop this somewhere.
Yeah, and it's kind of even worse than that, given the total amount of pressure and control that EG have, right? Like, we saw the vision for IMT before that Dragon started. We thought, okay, well, maybe they're looking to try and split the map and take another objective, and they've just lost everywhere they've gone in these first few minutes.
Right, when you have these team comps that are going to lose the push early on, you're not really expected to win the early game. You're trying to figure out, like, what's the threshold that is acceptable for me to fall behind in? Especially if there's a gold passive, you know, like TF brings a gold generation passive. Like, how far down do you want to be? 20 minutes, 3K is probably where you want to be. 3K at 11, big trouble.
This is real nice, but can they get the kill? They can with Jojo back! And that's a very, very nice setup there as Jojo gates down for a kill.
Oh, just no way for Turtle to do anything. This is exactly what we were talking about. The Bard at level 6, knowing there's no flash. They had that timer from the over-aggression from Turtle earlier. So easy just to pick him off, especially if Jojo Pune's coming over the top.
Ooh, teleport actually pretty aggressive there for IMT. Power of Evil finds a couple things he likes, mainly that minion wave under the tower. Inspired wanted to use the Herald, but thinks better of it now as Jojo's got the counter push in mid, and they've completely cut off this pathway.
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird rotation for me. You rotate down to stop a potential bot lane turret dive, but in doing so, you vacate the mid lane, where they're more than happy to just drop the Rift Herald there instead.
Vulcan safe, and there we go. Drop of the Herald will get in the plates. There's Xerxes with the ulti out, but Vulcan had the flash up ready to go. Gold card nice and easy onto Xerxes. Dissipates the play as Jojo Pune gives him a thumbs up.
God, they're just roping him all over the map. While that's happening, Danny stayed bot lane, and I think grabbed an extra turret plate for himself again here. So, God, you know, Immortals are just chasing them all over the place, trying to stem the bleeding however they can, but it just gets worse and worse. A minute ago, right when I was on that little ramble, it was 3K, now it's 4.5.
Oh boy. And you can see Jojo printing some money there with the passive, but overall, definitely in favor of EG as far as that gold goes. Everfrost now done for Jojo Pune as well. Go drink it down as we mentioned. Shieldbo's been done for Impact for a couple minutes, and Danny's collecting gold. We'll have an item anytime soon. Is good flash from Turtle, but a very necessary one as well.
The funny thing is, he might still get baited in here with Inspire coming through.
Oh, the Q, kick him! Ah, it's so nice! Inspired! He's gonna set it up for the flashless Turtle once again. And now on the top side, it's Impact in a 1v2, but he's looking kinda scary. Jojo no ulti, but Impact is gonna have to solo it out, and indeed he cannot. It's Power of Evil that grabs one back.
I mean, it's slightly nice that Immortals have found a counterpunch in the top lane to kill the perma-pushing Impact, but at the same time, you're losing almost bot mid. Maybe they'll get Jojo in here.
1v3, nice flash, good stun. Right target as well with Xerxes having no ulti.
They get a kill back, but the gold lead's almost up to 6K when it was at 4.5. You know, it just keeps going up. It's at the point now where Immortals can only make plays by sacrificing something somewhere else on the map. Oh, it's a disaster right now.
And I would say, like, that's credit to EG's like proactivity, like you wanted to see from the Mark, but also just how they're playing the map. They understand the situations. They're willing to push limits because they understand the advantage they have. And again, that Swifties bard is just everywhere. EG, yes, it's a team effort, but Vulcan once again is kind of tying the rooms together very nicely as he's found Revenge here with a stun. Q from Inspired's going to force a flash.
Yeah, Immortals are trying to group up for this Chem Dragon, but already losing your flash on your side does not feel good.
And Revenge's first foray into the bottom half of the map doesn't look like a very pleasant one. Also, mid tower is horrendously low, so Danny's going to finish that off nice and quickly. And when you don't have mid priority, you can't contest for the Dragon, so IMT just have to give it up.
Lots of wards as well for EG to know exactly where everyone is. Grab the Dragon for free. They did defend the mid lane turret, was Immortal's choice, but that thing is one breath away from being taken down. And we get a Cloud Rift. Darn it! One more Hex Gates.
That would have been great with Bard. I was ready for it. Unfortunately, not this time.
We don't have quite enough hilt-over representation in this game from Arcane. We got Jinx from Arcane, Victor from Arcane. Could have got the Rift from Arcane, didn't get it.
Unfortunate. We'll have to settle with the Cloud instead. It's an NA special, though.
If you're playing Jinx well, you're Jinx from Arcane. But if you're playing poorly, you're Powder. Right now, Danny's definitely Jinx.
Yep. Only one kill, but the 4 assists and plenty of gold with the Gale Force completed and zipping up towards item number 2 here. Danny, big threat kind of alongside the rest of the team right now. As EG just looking to consolidate things here, try and finish off that last tower there in mid. They've got plenty of damage they can do in top. Sorry, it looks like mid's actually been taken after all that.
Yeah, now here's where we'll want to see what their lane setups are. They are keeping a 1-3-1 going. Graves, very strong side lane. TF happy there as well. But they've taken so many turrets already. It's a little like, well, how far do I want to push up? You can see them working well to get this vision in as Impact kind of gets the wave at the same time. Danny collapsing with Inspired. Good job of working as a unit to make sure that no one ends up too far ahead of the rest of the team.
Nice control ward as well. Now they're completely blind for IMT in this side of the jungle. So, I mean, Jojo will happily catch waves here against Revenge. Doesn't have TP up yet, but has ulti. It's level 2, so he can get a little bit further with it now. But EG happy to just play the Impact's laning, because Impact, I mean, he hasn't needed to leave the side lanes at all, actually. He was top for the first 10 minutes of the game, and now he's been bot for the last 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed right now with EG's understanding of how to best advance their game plan at any given moment in the game. I mean, this is a team that is been playing together for a little bit. You know, that seems like they've had a little bit better of a visa situation than some of the teams are clearly having. But at the same time, it is still a new team. 4 new players together, basically. Impact and EG, or Danny, excuse me, are the 2 carriers, or 3 new players, but already looking this good with how young a lot of their players are. Like, this is such an exciting team. Going to end up a lot of people's favorites, especially if they keep playing with this play style, with how aggressive they've been.
Absolutely. And I think we heard Vulcan yesterday so on Inspire, like, he is a player that is, you know, making a lot of calls, doing a lot of, I imagine, early to mid-game, which is pretty typical among junglers. And, you know, he was an LEC MVP, coming over now to try and dominate NA, but very impressive for such a young player as well to be directing this squad early on, if that is indeed the case, especially given, again, how little this team has been together. Destiny going to be trapped in the big bear trap set up by Barb, but it's Vulcan now in trouble. Jojo is going to get turned back around over. Danny able to find it onto Destiny as Jojo finds a perfectly timed stopwatch.
We'll see if the fighting's over yet. Xerxes was considering turning around, but Danny with the fancy footwork. Xerxes lucky that Q did actually not connect on his flag.
And now this tower in top lane is going to be finished off. EG just kind of doing their due diligence to get a bonus kill out of the deal as well. Rakan feels like such an easy target for EG to try and pick off. I mean, really anyone either too far forward or with no flash is easy pickings for Vulcan if ulti's up.
Funnily enough, Rakan's probably actually one of the harder ones in theory with the mobility that he has.
Not on my screen!
But once you lock him down, you know, they got a lot of chance CC, chompers come out, gold cards, all these different things. So finish him off quickly. And as you see, Grandpa Impact still in the top lane. You see that tweet that he put out yesterday?
Yeah.
The slang, like, get me to Worlds again. Definitely feeling like it. The four-man core working together really nicely, all the young players, and then Impact, Grandpa Graves in the top lane, pushing away.
It's funny, too, because I'm sure this is common on more than one team, but Team Impact has been on. I know that team had Grandpa Mechanics as a way of fondly referencing someone's potential misplay in sprint. But definitely not looking like Grandpa Mechanics right now. Looking nice and crisp here across the board here for EG.
Yeah, looking really good as we might have a pause.
Nope. It's all an illusion.
Just seeing if we're awake. We're here.
Yep, still here. Hope you are too. Been a really fun lock-in so far. As Jojo ever frosted that poor cannon minion, but again, his job is just to kind of vibe. Knows there's potential threats here with Destiny being in the brush. Doesn't really want to do anything against PoE. It's going to be a hard fight to win, especially with a stopwatch. So just happy to wave clear and then go back to leading the team, win everywhere else.
And Jojo Pune knows that he's in a little bit of a threat here. There's such good deep control still around the Graves. You know no one's in that lane. You can see mid lane because you have the mid push. So obviously the only place for them to be is kind of in topside jungle or shadowing the Victor. And so that's why Jojo Pune has kind of backed off that turret. Kind of lending it over, say, hey, there's an objective bounty here. What are you going to do about it?
Well, looks like with where EG are right now, they might be trying to bait them around it. There is Dragon up in a couple seconds. But Jojo, yeah. Oh, nice skate. Very nice flash as well. There's the cold cut onto Destiny, and the squad's coming in. Oh, canceling the TP. No, I don't think that works.
No, it
does not. Revenge back in. And now on the other side is Jojo in a bit of trouble. Gated a little too far forward. Inspired. Trying to get Power of Evil down. Jojo's living for a long time, but PoE will finally finish him off. For the rest of the team, maybe not so lucky. It's Vulcan chasing down Xerxes. Revenge is going to die to Danny. And that ulti from Impact almost takes out Destiny. And the rocket is good. Vulcan flashing in there trying to make it happen, but only 1 for 1.
EG with a very clever idea there. They're kind of using Jojo Pune as bait, walk forward, see if you can get them in, pop the ultimate for Vision while the collapse is coming in from mid lane around that objective bounty. And then they just got a little too hyphy, kind of swap targets. So ends up being just a 1 for 1. I think there was a shutdown that they probably handed over on Jojo Pune there. Not quite sure, actually. But still, a bit of a mistake here. This was all good. Like, even having to blow your flash defensively to get Destiny to go in is fine because you see the Bard coming in. And then here, I don't think he thought...
He was leading for Destiny.
Yeah, Vulcan was going to hit Destiny, and then the CC came in from Jojo Pune. And then because Jojo Pune used all his CC already, when he takes his ultimate in, he has nothing else to do. So he just gets exploded on the front side of that fight while the rest of EG is kind of just chasing down the meatball left behind in revenge.
Yep, EG at least they pick up 1 back, but nice of IMT to grab some gold. You can't ask for too much more in this situation. Even getting Vulcan's flash here feels decent, although maybe that was just the portal, but flash certainly on cooldown after that exchange. Dragon also in that replay going over to EG, so they will be on Soul Point. Next Dragon up in 4 minutes and 40 seconds, but don't need to worry about that for now. They are just so far ahead in this game.
Yeah, the only unfortunate part of that, or, well, there were a couple, but the biggest one potentially is I believe Impact TP'd in to join that fight. And so now, right when Baron's up, you would probably want to, hold on. Oh, just scaring him off the ward so they can protect it. You would want Graves in the bot lane perma-pushing and then being able to set up this 1-3-1 and fall back on the Baron and potentially threaten it. But without the TP from Impact, the actual threat on the Baron drops substantially. They can still kind of force it. Sion doesn't have ult either. You can go for a 4v4, but no one tanks it that easily on EG's side. It's still relatively early on in the game, so it is hard to really get a lot of Baron threat right now, and it might end up being a bit slow paced until the final soul point.
Yep, for now EG are just gonna take all their vision, try and protect it, and then they have plenty of tools to pick someone off if they're in a silly spot, so it's IMT's job not to walk anywhere stupid. You can see Xerxes counter clearing here alongside Turtle, getting that vision out of their jungle. Plenty of objective bounties to pick up here. You can see there's kind of a little Christmas tree situation. Lighten up the rift. Both all the outer towers and the Baron are up for the extra gold, but that extra gold might not even be enough. This gold lead's almost 9k up for EG right now.
Yeah, you're gonna need a couple extra objective bounties as well. I don't even think those turrets are low. They've just been all 3 lanes kind of having priority for EG now. And anytime you pick 3 losing lanes, and not even like losing, like hard losing, but just losing priority, it's so difficult to play. What are you knowing?
Those 3 towers look very healthy.
Yeah.
But you know, thank you, observers, doing Mark's research for him there. You are correct. They're a long way away from getting the extra gold out of them bricks.
And it's a little disappointing for Immortals. I think a lot of people had them pegged as one of these potential dark horses, as the Impact to finish off that inner turret. They were pegged as like the sort of budget, but still investing a little bit into veterans lineup. FlyQuest from 2020 made back-to-back finals with a strategy kind of like this, and people were wondering if this Immortals could pull it off. And you know, it's been not that great looking. There's been some coordination issues, even in this game, chasing down River when they really shouldn't be. And this is something that you would expect the veterans to be maybe a little bit better at, even if you're, okay, not the great read on the meta. Some mechanics maybe need to be, some rust chipped off, but just some of the coordination even is a bit disappointing for a lineup of mostly veterans.
Yeah, definitely a team that I think we'll see a lot more of, but EG running the show right now. It's a good pick though, Vulcan.
Well, there you go.
Finally punished.
Just as I was talking about coordination, good job by Immortals baiting with vision. A lot of pink wards down their topside jungle so that they can find the Bard going a little bit too far forward, maybe the most vulnerable member on the enemy team. So they find that one pick off. They stem. They get a little bit of gold in their favor. Doesn't really stem the pressure at all, though.
Yeah, actually that goal is still 10k now for EG, which is usually the signaling at the beginning of the end in a lot of games, but 24 minutes through, still somewhat early in this game, and we're going to have that Dragon Soul in a minute 40. You've got Baron as a threat basically whenever EG want to walk into the area, but Impact's got his TP back, Jojo's ready with his ulti, everyone's got way too many items on the EG side, given the pace of this game, and EG can kind of do whatever they want, and I think they're happy to wait for this soul at this point.
Yeah, I think the only concern you have is to continue making mistakes like that, especially around the Baron would be the biggest one, because
very nice proactive. Bit of play here. Oh, the mini portal there. Total, though, going to cleanse flash out of it. And now Revenge goes back in, but burns the ulti as well.
Oy, I mean, you get the flash cleanse out for just using two ultimates, Vulcan ult and Jojopyun's ultimate, right before the Dragon fight, so those should be back available right around the time that it comes up. TF1 might be a little bit slower, but Vulcan will have his, and they'll make it a very easy turn off when that time comes. Turtle maybe should have just flashed the Bard portion of that ultimate, because then you would have gotten out without having to use your cleanse as well on the gold card. But it's hard to know that's going to come. I mean, there's just so much long-range engage that you go, oh, okay, well, I'll tank this, and then they still have my summoners up, and they're both gone.
Even with that ulti, Jojo has RFC now, right? So he's got kind of another engage tool. You know, it's not just Vulcan's ulti, it's not just Inspired's flanks and kicks. Jojo can do it himself without ultimate now. So Turtle's life is going to be very fragile around this next objective fight. And unfortunately for IMT, they are priced into fighting for whatever EG want to fight them for next, because you just cannot give away objectives and expect to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, but what do you do?
It's not good on the other side either.
It's very scary to face check that Dragon, so it looks like they're going to just totally sack this soul point. They're instead getting some vision around the Baron buff. I don't think that they can seriously threaten a trade right now. I don't think they're going to actually do that. Instead, they're just going to try and grab some objective bounties. Revenge going to have to take the top turret in exchange for this soul point. I think they're going to just leave Impact to solo it. You can see him kind of moving down through the river right now, and Graves is an extremely good top laner for just taking objectives by himself.
Yeah, I really like this play from EG. Continuing to challenge IMT across the rift. Not getting too aggressive though, because they know they're in a 4v5, because Impact is busy moonlighting as a jungler. Turret does go down in top side, so a bit of extra gold over to IMT, but still EG's lead looking very good at this point.
Yep, and they kind of had the inside track on mid lane after Immortals went and focused on the top side of the map.
Oh my god, they're really going for it. Nice ult out of Vulcan, but Turtle, pretty entrenched among his teammates. A bit of an ambitious engage there.
Yeah, just showing I can hit you whenever I want. All right.
Calibrating.
Yeah. It would have been way too aggressive to try and go in underneath the turret with the entirety of Immortals around. All their ultimates up as well, so you can very easily get chain CC'd underneath that turret. EG now, after grabbing that soul point, going to flip their vision up to the top lane now. You already see that's exactly where Impact's moving. Going to get all this vision control and then really start baiting Immortals in, and this is when Turtle not having his cooldowns up will be the most dangerous.
EG getting things set up. Jojo looks like he stopped barrier for now, but I think he has TP off cooldown if he needs to join. Impact does have his, so we can continue to 1-3-1 here for EG, but pretty much anyone that face checks is going to get attacked. I mean, Revenge is quite tanky at this point. Won't sustain, you know, a full-on 1v5 or anything like that, but even Revenge isn't safe as EG look to basically find any angle they like the look of here. This one not looking bad. Vulcan again going to get that vision down. EG continuing to just blind IMT in their own jungle here.
Yeah, Immortal's trying to put up a little bit of fight around the objective control. Xerxes burns his ult, but
no.
That's that slipperiness of Bard coming in right there. And, you know, if you put the portal against just J4's ultimate,
it's real sad.
It's really sad, but it was still close enough to the far wall to actually tunnel through both portions of that.
Nice placement there. Ooh, going in. Destiny looking for 2. Danny with a very fast flash. That's a great turnaround there on the IMT side. They find 2 quick kills. Jojo running interference in the bottom side, though, does take the tower. And Danny still keeping him here. 3v5 now, EG. What's the play? Jojo's TP'd in.
Yeah, Impact throwing his ult out there to try and chip them lower to make it a little scarier to do this Baron, but Immortals still know they...
Xerxes so low.
They might not get a better opportunity, though. They have to force this Baron.
Certainly do. Ulti's out now for EG, so it's going to have to be good old regular abilities and auto attacks here. But Danny's looking to go in. Power of Evil, though, face checking in. That's very nice out of PoE. Danny, though, Gale forces out of the way of Revenge. Gets himself exhausted, though, by the spellbook. And Danny, he's so low, but he's not dead just yet. Nobody can kill Danny. Jojo takes down 2. And EG keep themselves after the disaster.
Danny with the fancy footwork to just kite out the entirety of Immortals. It was the right call in the end, I think, forcing the Baron, looking for the turnoff, but they just couldn't get on top of Danny.
Those mechanics. The man's got good hands. As EG, a great engage for IMT to kind of give themselves a shot at this objective, but even that gets shut down in the 3v5.
Yeah, like I said, I agree with the idea by Immortals there. Are you really going to get that many better opportunities down 9,000 gold at that point after picking off the enemy jungler and support? So you just go try and force the Baron. Maybe you turn off for kills. Maybe you go for the actual objective. It just came up a little bit short, and while they were unable to finish Danny off, he was DPSing them down. Jojo Q was pointing them from the side the whole time. Same with Impact. The triple marksman effectively, which TF kind of becomes when he has this build, was just too much. And right here, I mean, they have Revenge with all that armor to kind of tank this. It's a relatively safe Baron from the actual Baron damage. And right here, PoE wants to punish Danny. He knows he has his stopwatch, so if he's willing to trade his health bar back and forth and kind of bait them in, but that Gale Force right there out of the way, not quite enough damage by Revenge. He threw it out thinking it would be enough because he couldn't wait any longer, else Danny would have stepped out of the Q charge. And then the rest of the team chasing him down just gets funneled into Jojo Pune and Impact.
Yeah, really nice hit on there for EG. Maintaining that advantage. They grab themselves the Baron. And now it's going to be to march down these final few lanes, get the inhibitors down, and finish off the game. It has been an absolute treat to watch Evil Geniuses this game across the board here as IMT just completely pushed back against their base.
Yeah, and a different look too, a little bit more macro-oriented than some of the scrappier EG games that we saw before. It was a relatively slow win over Team Liquid. Here, they've had control the entire game, and you just kind of get to see how they look from there. Now, Vulcan wants to make a play.
Zerxes and Revenge, only 2 locked up, but again, Revenge eating some damage here. Impact walking up to the tower.
Just scaring him.
Up. PoE's running at him. But not too scared, it looks like. I mean, again, you're up 13,000 gold, not much to be afraid of.
Yeah, and Jojo's just such a nuisance in the bot side of the map. He still has Baron buff up, so he's putting so much pressure down just by buffing these minions up. You can see they're almost taking the entirety of the bot Nexus turret. Yeah.
And Jojo's just throwing cards out, being annoying, poking away. Revenge is taking almost all his health just on poke. Now going to get himself stunned. The ulti's good, but he's going to need more as Impact takes out Revenge. Inspired looking low does get filled. It's another kill there as Jojo goes down, but Danny just unleashed in this game is popping off alongside Impact, who's grabbed himself the double kill. And EG looking to be undefeated still here in lock-in as they will finish off IMT's champions, IMT's base, and perhaps IMT's hope as Impact nabs the triple and EG grabbed the win.
There we go, EG going clean at the end of the game, taking the entire base of Immortals. A pretty dominant showing by EG. That one mistake aside in the top jungle, they had control over the entire game.
Yeah, and IMT just, I mean, it's not like they weren't trying to do things, it's just EG shut them out every single opportunity. It was really nice to watch EG apply pressure as a team that game, right? Because, you know, they're basically not only continuing to grow their lead for themselves, but they're making it so difficult for IMT to find any counterplay. And that is very nice League of Legends to watch.
Yeah, this was such a clean game, and I think a lot of it does come back to the draft. We talk about the lack of early game options available for Immortals. That Graves pick, there's just not much that really contests it easily in the top lane unless you're going to make it really, really scrappy. And I think seeing all that physical damage baits Immortals into going, okay, well, let's just take a tank against all of that.
Yep.
But that means you're going to lose that lane on top of already losing kind of bot lane, already kind of losing mid lane. And then your J4 is like, well, where do I even gank right now?
Yeah, and not that Revenge can't play tanks, but that's not the role he wants to play on this team, right? He wants to be more proactive.
Yeah, exactly.
IMT didn't even get any proactive lands. You kind of saw how that folded out. I know we were talking about this before these games, but Graves, probably a champion we're going to see
love
more
Graves.
of.
It's just such an obnoxious champion. Just like leave him AFK in the side lane. It's kind of like how Jace wants to be, but just a little stronger, I think, with the current itemization in the game. I expect to see a lot more teams keep using him. This priority is going to go up and up. It's been seen globally a fair amount as well. It just shows that EG are pretty in tune with the meta right now and can kind of play a bunch of the different wrinkles. Like, there's no question to me, Impact can play the tanks.
Yes.
In this, if he was on the other side, he could do that, but they don't need him to because he can also play Gwen. He can also play Graves,
which is just so much fun to watch. I mean, just looking at how willing EG were to go, even from level 1, Inspired and Vulcan is a duo that I'm going to be watching a lot more, and especially alongside Jojo with a pick like TF, because they are. I mean, Vulcan already was a nuisance with Blabber, and I'm getting already some of those early feelings that I saw from that pairing on Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan had his 3rd incredible game in a row now, and also flexing and showing which champions he can do it on. There were a ton of support bans, and they pushed him down the list, and he goes, all right, I'll just play Bard and still crap on you.
Yeah, I mean, Leona getting banned, didn't need it. Rakan, definitely a champion that Destiny has a lot of reps on, but couldn't find enough angles. I mean, at some point, we're going to run out of superlatives for EG because they are just playing that well. But I believe it is now time for our Verizon post-game interview. It is with Tigress and Inspired. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you, Pastry Time. I am joined here for the Verizon post-game interview with EG jungler Inspired. Inspired, it's a 3-0 so far for you and the squad. What has this lock-in experience been for you so far as you make your debut in the LCS?
So far, it was easier than I expected it to be honest. I had a lot of expectations. I thought that teams might challenge us. I didn't really know the level of LCS yet, but after this week, I kind of didn't get the feeling that people are playing aggressive. I feel like playing on stage or playing official games against teams, they rather play very safe and don't take many risks. For example, today the team didn't even try to contest us on drakes or even fights. So it feels a bit boring to play, to be honest. But win is a win, so I'm fine with that.
That lack of context, but also your play on Lee Sin led to so much objective control, this steady win for EG. I like that you mentioned aggression because EG in the past has been known for trying to make these aggressive, proactive plays. How do you feel that your ideas as a player and the way that you want to play are jiving with EG as a whole?
I mean, I treat the game kind of like playing chess or something. I don't really like to take fights when it's unnecessary. So I like when I have aggressive players with me because then I can teach them when to be aggressive and when to try to play a bit more safe and play for tempo or group. Or sometimes you just push the sidelines when enemy teams are overgrouping. So I don't know. I don't really. I like that they have aggressive playstyle, and I can see it, especially now with Jojo Pyun because he's also a very aggressive player, and it's easier for me to just work with players that I need to slow down a bit rather than make them push them forward. So I like it here.
Especially with so many players so early in the career where you have that opportunity to grow with one another and really share these ideologies. You mentioned Jojo Pyun, and I know that you even tweeted about his specific play after your previous victory. What are your hopes for this mid-jungle duo, being that that's always something so emphasized within the game?
What's my hope? I mean, I hope we will be the best mid-jungle duo in LCS already this split, even though it's Jojo's rookie split. I think we can for sure, if we play well, we'll be the best mid-jungle.
Yeah, there's so much to look forward to in your future performances. It's exciting to see you and many other faces come over to the LCS. I know you were a little bummed to not play against Hansama in your previous Team Liquid game, but what is it like having these familiar faces come alongside you to the new league?
I was pretty excited to play against Hansama because my first game I played in LEC was against Hans when he was still back on Misfits. And right now I was about to play my first game with LCS and I was about to face Hansama again. So it was pretty funny to me, but sadly, before the game, I got the news that they're subbing out Hans. I mean, it's nice to have friends on other teams, so then it makes the games more exciting.
It's just something else that we're going to be looking forward to when you do finally get to face off against one another. You do have another face-off, though, in the group stage of lock-in. It's going to be Dignitas. How do you think EG is going to fare against them?
I was really hyped to play against Dignitas because I thought the River would play already. I played against him at Worlds a lot when he was on PSG, but yeah, I saw that he is not here yet, so that's also a bit sad to me because it would be a pretty fun matchup against him. But obviously, I'm looking forward to play the game. I like playing official games and I like winning, so yeah, I'm hyped.
You're giving us so much to look forward to, but also so much to be excited for right now. Inspired, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Another Evil Geniuses victory, my friends. Let's continue to break down that game on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, the Tigers. They're looking good. They're looking clean. 3-0 start for Evil Geniuses. Poor Inspired, though, is getting robbed of all the matchups he wants.
Get what he wants.
Give
him what he wants.
Against Sama. He wants the matchup against River. As the Tigers mentioned, though, we look forward to those in the regular season then when those rosters do finally realize. The other thing I want to call out, which I thought was interesting, was his philosophy that he would always much rather be paired with aggressive players and have to try and teach them the ability, of restraint, rather than having a restrained player, and try to teach them aggression.
And a lot of it is because being able to see those angles. Because an aggressive player will see those angles in which they can get a kill. But it's like being able to tell them, no, this is more important. Pushing sides first, doing this, getting the setup is more important so you can get those a better angle versus a player that doesn't, right?
Just can't see it.
They can't, sees it less often. Because if you're limit testing a lot in solo queue and scrims and stuff, you'll be able to see these matchups or see these angles. And I think, I agree with it. It's much easier to work with players that are more aggressive.
I also think it's cool that he's feeling empowered to do that on a new team. And maybe there is a little bit of an age element here. And what's interesting to me is he is also very young.
He's 19.
19.
He turns 20, I think, next week.
In 8 days, according to Leaguepedia. But yeah, the makeup of this team is actually still very young. Even Vulcan, who's super experienced, is 22. Then we have 19, 18, 17.
And then the grandpa on the top.
And then we got 27.
And 27-year-old grandpa.
Just as good a player as he's ever been for the last 5 years. So he's a consistent player and will continue to play until other players can supplant him, which just hasn't happened.
Yeah.
So they got a pretty solid team.
From the 17-year-old to the 27-year-old, aggression across the board when it comes to these players and how they like to play. That's also been something that's been pretty consistent with this Evil Geniuses team and organization as a whole. It's what we saw throughout this game. Good TF usage alongside that Bard and Inspired in the jungle.
Yeah, so let's talk about JoJo's TF because, not everything is going to work out necessarily as you want. It was a little late on the gold card, I think. But JoJo worked so well. And when we're talking about what a TF is supposed to do, right, and why he's so broken right now, it's because not only does he already have the ability to get inside lanes, he's always pretty strong, but then with the TP changes, you can make so many plays with the Twisted Fate ult before you get the enhanced teleport later on in the game. I thought JoJo looked great in terms of, shoving up the wave and then going to side lanes. His team set this up beautifully. Vulcan had another absolutely stellar performance setting up a lot of these plays with the Bard. He and Inspired had that great invade at about 5:39 to set up where they just waited for Xerxes to come in and then they set up that play with JoJo. So I think it's, if we're pulling all this together and kinds of how we talk about Inspired joining the team and the team coming together, JoJo is so well supported by how this team seems to be communicating.
Yeah, I agree. I disagree with one thing you said, though. You said, so broken right now. I would just remove the last two words. Because
it's always broken.
TF, literally, for me, a well-played TF, when the team understands how to create volatility while TF has his timings, it's just, on a pro level, almost impossible to play against. So the more that they can just threaten this early in the season, the more it's going to have to be a ban for other teams throughout the rest of the split.
Yeah, and the facilitators on this team. I mean, you already mentioned it, Emily. Vulcan is just insane. Mark mentioned it in the cast. His past 3 games, he's just been a real
on point.
Yeah. So the pickup of Vulcan has been wonderful. Love that the community is really getting surprised. I got so bored because we had a free win. That's hilarious. I mean, he's always really self-critical of himself, but for me, the big win for this and what made it so easy to play a TF is because he's the one just setting up the alley-oop.
Yep.
So a lot of credit to Vulcan and Inspired. They also made life hell for the Aphelios in this game.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Hey, 3 games in, I am pleased with the roster that EG has put together. That at least stylistically and philosophically, it feels like all the players agree with each other.
Absolutely. And to the Vulcan-inspired point, like, a league team really does have to work together. It's so rare that you'll see like the mid laner and the AD carry backline damage functioning if the frontline facilitation setup isn't there from the rest of the team. So like it's chicken or the egg in terms of high performance, and Vulcan has been doing amazing with Inspired.
Exactly. And one thing to take note of, I know in the interview that Inspired was talking about his goal of making him and Jojo Pion the best jungle mid duo. Like, I would even say the same damn thing about him and Vulcan, right? Like, right now, when Score JJ gives back, it's going to be Core JJ and Santorin.
I'm like Santorin and Santorin Core JJ.
Yeah.
Oh,
These are fun matchups. Give them to me.
Last point, because we've got nothing but positive for EG.
Yes.
This is the same conversation that I listened to last year when EG was first in the lock-in group.
Stop it.
And then TL like 3-0'd them in the series. So very good early group stage. Let's see them continue it.
Boom. We'll leave it right there. They end the weekend at 3-0. We're going to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's FlyQuest and Golden Guardians stepping onto the stage. We'll catch you soon.
Oh no! That was not even fair.
What if respawning was refreshing? Here's to the round between rounds.
This game is rigged. This game is out to get me.
for this season, I personally asked Afro because I had a good relationship and experience with working with him while I was on Dignitas 2 years ago. And then I noticed that one of our problems as a 5-man unit for 2021 FlyQuest was we didn't really have like a good leader in game who also knew how to like direct the players how to play the game inside and outside of the game, which is why like if you guys were to watch any of our gameplay last year, it was pretty like messy or like nothing productive was happening in the mid game, I'd say. And then that's why I thought Afro was like a good choice for us as a team.
Love the honesty there for Johnson there. And obviously Afro has kind of been an asset to every team, both in and out of game. So nice to see that relationship being cultivated here on FlyQuest. And Mark, we thought it was going to be the Depresso Hour here for the final game of the day. It is not the Battle of the 04, though. It is actually FlyQuest looking for the 2-0 today.
Yeah, I think you see some of what Johnson was talking about that Afro can bring to a team in their first game of the day where they upset 100 Thieves and were able to make a lot of really good plays on the map. It was a nice bounce back game from them after what felt like a pretty disappointing first day where they went 0-2. Given that they are playing in a group that has some Academy players and they had lost games against Academy players. So nice to see them bounce back against one of the pre-tournament favorites. Yes, Tenacity was in, but looking at that game, that did not feel like someday diff. You know, like that was not a game that I think somebody's going to suddenly fix what was going on around the rest of the map.
Yep. Obviously a nice win there for FlyQuest. See if they can continue it. Then after battle, another Academy squad here as Golden Guardians have elected to use their Academy team, but these are some pretty, in a lot of cases, well-known people from that arena. Obviously, Stixay known for his LCS time, now a coach, but playing here for Golden Guardians right now. And definitely not going to be an easy game for FlyQuest by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I mean, there's a good story to talk about a lot of these guys, but just starting off with Ryoma, I mean, he's kind of become the latest iteration of what tends to happen in the North American development system, where you kind of rise to the top and end up stuck there for a little bit. Ryoma was initially brought over, put into 100 Thieves, and it was a little too early in his development, clearly, to be the starter there. And then he has since then kind of cemented himself as the best Academy mid laner. I mean, there is some contention about who exactly that is, but he's in that conversation, much the same way as happened in the past with Golden Glue and then a Blaze Olive. And there's been a couple people who have become in this position. So Ryoma so far in this tournament, I think, has looked decent. You can see where that potential is and why he was initially brought over. But he's right now feeling like the cream of the crop of Academy and just needs to find the right situation for like what happened with a Blaze Olive, where he finally got into a great spot. And, you know, last split was breaking into potentially top 3 All-Pro.
Yeah, can't all be Jojo Pion. As it turns out, he just kind of stuck on his way up there.
Sometimes just stand out a little quicker too, you know?
All right, let's catch up on the draft real quick. LeBlanc, Lee Sin, Corki on the Golden Guardians band table. It is Diana, Twisted Fate, and Caitlyn put to the sword here of FlyQuest. And a surprising first pick, I have to say, Karma, right off the rip there for Golden Guardians, answered by Jinx and Xin. That is a very powerful duo to give over to a team. So Golden Guardians have a plan here as Stixay going to lock in his classic Ezreal.
Yeah, it's very surprising as we see the Zoe as well.
All right.
Okay, they are going.
It's Comfort Pick City, I guess.
Yeah, going to this poke comp that we've seen before a little bit in this meta. I was going to say it is surprising the Karma first pick, given that we've seen Lulu's higher prioritized. Karma has not had a super high priority, so the fact that you first pick it is a little surprising. You're also handing over a lot of power picks at the same time. They grabbed the Jinx and Xin, arguably the 2 highest in those respective positions, still up.
And with Corki banned away, Kui has to find a new champion. It will be Syndra. Definitely one that has been a popular into Zoe before. I feel like Syndra hasn't been, and I know someone mentioned this today already, but hasn't been quite the superstar mid laner that she has been for a long time. But hey, always happy to see her on the Rift. We'll see how Kui pilots her in this game.
Feels like she's bumped into a bit of a problem where the lane dominance that she sometimes has against control mages has softened a little bit with some of the tweaks that have come in with itemization. Things like Shattered Queen's Crown.
Yep.
Crown of the Shattered Queen. There we go. 6 some extra articles in there for no reason. Anyways, yeah, there's like these kinds of things that have held her down a little bit, and so things that scale better than her have become more popular, like Corki and Victor and even Orianna, you could argue. And she can't dominate those matchups quite like she used to in the past, and that's why she sometimes kind of pushed them out.
See how it works out in the 1v1. Definitely a fun matchup to keep an eye on, but J4 and Thresh both banned away. Banning Thresh against everyone, but of course against Afro feels pretty good. Renekton has consistently been picked up, especially against top lanes where you think you might be able to leverage some of your individual skill, because Renekton just is so straightforward and so safe in a lot of spots.
It's interesting, too, with the mismatch picks. It feels like so far there's been pretty standard match picks through the first phase of draft, and then you start banning out, you know, the same kind of champion pool that you're both in. Here, there's a lot of mismatches. The fact that Viego was lower prioritized in bans for FlyQuest versus Iconic shows that they're not really scared of his individual carry potential. And so they're saying, yeah, go ahead, play the Viego. We don't care. You're not closer. As we see, here we go, the Bard.
2 bards in a row.
Yeah, I think Afro watched that game was like,
wait a second.
That's a fun-looking champ. I'm going to lock him in.
He's like hoping they ban Thresh so we can play bot, and hey, got his wish.
Well, the funny thing is, he's playing it against the player who's literally named after Bard's hit in Chime, who was a one-trick Bard back in the day. So if anyone's going to know how to play into it, it will be Chime.
Curious to see how that shakes out. It is as expected, but now we get confirmation that it is Karma bottom lane there alongside the Ezreal, and there's Trundle there to round out the jungle for Iconic, as Camille is the pick for Tony.
Yeah, I was keeping that option open, potentially the flex pick Karma into a side lane, but nope. Camille gonna end up the front line. I do like finding a little bit more front line than just the Camille. I was a little scared when I saw that, but the Trundle as well, providing this kind of meatball in front of the poke that Zoe and Ezreal are gonna be throwing out. I do like that, and so now the Camille can kind of split. She doesn't need there to be front line for them, because you need someone in front of them, and Camille actually doesn't want to be there. She wants to be coming in from the side. So, you know, they do round out their team comp quite nicely with the last 2 picks.
Same-ish, I'd say, on the FlyQuest side there. Gragas there. Actually been a really fun tank to watch in general. Kumu definitely has plenty of reps on Gragas. Also, I think to go back to the first day of lock-in, I believe it was Santorin showing off Trundle in this exact jungle matchup, so you definitely get some leverage there up against Sin.
Yeah, it does make it a bit of a value pick, too, with the Gragas showing up. It could, of course, always be AP Gragas, but right now there's a preference in the meta for the tank Gragas. And I like tank Gragas. Why are you booing me?
It's fine, it's fine.
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
No, you're... No, it's not you.
Oh, well, I'm referencing the Hannibal Buress. Eric Andre show, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, good times.
Anyway.
I'm glad I didn't catch it earlier.
Yeah, I do like the explosive playmaking of the Gragas, which is why I think he fits that a little bit better than, say, the Scions and some of the other things you see in the top lane. Just flash body slam ult is so disruptive to teams.
All right, we'll see how it shakes out here. Golden Guardians chasing a win here up against FlyQuest, who are looking to stay undefeated on the day. Looking like, it's looking rough for Fly, but could keep their record nice and even here. Make sure they move themselves, or at least give themselves a good shot of moving on to the top 8. As a reminder, bottom 2 teams are the only ones that don't walk forward to the next round of the lock-in in this little mini compressed tournament.
Yep, and FlyQuest hopefully can find their feet back underneath them, get some momentum heading into potentially the bracket stage.
Goodness, it's Fleet Footwork bot. I didn't pay enough attention to Volker to see if that was what he took last game. It might have been.
I don't think it was, but now that you say it, I can't remember what he took. So I will say, one of the things I was going to say is like the Bard matchup, you often kind of see it into lower pressure bot laners because you want to roam, you don't want to get shoved in, and your actual trading patterns are pretty limited, and a champion like Karma is going to outtrade you. And so the flip footwork is very much an intentional understanding that I'm going to get poked more in this lane than I typically do in a Bard lane, and I think he's doing this for sustain, to be able to then when you go roam, not be like 1/3 HP from Karma Ezreal spam.
Roma eating a Q nice and early there from Skui. Sad B has been announced, but it'll be all right. Starts paddling the wave. Lots of Q trading here in this early lane. And as you said, Syndra definitely had some of the teeth taken out of the Q early on, so quite a bit easier for Zoe to get control of this wave here. It's not quite as free as it used to be, Mark, which makes me very sad as someone that used Syndra for a very long time.
As a Syndra abuser? Yeah.
It was.
Too bad.
So much preload. Oh well.
It was counterpick though, so it seemed like Kuli has the read. Kui, excuse me, that he has the read. That's still an advantageous matchup for control.
Oh, savage. Why is Bard Q so good? After we finding the angle there onto Chime, and Chime missing the counter poke.
Yeah, very important against Ezreal Karma to contest the wave heavily. If you ever fall behind versus this lane, it plays entirely different than when you're ahead. Then you have your minions to block their Q spam. If you lose the shove, suddenly you're pushed in on their turret, getting doinked the entire time that you're trying to CS.
And double ignite too for these supports. So definitely some blood.
They want blood.
Spilled. Yep, which is always fun to see. It looks like everything's a-okay. Both junglers actually pathing towards the opposite sides of the map. It is Conqueror as expected for Jose Diodo, and Predator actually for Iconic. So it's gonna get the turbo boot situation happening. Some later pressure.
We also have Doran's Ring plus Comet, which makes me think that this might be a leaning towards that AP Gragas. Given like we talked about with the Trundle, you also have another frontliner in Xin Zhao. I can see a world where you think this is higher priority. You're going for a more bursty game plan compared with the Syndra as well. If you can knock someone into your team at half health versus 2/3 of health and the Syndra can just finish him off, I think I understand why there's a couple reasons that the AP Gragas will make more sense here. We'll see if he continues down that path or if he ends up actually still going the AD, and the Comet is more for poking out the Camille in lane.
Yep, lots of flexibility, which is one of the reasons Gragas is such a nice pick. But looks like a collapse here on so Iconic. A touch too forward, perhaps. They can test for the crab. Chime up here. Stixxay with the push is going to get to this wave pretty quickly, but Takui actually just giving up the wave here to try and apply pressure. And Iconic's just running at him there. Doesn't even have the Predator, but he wants his crab and he's going to get it.
Yeah, a little scared there to get pillared and then kind of poked out by both the Zoe and the Karma. A little bit better vision control as well for the side of Golden Guardians. Means that Jose Diodo bails, cross map goes for his other Skeletal Crab instead. Has some camps up there as well, so going to be just fine with the clear.
Had a cleanse earlier, but Ryoma loses it. Now Takui actually getting aggressive, but
sad B on the bubble pick up there too.
Yeah, got a random ones.
Yeah.
It's fun, but it's not very good.
Yeah, he popped into him and was like, I don't know what I do now.
Alright, gonna take evasive, both have TP. Spellbook actually for Ryoma, which we have seen. We did see a very dramatic Baron steal from the mildly injured Blue in yesterday's game, so always keep that in the back of your mind. But for now, it is just some standard landing here. I imagine Takui is gonna go ahead and counter TP whenever he finds an opportunity as well.
Yeah, I think a little bit the onus is on FlyQuest, or maybe not the onus, but I would say the ability to make plays in the early game is in FlyQuest's favor. Trundle is more of a, hold on.
Great dodge out of Ryoma there. Gonna fall asleep, so Ryoma's gonna be able to get away. That stun's really nice though, but here's Iconic with the pillar. Ryoma's gonna be fine.
Yeah, nicely done there, but just not quite able to connect with enough skills to actually get the easier chase down with Xin Zhao. And like I was just saying, you can see it's a lot easier for FlyQuest to make plays. They have these long-range abilities, set up stun, more hard CC in the lane that's more easy to connect with. For Golden Guardians, it's a lot about kind of sustaining in the early game, getting laning leads if you can in the bot lane, and just keeping the game state close so that when you get around objectives, you can really start using this poke comp in the early game. Trundle's not going to have too many plays to make. It's a lot about just laning, getting good vision control, and making sure the Xin Zhao and the Syndra can't get stuff done for the enemy team. And same with the Bard as well with his roam.
Yep, as you said, there's setup CC in every single one of Fly's lanes, so definitely have a little bit of that productivity. Takui gonna pull the wave here. Bit of a jerk move, but not bad. You got a couple extra creeps.
I mean, we heard a couple times people reference the fact that Takui's laning has actually been rather impressive in scrims, people were saying. And this is exactly the kind of stuff you want to do. You pull the wave, you keep it in an annoying spot. We talked about Ryoma having difficulty maybe with the roams that are going to be coming in, and so this is an area where Golden Guardians bot lane will actually be rather important if they can keep the Bard locked in lane.
Tony Top also TPing back to that area. Kuma got the wave in a nice, happy spot for himself though, so just going to farm up nice and slowly. We'll see what Tony wants to do in just a mo. First dragon is unfortunately Mark is Hextech Drake.
Why unfortunate? Oh, because you want the soul. Yeah. Have we seen the soul yet?
I don't think.
I know there was a rift, but I don't think they ended up getting the soul. Still craving those lightning bolts as Ryoma.
Oh my goodness. Nice calculation there for Takui. Very common in mid for your first ult just to kind of go to the face, especially if you get there first. But Afro now caught out of position. Chime almost gets the latch. Nice flash from Afro, but a wonderful pillar combo there alongside Chime to almost get first blood there.
Playing footsies over the honey fruit in the river. Afro didn't get quite as many as he wanted. But overall, good pressure by FlyQuest. The chunk out on Ryoma meant that there was no way he could have collapsed on that, so Takui would have had the early movement. Forced them off of Afro move, because potentially that could have been an extended chase down if Ryoma had the priority in lane.
Instead, it will be Jose trying to fill his Raptors. Should be level 6 in short order as well. So feeling good here on the Xin. One last Raptor. Does finally die. Not quite there yet, but can't be too far away. This time is poking out. Nice bit of damage onto Johnson. Stixxay shifting forward.
Oof.
Very nice poke.
Yeah, well done. So far, by the continued bot lane of Stixxay and Chime, they were the starters. There's actually a fair amount of starters from the old lineup, Iconic as well. And I do think this is pretty cool. I think Golden Guardians, from a roster building perspective, though you don't see it in the game right now, with Licorice and a Blaze Olive, in the second half of the season, going 6-6, realized, hey, we have some players here that we can really build around. And maybe Iconic and Chime weren't quite on that same level yet, but they still believe in them enough to keep them as a part of the org while looking for potential upgrades to put around players that seem ready to win now with Licorice and Ablaze Olive.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Golden Guardians have done pretty consistently as an org is produce good talent. You know, sometimes it doesn't always pay off, sometimes it takes a little
it gets
long.
taken away.
Right, yeah, that too. I mean, that's what happens when you develop good talent in a lot of cases. Somebody else wants to buy it. It's hard to say no.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of continuing to do that now. And I think it's cool that they keep these players around and say, hey, you know, we still really believe in you, and we're going to want you guys to keep playing together. And you see them putting up some decent performances against some of the LCS teams in this tournament.
Nice little bubble there. Skui goes to sleep. That ignite is really nice from the spellbook, I imagine. And there's the flash in Ryoma looking for the solo. Bolo! He grabs it. That's first blood to the Zoe.
All right, Ryoma saying, yes, sir, finding a solo kill in the mid lane against the counterpick matchup. Takui, a little egg on his face there. Now we'll see if they can find a potential counterpunch in the bot lane. Doesn't look like it. Still way too much help on the Golden Guardians bot lane. Just like I was saying, Ryoma's been at the top of the academy scene for a long time now. He is a great skill check for a lot of the mid laners that have been brought over from the developmental side of Europe. People like Takui and Blue. Like, if you can't handle Ryoma, you're going to be in trouble in the LCS.
Yep, for sure. And Golden Guardians have not stopped playing League of Legends recently. Did very well in the opening tournament there in Academy/Amateur. So looking good so far. We'll watch this one again. It's just Ryoma gets the smite, chilling smite. Nice and easy.
Yep, lands the bubble, baits out some skills from Takui with his ultimate, able to bounce back, and then the flash follow, the ignite ticking down. Just clean by Ryoma.
Certainly so. Gonna be happy there with the extra Dark Seal stacks. Ooh, he's got ignite again. Wants to go find someone to click on. So blue buff's gonna be donated over to Takui. Gonna make life a little bit easier there. CS is still even, which is good. In fact, that's true across the board. 6A kind of had a little bit of a lead at some point. He's still holding up about a wave, but it's been nice and even so far. You can see Golden Guardians' lead not particularly significant, but they're happy with how things are going because, again, FlyQuest, with all those proactive tools, have not been able to find, you know, more kills, more skirmishes than they may have wanted in this early game.
Yeah, I think Golden Guardians would have liked to have been winning bot lane a little bit harder. Not able to get a huge lead, but still, like you said, a small CS advantage. Now, FlyQuest actually flipping their bot lane up to the top side to try and get some control around this Rift Herald. Seems to have caught Golden Guardians asleep a little bit. Both of them cross-mapping right now on the minimap. You see Ezreal Karma making their way up there, but Jose pulling the Rift Herald to his bot lane, which is going to have the priority, means that it's either the wave or the contest here that Golden Guardians has to pick from.
Yeah, on the hunt for some dinnerware was Johnson, but doesn't get any. Instead, will secure the Herald, which is good for future plates. A little late on the first Herald, but I'll take it. FlyQuest get it. Now they have to get out safely. Jose gets slowed. Ryoma's here. Bubbled on Dave. Great pillar. My goodness. As Chime can't get the latch. Afro with the clutch portal.
Yeah, that was almost a really clean setup by Golden Guardians. Iconic trying to pillar him back into the paddle star from Ryoma. Just not quite enough range. And there you see some of the utility of the Bard. Also able to use it to escape, get out of there safely, but still get the flash out of Zinzao, which is pretty big given that we talked about Golden Guardians trying to contain him.
And we haven't seen it yet, but that little interaction did remind me that you can get some pretty fancy stuff with Trundle Pillar. Turns out creating terrain is pretty powerful. There is potential for the old Extendo Bubble.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, Extendo Bubble, Extendo Bard Portal too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to give that to your opponent. But
one of those things is not like the other for the Golden Guardians side. So it looks like this... I imagine this swap is temporary, but no one's rushing to the Drake right now. Fortunately, Hextech Dragon does not seem like the most popular first choice among LCS teams.
Yeah, I mean, I still like it. I'll take attack speed and ability haste any day of the week.
Yeah.
I feel like the Chemtech Dragon is probably the one that appeals the least, given that by the time you honestly pick it up, you're around this point in the game, you're level 5 through 7. And even though the base threshold starts at 340, it's actually around 600 if you're at this point in the game. And it's not very often that you see someone with, hold on here, a 600 current health advantage against your laner. So for laners, the Chemtech Dragon buff honestly doesn't exist if you pick it up early.
Instead, FlyQuest actually going to be able to transport this control from top lane to bottom lane here, getting both the Herald and the first Drake. Always nice to see. Reaver done there for Stixet, who gets his first item completed, but it's a nice little deal there for FlyQuest, getting both those first objectives. Takui with a good bit of pressure onto the mid lane with the Sork Shoes, force Ryoma away, and looks like Kumo's got the push advantage there in the 1v1. Actually a CS lead as well there for the Gragas, so feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, and also given that we see the Lost Chapter and the cooldown boots going for that AP Gragas, like we said, stronger laning phase against the Camille.
Think Camille is dead. Does have flash. Hectic ultimatum flash away. Very nice hook shot. Woo! And I told a lie. FlyQuest can't get that one there.
Yeah, Tony Top, good job escaping out of there. Afro could have tried to sling his ultimate out, you know, and get an extended chase down sequence. Maybe we would have seen that if the Xin Zhao win becomes lightning connected, but Tony Top managed to dodge out and all that, but they're not done with him yet. He's actually going topside. He's like, no, I am done with it.
Yep. Picked up my Syndra, back to my 1v1. 6A can deal with this. I wonder how long they'll stay here. I mean, they got the Rift Herald. If you get a kill here and get the wave pushing, it's a lot of value.
There's nothing else to really be doing on the map. Yes, the top side of the jungle is up for Jose Dioto, but if you can pick somebody off here, smart by 6A. Whew. Saved his own life right there.
Yeah, time coming in to reinforce, so should be A-okay. Assist ping's also there as the Rift Herald's getting dropped. This should finish off the tower, so a good bit of pressure for FlyQuest, regardless of not being able to get the extra kill. But Johnson going to finish this off nice and easy. That's the first turret gold. As the Herald strips off all the plates, and Johnson, actually, Jose technically, finishes off the first turret.
And definitely don't know exactly who to attribute the shot calling to. You know, we never exactly know, but you got to say probably some of the veteran leadership from Aframu saying, hey, let's get the swap, let's start getting the objective game going because the playmaking hasn't really been there for us. And just finding new angles to approach the game and advance your game plan. It doesn't always have to be playmaking.
Conic has been latched up. Gonna be all right. That looks like something was brewing there in mid, but doesn't eventuate just yet. Do have Ludens finished though for Ryoma, so he's feeling pretty good.
Yep. Like we said about some of the itemization that might impact Syndra in the current meta, things like Crown of the Shattered Queen. Ryoma and Zoe really doesn't want to build that. So obviously sticking with the Ludens build, should go Shadow Flame next, I think is the standard for Zoe's currently in the meta. It is played a decent amount in Korea, I think I've seen it the most. Same with the Ezreal priority. This is very much a LCK draft from what I've been seeing. And they're executing it pretty well on Golden Guardian's side. Still falling a little bit out of the game, but it does turn on a little bit later around objectives.
Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that bubble hits as well. Can he thread it around? Does know that there's other people there as well. Ryoma, no, he hits the minion. And now the 1v3 is in tow. No flash here. Does find one on the floor, I think, as he's going to get away. The Spell Thief speed pretty nice. And now he's back in. How rude.
Ryoma says, all right, you may have caught me, but I had a spare flash to pick up, I guess. Like you said, gets out of there just fine. And it was a dangerous bait. I think you could almost see the calculation in his head about, like, I don't have any vision around the top side. This might be a bait.
Oh my god. Oh, he's out! Kumo trying to find it now. He's flashing in to finish it off.
One more
E. There we go. The auto attack gets it.
Oh no, I was too busy thinking about the top lane. Didn't see that. Tony Top now, he wants to get in on it. Scrappy game out of nowhere.
Everyone's sending it. I like it. Afro gets out with a portal though. Tony Top gonna get zoned off here as Johnson. You know, everything's kind of going wild around him. He's just Jinx pushing the towers, doing his job.
Yeah, FlyQuest starting to find opportunities here. 6A alone on the island. We talk about the extra damage from the AP Gragas build. Might not have realized how much threat he was under. Looked like he got body slammed on the turret.
Oh, beautiful by Afro. There's the Chompers. Iconic here in defense, but that's not enough for Tony Top. Goodbye, Camille. Afro gonna get the kill credit.
Here we go. FlyQuest starting to pick the pace of the game up, force the flash earlier, attack that part of the map, and as soon as the hook shot's down, he realizes this is the time to throw the ultimate out. Just too easy for the Chompers to come out afterwards. FlyQuest now starting to grab a bit of a lead, starting to get a little scary for Golden Guardians here because with these team comps that want to be poking around objectives, once you fall behind, yes, you can still land the poke to work your way in, but it's much more annoying to be doing that into enemy vision versus them walking into your vision, and it's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, almost, well, not quite 2,500 up for FlyQuest, but turn the, the first 1,000 into another 1,000 lead. I think off the back of, I think, a whiffed shift out of Stix. I didn't quite figure out how that angle worked
Yeah,
out.
maybe we'll get a little look at it, but it looked like he was pushed up to the turret, and Kumo just caught him with the ultimate.
Ever frosted. All over there for Ezreal, unfortunately. Now the Rift Herald the second is coming in.
Rift Herald the second?
Riv's brother.
Rift Herald Jr.
Older brother. Yeah. Guess he's dad, actually. Technically, as far as succession goes. Instead, FlyQuest will be happy to keep picking up objectives. Here, there's a Mountain Drake in 3 seconds as well. And Golden Guardians are positioned to fight for here, but I think FlyQuest are just happy to take the money and run.
Yeah, feels like Golden Guardians may be one of the issues with this Academy team. Getting on the same page, you can test some of these objectives. FlyQuest moving just slightly faster to all the points on the map that they need to be.
Jose can just drop it mid if he wants for a bit of a distraction. Kumo fighting Tony Top, losing right now.
6A died again somehow.
Okay, we'll find out how that happened later. Jose, the one to pick it up, so good work him. Now top lane battle still going. Tony Top looking for the solo. Kumo locked in place. Off the wall we go. The minion wave is big, but it doesn't matter. Tony Top finds himself the solo kill.
Tony gets the solo, but in the meantime, FlyQuest in the mid lane drops Shelly, grab the outer turret. Might get a charge off on the inner.
So nice, and now Afro's going to look to punish. Beautiful there. Chompa's in. Oh, the stopwatch! Ryoma might be able to get out of it. Does flash himself out to safety. Johnson's popping off. He flashed past the little ridge there to try and make it happen. An iconic chomps into pieces as punishment. And now the teleport. In from Golden Guardian. Tony Top, no ulti, but he's got flash. He's hookshotting in. He's wild. He's crazy. I love it here. It's FlyQuest. Escape over with 3. They just start the dragon. Why not? You got to get out of there. Ignore the crab. It's too dangerous. FlyQuest still retreating. It looks like they're going to be all right.
Scuttle Crab intimidates them away. It's definitely not the 3 chasing members of Golden Guardians. Scrappy fight in the mid lane. We'll have to take another look at how that started with the 6A death. Very close to finding some extra kills for FlyQuest as well, but ends up actually everyone disengaging after the death onto Johnson. Here we go. So 6A will become lightning on him. Walls off.
That was really nice.
I mean, he built up the set. This is what kind of they were talking about earlier in the day. You heard Azale and Captain Flowers talk about building up the stacks on wards and stuff. Did it on the camps. Easy flash Q knockup and knowing the sums were down from the exchange with Kumo. We also had the Kumo solo kill in the top lane, then the overchase. End of the day, the game state is kind of a little bit better for Golden Guardians now, grabbing their first dragon. Have our second Cloud Rift in a row.
Those are the Spanish Inquisition of Cincel Qs. Just completely
no one
unexpected.
expected the third 3 Talon strike.
Very nice out of Jose. It's like the opposite of a TF gold card. Sieging under the turret. Nice sleep again from Ryoma though. And again, the punish is here. Or can they finish off the kill? 1v3, Chompa's down, Ryoma stunned into oblivion as Johnson puts the exclamation point on the play with the rocket.
Definitely a portion of the draft I had overlooked. The obvious bounce back spot. We talked about it with Leona support sometimes. Equally as true with Bard, and even more threatening because sometimes Zoe's popping off from over 2,000 units away. The Leona ultimate's out of range. Bard does not have that issue. You can land that from very far away. And then the choppers are easy follow-up. No stopwatch this time around to bait in. And now FlyQuest living in the jungle.
Yep, just taking over this top side, looking to get some towers for themselves. It's still 0 towers for Golden Guardians, which is making the map play very challenging, and FlyQuest are just punching gold out of this turret. Kumo, very nice from Tony Top there, and now Kumo's gonna have to try and get out of there. Oh, he just breaks the ultimatum, barely with the Gragas ulti.
Yeah, maybe the AP Gragas build worked a little bit better for the 1v1 in laning phase, but still struggling to tank Camille. The plus side is FlyQuest are grabbing a inhibitor turret.
Nothing more they can get, but they'll take it. Again, the bubble is there, and Afro, no ulti, so no punish yet, but a great stun buffer there for Takui. As Stixay gets the AoE damage, that is a huge Ezreal ulti. But I just don't know if they can follow. Iconic with the pillars, going to try and lock up one. Jose Diodo is so caught out of position, but Kumo back from the dead, in he goes, flashes out, Everfrost to get his team out. He dips in there, drops from the top of the sky, and gets the team out to safety.
Yeah, I mean, his ultimate was down, as we saw from the 1v1 versus Tony Top, so he didn't really have anything to do other than be like, I'm an extra body, so you can all run away. Tony Top, however, has stayed bot lane this entire time, and he is becoming a bit of an issue here for FlyQuest. Yes, that was a good push down in the top lane to get some extra gold in their pocket, but the gold deficit is leaking back into Golden Guardians a little bit, and it is a lot of it ending up on Tony Top, who has this 4-1 split push capability that no one can answer on the FlyQuest side. We already see Gragas is struggling, and Camille is very happy to play into an immobile Syndra should they try and put Takui over there.
Yeah, I think before that sequence started, I said Golden Guardians didn't have any turrets, and now they have 3. So definitely some changes in the wind over the last minute or so of play. Golden Guardians cutting that gold lead down pretty significantly. FlyQuest only up 2k right now.
Yeah, and I think not out of striking distance, because like we said, they have some different win cons than FlyQuest, and it's interesting that Tony Top is kind of the one who this is falling on the shoulders of, because in the first day, he was very heavily criticized. Iconic, a little dicey here, looking okay though. He was someone who a lot of people were calling calling out a little bit on social media as the weak link on the team right now, is probably the least experienced. And we talked about a lot of familiar faces for LCS fans about recognizing most of the Golden Guardians roster. Tonytop is probably the one that they are not familiar with, and he is someone who is still developing.
Yep.
And if you can pop off in a Camille game versus FlyQuest and carry it, that's a great sign for his development.
Nice little Caretaker's package there from Afro to give Johnson some extra health, because just the bubble and the Ezreal ulti was a ton of poke onto Johnson there. He's going to have to go back to base. 2.5 items done, though, for Jinx. It is the same there for Stixxay, who's building up towards, I have to imagine, his Ludens. But now we have to think about the Baron as well, have to think about the next Dragon in 40 seconds. Hard to say, given that I think both teams have ways to find fights, picks in the Golden Guardians case. It's full-on skirmishes or fights on the FlyQuest side. Not to mention this from Tony, although that's a beautiful flash, but a great ulti out of Afro to even look for that play.
Yeah, you're very happy to find that pick off potentially. Just limits the playmaking by Tonytop, buys Kumo some breathing room. Not going to get flash engaged on. And yeah, you already see it hurting a lot. Shadow Flame completed for Ryoma. Lots of poking capabilities now. Getting that flat penetration, very helpful.
Not a lot of vision on the FlyQuest side around this Dragon either. There's one, as you can see. Haven't cleared it out just yet, but Stixxay is going to poke in pretty aggressively. Ryoma is always frustrating to deal with on this champion outside of objectives. And Tonytop's TPing in. It's time for a 5v5. And starting off with the wrong foot there. Takui body blocks it! But the ulti out of Stixxay does so much in the Ignite. I think it's enough. It is indeed Ryoma again. The Spellbook Ignite takes down Takui, and now Golden Guardians stream in towards FlyQuest.
Ryoma coming up clutch around this objective, finding the pick off. Oh! Whoop! Tried to use that flash just out of range.
I liked it.
He's not going to let them escape for free,
though.
though.
That's gross. Kumo asleep at the wheel now, literally, as Tonytop's going to finish that one off. The Drake goes over to Golden Guardians as they get an exit kill.
Ryoma is stunting this game, popping off all over the wall, finding them in the recalls, in the two-man combination of them. Nice jump by Tonytop over the ultimate by Kumo. 2 dead still. They might start looking at this Baron. Jose Dioto's still up. Maybe they can just kill him. Flash forced.
That was a nasty flash out of Jose. Not getting stunned there, but an unfortunate one to have to use.
Yeah, it's like, all right, nice mechanics. We're going to do Baron now.
Nice mechanics, thanks for Baron. There's Ryoma. Oh, he's so rude. He's just frontlining. Afro going to try and pick one off. Oh, I love this. The flank is there. Ryoma out of flashes. And the team's going to punish him for it. They can't save him, Johnson. And that Afro is wonderful there out of the bar as Johnson finds himself a double. Are there any more? There's maybe a Baron. That's a good third kill.
Yeah, they leashed the Baron for FlyQuest, who happily turned onto it. They might not be able to contest this anymore.
Yeah, rough stuff there. There is going to be Baron over. I mean, Stixxay doesn't even have ulti. Iconic can't get in the area. And Kumo's going to body block anyone from coming through as FlyQuest turn that on a dime and get the first Baron buff of this game.
A bit of over-aggression by Golden Guardians there. After an excellent setup by Ryoma, getting their second Dragon of the game. Yes, 2 members are dead, but the death timers aren't that long. You don't have an insane Baron taking team comp because Ryoma's over the wall just peppering Jose Dioto. Just loses track. There's no vision in there to really know who else is coming in that jungle. And so Ryoma gets jumped on top of. Honeyfruit almost keeps him alive, but Johnson gets the kills. Nice flash route to try and scare them. No one ends up on top of the Chompers, but good aggression by Johnson on that chase down sequence, also getting the ultimate off for a lot of damage. Him and Afro working well together to save this game in a lot of ways. I mean, Golden Guardians were clawing their way back into it. Now, 3,000 gold lead firmly in FlyQuest's favor.
Yeah, looking good again. 4K now up for Fly. Golden Guardians definitely still have the tools to compete here, but losing that first Baron is going to be tough. See what FlyQuest can get done here with the Red Bull Baron buff, as they are looking to stream down this bottom half of the map and take out more turrets for themselves. Get that gold lead up even further in their favor.
You called the Ludens out, but Stixxay actually ended up going Crown to Shadow Queen. Doesn't want to get hundreds of zeroed again by Kumo, potentially, or the Syndra. But I almost would say it's one of those situations where it's like, well, just position better, please. Because there's not... I mean, there is a lot of ways that they can get on top of you, technically, with, like we said, Flash Body Slam or potentially an Afro move ultimate. But I don't know if it's quite enough threat to necessitate that as, oh,
Afro is so missed. He's so good on this Bard.
Kind of
unlatches, but not enough.
Kind of got trolled though, because at the same time, Takui had thrown his ult out, so he's just cut off half the Syndra damage.
Unfortunate. Takui gonna have to go back though. No teleport here. FlyQuest actually taking a full reset, it looks like here. So they're going to lose some uptime on this Baron Siege.
Yeah, nice defense by Golden Guardians. All things considered, able to push them back, not lose an inhibitor turret, land some good poke. Ryoma, a little dicey the baiting that he's doing here. He keeps getting sniped out by Afro. Just unfortunate because Takui was ready that time to drop his ultimate at him, and there he just kind of overlapped them suboptimally.
It looks like Johnson's kind of ready to go with the items, and Afro, being the good YouTuber that he is, picked up the bell. Starting to ring it there, can get Johnson out of any sticky situation. I like that one. Noti's on everyone.
One other thing, if there's a moment here, might be not the right time to bring it up. I'm gonna anyways. First strike on Ezreal. Ryoma, base check.
Remember, there's no tower here. They already took this inhibitor tower a little while ago. Ryoma's gonna get himself out of there, but still we keep going. Can't Zoe bubble that. Oh, good block unintentionally, perhaps out of time on the Jinx ulti, but hey, now Tony's got a TP into play. Still 10 seconds left on the Baron, so threatening the in here, but I don't think they can grab it unless they can get a kill.
That's still good for FlyQuest, though, forcing the TP out of Tony top.
Get it.
And still getting the inhibitor. Here we go. That's a good use of the end of Baron. Johnson pillared.
Oh, that's such a nice paddle star. Iconic again, setting it up with the pillar, as you said, Mark, but they need to get some kills here, and Afro's got everybody out the exit.
Yep, pillar on cooldown. Not much other lockdowns DC for Golden Guardians comp. It is one of the issues that this kind of poke comp can run into is, yeah, you get them low, but who's actually going to engage? And, you know, as much as Trundle wishes he had some way to do it, he doesn't. Tony Top as well is kind of the only one who can maybe lock them down once they get low, but not quite willing to take that risk there. Some map pressure in FlyQuest's favor. Very important given what we said about Tony Top's strength. Losing the TP as well as grabbing an inhibitor will really limit Golden Guardians' ability to split push.
Yeah, I think it's a great call out. You know, we looked for the 4-1 here for Golden Guardians. It felt like they were set up, and FlyQuest just kind of got enough of a lead, kept pressuring that. Tony's really just been like TPing reactively into teamfight,
yeah,
right? Which is not what you want for your Camille. This is nice though. Get themselves their dragon, setting up the soul point, but FlyQuest, it's not too much for them to worry about right now, as Johnson's trying to cancel recalls and zerg down the mid tower.
Yeah, they're still kind of in this situation now.
Stixay in trouble, but Jose Diodo rethinks it again. Afro can do no wrong on the bard. It's a stun onto Iconic. They're just trying to buy time, but Ryoma's already answered it now. The flank in from the Jinx. Exactly what we expected. There is a latch find still out of Afro. Stixay is getting absolutely ripped to shreds. It's Iconic dead already as the front line is fouled. Tony top in stasis, but will die at the end of it all. It's FlyQuest find 3 clean kills.
FlyQuest with the macro play, sinking the Baron, saying screw that, or the Dragon, excuse me, we don't need that. We're gonna go mid lane. Forces an overreaction out of FlyQuest, where because they TP the Zoe in, suddenly there's no one to pelt them on the chase down as they rotate from that mid priority down into the Dragon Pit and push them up against the bot lane. They might be able to end the game off this.
Yeah, Kumo just getting aggressive, trying to zone them off the towers here. Ryoma going to try and save the day alongside Chime, but Johnson definitely Jinx from Arcane this game, Marcus. FlyQuest looking to pick up their second win of the day. They're a little low, but there's just not much you can do with a Karma and a Zoe to stop the onslaught into your Nexus, as FlyQuest still going, should be able to finish it off, and indeed they will take the game.
Very scrappy game, back and forth, both teams making some plays, but at the end of the day, the better macro and objective control for FlyQuest come up big, able to get the win. End up 2-2 in the group now, feeling a lot better on a 2-0 day after a rough first day for FlyQuest.
Yeah, starting to see some of the pieces come together, which you love to see. And Golden Guardians continuing to show why this is one of the better teams in Academy. You called out Ryoma, he did have a great game, although also some oopsies that you do want to look to correct at times around the Baron biff, but FlyQuest definitely, I think once they found an opening, kept figuring out ways to play together and keep applying pressure.
Yeah, I think there's some concerns around playmaking and team fighting and stuff that FlyQuest still need to iron out, but you saw a number of good macro moves. The initial rotation up to the top lane where they flipped their bot lane to grab the Rift Herald, then they had the Baron contest, which obviously worked out in their favor, and then that little play there to, just
sack the flanking Jinx.
Yeah, sack the Baron and then, or Dragon again, excuse me, just go mid lane, and then it puts a lot of pressure on Golden Guardians, who, like you said, this younger team, struggling to make the right calls at some points, kind of get pressured there and take the game. So both two different things to work on for each team. Good playmaking for Golden Guardians, need a little bit better macro. FlyQuest, macro good, need to iron out some of the plays.
Yeah, and for me, like the name that jumps out when you talk about in this game, especially great play and good macro, it's Afro once again.
Yeah, of course.
His Bud like took over that game. I mean, I'm starting to feel like Bud Jinx maybe a lane we should see a little bit more often, but in isolation, Afro's Bud looking really good in this one.
Yeah, I think the Bard, if you can find an opportunity for it, based off these last 2 games, looks like he can make a lot of plays. I mean, he was the one really keeping Ryoma in check, it felt like this game, really punishing him over and over. There's so much bot lane dominance in the meta with the Jinx and the Thresh and the Lux and the Caitlyn and all this stuff. You kind of need a couple bans to push the list down, but then it feels like once the oppressive champions are off the board, these playmakers, these roamers might start being what we see more often. I mean, even into Karma, it looked okay.
Yeah, I mean, holding on there, you don't need much more than a pretty even 2v2, especially when you have a champion like Jinx, who is just so good in these kind of mid to late game team fights. I loved the teamwork as well between those two, like Afro and Johnson. It's nice to hear from Johnson before the game, talking about how he's excited to team up with Afro, and then definitely coming to fruition in that one. And the team was just willing to be proactive around their support, which was really nice to see.
Yeah, I think Jose Dioto had a couple nice plays as well. You saw the punish on 6A that one time in the mid lane. You know, Kumo taking on a different role this game, still playing the more damage-oriented Gragas as opposed to going full tank. You know, he's still got that aggressive tendency, but a different look than just playing a carry straight up in the top side.
Yep, and I think nice to see another look from Golden Guardians, right? Like they could just play, you know, Corgi, Victor, Jinx, and try and scale 5, but I don't know if they're necessarily gonna be able to punish teams when that style can be very difficult to play when you have to go so late.
Like you said, they had a clear plan in draft, taking the Karma right away, then straight into Ezreal, Zoe. It was very much this is a poke comp we want to try on stage. We think it's good, but just didn't have quite the execution for it.
All right, well, FlyQuest will be happy to pick up a second win, and we said his name all game, so now we're going to be joining the Tigers and Afromu for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Paster Time. I am super excited to welcome the FlyQuest support Afromu back to the LCS here for our Verizon post-game interview. Afro, how has your transition to FlyQuest been?
Oh, great. Awesome. Love everyone. We got a lot of talent on the team. Happy to be back with Johnson in particular.
Yeah, we got to hear a bit from Johnson ahead of the matchup about your reuniting here. What is that like, getting to kind of fall back into step after he's been away from you for an entire year?
The kid's funny. I'm gonna be honest. Always making jokes and shit, flaming me, but it's normal. Just took a couple games. Our first 2 games, everyone was off. Our timing, all of that, our engages, we're 3 seconds ahead. But I'm pretty happy we were able to bring it back these next 2 games.
Talking about bringing everyone kind of under the same page, in this game in particular, it looked like, okay, some of the proactive plays weren't quite working right off the top, and then there was a shift in strategy, and then things really started to come through. I know Mark was wondering if you were the ones making those shot calls, so I just wanted to ask you a bit about the developing communication dynamic on this squad.
Well, having Tukui come in, Louis, very vocal about mid, always talking about how he wants to, just... Oh, I almost said the F word, but to be the mid laner, great engage timers. Jose, Brandon, always looking as well. And I think even Kumo and Gragas, and we all complement each other in that regard. Like I said before, the first 2 games we lost, we were trying, but we weren't there on the same timing. But the next 2 games, I think we definitely showed that.
Evening out the scoreboard for FlyQuest overall in this most recent win, you played the Bard. We've only seen 2 of them. They were both dubs, both back-to-back. So as one of those Bards, why the pick?
Bard that game was just a good pick. I've been playing in solo queue. It's 75+ win rate. I just think it's super strong. Shout out to Lathyrus for the runes, actually. Fleet footwork. Insane on Bard. Gives you the move speed for trades. Allows you, to heal up. And just his movement on the map is just unparalleled versus any other, champion.
So nothing to do with the fact that you were playing against a support named Chime?
Oh, no.
Nah, not the reasoning there. Now, I know that you were already kind of noting that seems like you as a squad are warming up into things. You pulled off the victory, starting to get onto the same page. So with this being the conclusion of your scheduled games for the group stage, what's kind of your mindset with how everyone is right now compared to maybe where you would hope to be at the end of this point of lock-in?
We just got to continue what we've been looking to improve on. Like I said, we got a lot of talented guys on our team. We can play around, any lane. Just got to make sure we get all the knowledge on the same page there and our timings, etc., and just keep moving forward.
Looking forward to seeing that in action, Aframu. Thanks for stopping by. Always great hearing from you.
Thanks, appreciate it.
No more LCS games for us to play today in the lock-in. To break it all down, let's head to our folks over at the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you so much, the Tigers. No more games for us to play today or this weekend.
Of League of Legends.
Of League of Legends.
You can play a lot of other games.
Well, we're all probably going to go home and play
Charades.
games, if we're being honest. You want to play some charades?
Not right now.
Okay.
I'm really bad
You
at
know
that
I'm
game.
down, always.
I'm bad at the acting
Okay.
and I'm bad at the guessing.
Don't tempt me with a good time there, Jad. We may have no more games to play this weekend. I tell you what, FlyQuest also has no more games to play when it comes to the lock-in group stage. Now sitting at 2-2. That will be their record, and they have secured themselves a spot out of the groups.
And this was kind of impressive from FlyQuest to have this turnaround,
A
right?
rebound.
Because at the beginning of the day, we were like, they end the day with all of their games played, and it's not looking so good, and they're facing 100 Thieves. And so not only did they manage to beat a kind of sluggish-looking 100 Thieves, but then they also, managed to grind out this game as well, and they're qualified to the next stage of the lock-in tournament.
Yeah, a 2-0 day, and it started up going up against 100 Thieves. Like, hearing the interview is great. I mean, even just Afro talking about just like what they've been focusing on developing, like the criticisms we had yesterday is definitely something they've been working on. So, I mean, big dub, big win today. And I'm glad to see them move on, and I want to see more out of them.
I mean, I want to see more out of them, too. I want to see more Bard. I'm glad we got another game in there.
Fleet footwork Bard, too.
Fleet footwork, the tech.
Pick it up.
Let's go.
Pick it up. It's
That's
good
pretty
tech.
cool tech.
Yeah. Solo queue backs it up. Highest win rate.
What did he say, 75% or something?
Oh, for him.
That was just him. Yeah, I thought that was just him playing it.
No, that'd be absurd.
If something was 75% win rate, they would have
It'd be
to
hot
fix
fix
it.
nerds. Exactly. Overall, I mean, yes, it was objectively a good day for FlyQuest going 2-0, but how do you feel, Raz? Maybe they differed in their play today than what we saw in their 0-2 day.
Thought the coordination was the biggest one, because that was the glaring part yesterday, where they were taking, at times, unwinnable fights, and mostly because they just thought they would get the help that, was going to appear about 2 to 3 seconds later.
Right, thinking of that recon engage without the Corky package being a little late, right?
There was that. There was also the fight at Scuttle Crab that didn't fare too well when Corky had package. Like, there are a few examples, and those are the most glaring ones, especially for a team that really is focusing on just their early fights. So I love the fact that overnight, it looks like a different team.
What got into them?
Best of one lock-in tournament.
Yeah.
Thanks for reducing it to that. All right, well, there were some incredible plays today, but if we talk about impact and reflect on impactful moments, we have got to talk about our first weekend of the lock-in, our Rock Out Big Play. As pointed out by the viewers at home, they have declared that it goes to Darshan in his beautiful 1v4 on the garage.
I think it's exclusively because of that moment. Yeah, it's not always about the mechanics.
No, it's about the style.
The flair.
The style and the flair in which you do it.
Yep. I would love to, please, if it's Cloud9, if it's Riot, I want to hear the comms of that moment. Because Darshan is a hype person in comms. If he knows he can win, and if he wants to instill confidence, or he's just having fun, you can hear it.
I'm not surprised in his willingness to do that. Again, based on his interview answer from the day before, where he was like, people were telling Sven to end the game on the Penta. But he's like, but if I had the opportunity to flash a wall, maybe lose the game, but still secure a Penta, I would have taken it 10 out of 10 times. Starting to make a whole lot of sense where that personality comes from. So good on Cloud9. They look clean so far here in the lock-in tournament. And speaking of Cloud9, as we look at our Samsung SSD Fast 5 leaderboards, we have got to talk about Fudge. We talked a little bit about him earlier in the day. The mythic item completion times are lightning fast.
Yeah, let's pull it up right here, because you can see Fudge has the #1 time.
Yeah.
If it wasn't unique to the player, he would have 1, 2, and 3, because all
He'd
of his
be the only
mythics
name on
were
the
around
list.
10 minutes, and none of them were more than like 10, 20. But I also want to point out, like, none of the other mid laners tried to rush it as fast as Fudge.
Right.
So in all 3 of his games, the mythic was either the very first major item he completed, and in one game he was Jace, so he was sitting on a tier when he got mythic, whereas Power of Evil had boots and then mythic. So it's definitely a different approach, and I want to continue to track this to see if he's getting a lot of pressure pressure by completing the Mythic early, or if these other mids are getting maybe more mobility, maybe they're doing better up until 10 minutes, but it is actually a defined style, and anytime we can find those, I think it's cool.
I'm just taking a look at the other list real quick to see if there are any major discrepancies, and I see Emily throwing.
It's not a major discrepancy, but I just want to talk about why Bwipo has it, because I'm pretty sure that's the Graves game, right?
Yeah.
Because I just want to continue to harp on the fact that Graves
is busted.
Good champ.
Yeah,
busted.
He's very, very good in the top lane. So in certain matchups, especially. And I would like to see more of him in LCS. And
now with multiple builds. Yeah, too. We've got 2 different types of builds.
Yeah, Impact went the Shieldbow build.
There it is. And just a quick question. This is a cumulative so far in the lock-in stage, or is it just today? Because if it's cumulative, like the stats for the 100 to...
Those stats?
Yes.
Those were all 3 days. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
perfect.
So that's taking into account all games played so far.
Because remember, of course, like Bwipo also had that Scion game, same with Darshan. Like even, and he's kind of emphasized that, focusing on lane. If you're a tank player, still being able to farm properly, that's the hardest thing. And if you get past laning phase and you feel really damn powerful, and Darshan had 2 tank games, Bwipo had 1, was still able to keep up. So,
man, Bwipo was at 96 at 9:17. Then he actually reset. Got his last one. He's still #1, so he was real close.
That's funny, actually.
Yeah, I should have stayed in lane.
Yeah.
There we go. Now he knows about the stat.
Sean gets the rock half big play by doing the thing. Fast 5. It's like a jungler doesn't reset at the right time. Sorry, guys, I wanted the fast 5.
Amazing.
Well, a whirlwind weekend of games, but Friday we return. We're back with more lock-in. Cloud9, they are finally going to test their mettle against the likes of 100 Thieves. That's the second game of the day, and it will follow that of Dignitas versus CLG. Important to note, we've only had 2 looks at Dignitas so far, sitting at 1-1, so they will be the team to play twice that day. But obviously, huge spotlight on that second game of the day for Immortals, sitting at 0-3, a must-win against Team Liquid. That's going to be brutal.
And it's a really tough challenge going up against them, right? Because they're a team that is only getting stronger and stronger. I want to see I'm always excited to see what roster Team Liquid has to show us because of what their bot lane looks has been. But it's going to be tough for Immortals for sure.
I'm going to assume as well that someday we'll come back in for that Cloud9 game.
I don't know. Could be a 2 for 2.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll see.
Fair enough. Alrighty, there you have it. I can't read that prompter, it's too far away.
I'm
gonna go over here.
You need new
prescription. I do!
Yeah.
I made an eye doctor appointment, don't worry. All right, we'll take care. We were talking about LASIK earlier today as well. All right, well, you don't have to wait all week for more league action because the LCS Academy kicks off. Yours are not gonna help me. This week on Wednesday, and even features some of the teams and players we've already seen so far in Lock-In. Check it out. Make sure you check it out because as you've seen a number of those players.
I feel like last year, it was really obvious that I was the best mid laner in Academy. This year, I'm looking to do the same thing.
Bishop's going to take a lot of damage. He's going to get picked. Shockwave on the 3. The combo from the Thieves! Team Liquid, and that's it. That's the game. That's the series. That is proving ground.
What helps people improve is not being afraid to take risks or kind of push a lane to the limits.
Getting low, but he can look for another one. He does get himself stunned, but again, the healing is just so massive. Misses Sakudo. Safeguard is back on.
What?
He finds it with a Tempest. That's on! The man is going to try and 1v3. Here comes Joey. 1v4. Oh, we find Sakudo.
Harry, congratulations. Hey, I see everybody behind you. Oh, the double stun. Flash from Tenacity.
Oh, no.
We'll get the kill. Oh, no! Why did you charge the turret? Oh! Just force them in. Tenacity with a 5-man ultimate. The Rockets, the resets. Tenacity with the triple kill.
Oh my God.
Your son catches Spawn in the middle of the dark passage. What a shutdown from TSM. Are they going to give him a pentakill on Sejuani to kick off Proving Grounds? I think they are. Pentakill to our man.
So what's super hilarious about that to me is when I was asking around for like, okay, what can you tell me on Tenacity? Someone who will remain nameless told me, run the Orin Cliff.
Oh my God, he's never gonna run from it.
At least they followed it up with the Aurelia
Yeah, with
play.
his like insane Aurelia play, yeah.
The cool thing for me is the number of names that you heard called out or in those highlights that we've seen play over the last 3 days here in the LCS. And for me, what becomes continually exciting about this scene is kind of how the line between the two leagues is starting to blur, right? And you're starting to see that competition, kind of come together. And it will be very cool to see what a number of these players can do on both levels, and ultimately which of them rise to the top.
Stop thinking Academy players are bad. That's it.
Put a stamp on that one, guys. I agree.
Academy is Emily Rand certified. That's going to do it for us here on week 1 of the LCS Lock-In Tournament. Thank you all so much for joining us as we kick off the 10th year of the LCS. 10th year. And we'll anniversary it later on
next
in the year. Okay.
Anniversary.
So on behalf of myself, the cast, the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you later this week for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other.
I missed.
Good night. Trying to hit the camera?